Okay, what's up, everybody? We are back, man. What is it? It's the afternoon. Good afternoon to all you guys, man. I'm not dead. I'm actually alive. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry to you guys. I was actually in the official Discord. I was actually talking. I'm gonna call him the homie, man, because he's such a cool dude. But I was actually talking to Kenneris in the Discord. I'm trying to make sure everybody is like okay. I seen him in one of the channels by himself, so I was like, let me make sure fam is okay in there. But yeah, no, really cool dude. But yeah, man, I'm not even gonna lie, guys. After yesterday's stream, well, we ended like 4 in the morning. I went to sleep. Actually, I couldn't go to sleep. I kept playing Etheria. Then I went to sleep finally, and I didn't wake up until like 45, 50 minutes ago. So that's great. So yeah, man, we're gonna not be streaming nearly as long as yesterday because day 2 reset had a weird time interval, I guess. So there it is. But yeah, man. We're going to be getting into that grind. I'll show you guys what I've updated, changed, what progression is looking like. We did max out everything for day 1, technically. I think day 1 cap is like level 18. So yeah, we're kind of cooking. So we'll just jump right into it. Yo, what's good, Light Dark? What's up, Amaterasu? Yeah, I apologize about the being late, man. I was listening to a fellow community member just giving their thoughts and opinions, and we were just kind of talking. So lost track of time a little bit, but we're here. You said we go to sleep now. Why are you streaming, man? Bro, because Vegeta, my region is technically I'm in America, so that might be changing soon. But yeah, I'm in America, so my region technically for most people that typically watch me is here. But the last night when I streamed, that was probably early in the morning for some of you guys, like if you're over in like Europe or in like Southeast Asia, for some people that might stop by as well. So yeah, it was like that was like kind of interesting for me streaming to 4 in the morning. I mean, I'm used to it, but yeah, I'm starting to realize I'm aging. So that's kind of what's happening now. Yo, what's good, Kamar? How you doing, fam? Yeah, I'm realizing I'm aging, man. All right, so we got some more stamina. I'll show you guys what we currently got going on, though. Yeah, we got the boy Rahu built up a little bit. He's clapping heads right now. He's great. Dude, it's crazy because it doesn't take much to make him useful. I've been actually seeing a lot of people that feel like he's not that great in the beginning, but I just think it's just because like it's a couple of things I noticed that some people are just not trying to invest in, which it's like the shell, for example, is a ton of base stats that you get. But then also with him, like, dude, just defense stack this man. Defense stacking him is nuts. Let me see. Let me fix this real quick. I don't want to like destroy my ears. Okay, there we go. You said regretting a lot of decisions, man. Invested hard on Dorothy and got to know we'll get a better healer for free. Invested a lot of into Messiah. He didn't cut it, so I had to reset him. Yeah, so I've actually had I had a ton of people that were like, why is Messiah tier A on the tier list and stuff like that. They're like, how is the one of the strongest DPSs in the game, like in tier A? And I'm like, well, the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that there's 2 different factors. We technically are operating in an expedited beta, so all the betas are expedited. We technically get more resources than we normally would be. But also on top of that, the things that are required to make Messiah an OP DPS, players aren't gonna just right away day 1 have access to. And so there's a couple of, I guess there's technically 3 factors. He's also a supreme or light dark unit. So not everyone's going to have access to him. So like units like like Lilith, who you can actually pick guaranteed, Rahu, who you could pick guaranteed, like those types of units are just going to have much more value because not only do they work well in PvP, but they're also mainstays in a lot of the PvE stages. And what is required to build them up is a lot easier. Like when you're talking about building a Messiah properly, you need to have the right amount of crit damage. You got to have the right amount of crit rate. You have to have defense ignore outside of the defense ignore that he has stacked in his kit already. There's sets that you can get that from. You also have to have a better pet, like with the proper passives on it. So it's a lot of investment to really get him to work properly. Comparatively to like these other units where like Leon does what she does, just scaling her HP. Like you don't really have to do much. You scale her up, scale HP on her. She's tanky. Rahu, same thing. Scale defense on him, and it's not crazy. That's another big point too. Is that yes, you don't want to. That's why if you notice in the tier list too, there's a lot of SR units that are in the higher tiers, because a lot of your investment is going to be split between, I would say at most you might get away with doing probably 2 in the very beginning. Yeah, I would say that that's a pretty fair statement for SSRs because of skill ups. And then the SRs are going to be high in value for you. Like that's why you have like one of the best freebies that they actually give you that's an SR is actually Gray. Gray's huge, right? And then when you invest in him, he can basically essentially be an opener, give you a crit rate buff, AoE defense break, and then he actually does some pretty solid damage himself once he's actually invested in more. You still have like obviously Leon, who's solid. She essentially is just kind of a cleaver, really, like turn manipulator cleaver. So she's great either way. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely like that balance in the beginning. I think it's kind of the nature of most games early game. Like you're not able to force and invest in everything. So you have to be a little bit smarter with what you invest in. So I think on average, and keep in mind, like that initial tier list, I actually made that with a lot of the other high ranking players just because we came to find that there were a lot of units that were obviously really good, but it was like, okay, what units are going to give players the, and that was my concern, like what's going to give the average player great progression to allow them to be able to get things done. And then it's going to give them the resources or the means to be able to farm the things that they want for the units they really want to build. I didn't even like really personally want Lilith to be that character, but she is. So she's not even my favorite character by no means, but I can't deny the fact that she's an absolutely insane character. She just is. So generally across the board, she just kind of can cover your basis for what you would need. Most of the content, like if you're farming Doki Doki, you're basically fighting 2 waves of tanky enemies, and if she can just continuously shut them down to where they don't get turns, she's doing HP% damage to them. I mean, that's already a huge slot filled for you, right? Like that's a pretty massive slot. So when you're talking about like, the types of damage that you're going to need, realistically, your gear is going to get outscaled by the scaling of the enemies. Like they start getting a ton of HP. Obviously, the resistances and things like that start going up as well. So units that are able to scale certain stat values, like again, like I mentioned, like the Lilith or the Rahu, or like even Tiamat starts to kind of come into play for some people too. Once you can actually balance out her HP and stuff like that properly, they're able to do respective damage, but also maintain survivability. So those are like the things you got to kind of consider until you can get the proper builds, and then you can kind of do whatever you want, right? Like you can just make stuff work. You can even start bringing disadvantaged stuff into things just because you can, right? He said Leon's the only SSR that you can realistically invest early game on release. So you need an SSR that doesn't need a lot of skill ups. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like Lilith doesn't really, honestly, if you just take her skill 3 realistically to level 3, that's perfectly okay, right? Like that's not for all like characters. I would say like even my Rahu, right? Like, so I'm actually building, and again, this is also me manipulating the reset system a little bit, but I think that's also because I know what I'm doing. But for most people that don't know what they're doing, they're gonna have to be very like specific on like, yes, focus on this one thing, because then if you start trying to invest in too much, it'll stretch you thin, basically. But like my Rahu, for example, I don't think, did I skill him up yet? No, I haven't. So I haven't done anything for Rahu, but I still took up like the defensive, the HP nodes on him already. I think I started actually working on Lilith. So I took Lilith up to her level 2, which increases her HP damage that she does. And my goal really for her is to get her to level 3, which is just essentially going to make sure the Graceful Mischief is landing 100% of the time. So that right there that's all you really need. And then she's great for PvP, great for PvE. She's just gonna do what she needs to do. And then you have to consider too, like when you're even doing like the EXP dungeons, it's AoE. If you're doing the resources for farming your skill up materials, it's AoE. I actually seen some people in the chat saying like, they're like, oh man, like I love this character, but I'm slowly realizing that single target kind of sucks early. And it just does, because everything scales. And if like say you have one singular DPS and you don't have any like CC control or anything to mitigate the damage that's incoming, then you basically just have like that one damager, and then like say like the opposing team gets to finally go, they're gonna hit you like a ton of bricks, and it's not gonna feel great. Versus like the units that can slowly work everything down. So like even like Gray, for example, who everybody has for free, he's AoE. You know, you have the Leon. These are units that I feel like they intentionally gave players so that they could work against the things that they're going to have to work against as far as like the progression of PvE. And it's like, you kind of think about it, they gave you a defense breaker and then they gave you a nuker, right? So and then he also of course can like give crit rate buff. So realistically, like by time you get to, I'm trying to think like what is this rarity? I think like realistically, like I already have a piece at like a +12 with 26%. So then you add like Gray's 30% buff, so you're already sitting at about like 50 something percent. So that's pretty solid if you're this early in the game, to be honest. And actually that's already with the 10%. So actually that's 60%. So that's solid. You said I think we have enough time to make Ling work in such a small beta. Wait, you're talking about like when you get her on the 7-day login? She's fairly easy to build. Yeah, she's fairly easy to build. Like it's not really much that a lot of the shells you're probably not using Ling will use, because like most people probably aren't going to be investing in a ton of healers necessarily right off rip. Like most accounts aren't going to just have a ton of healers, to be honest. But yeah, like once you get her, she's pretty amazing. I'm not gonna lie. Like even without skill up investment, like she's great. Once she does get skill ups, obviously her healing potency like just goes up tremendously. Like she's a really, really solid, I would even argue she's just a game changing healer. So you said Ling was nerfed too, not as good at all. But what do you mean though is not as good though? You said invest in SR healer until day 7. Yeah, if you get like Chiaki, for example, then you can still use her, to be honest. You said she's not that great anymore. I don't think that's true, Daniel. I actually have been able to play test her at Endgame, and she still works. You said no speed up. So I don't think that makes her not good though, just because she doesn't have the speed up. That's like what, for like more so for rotations, but you can also filter those with other units if you need to. Yeah, that doesn't take away from her healing potency. There's other ways that you can filter out a speed up buff. There's other units that can give that. So I can see why they might have changed it. It's really OP. It's really OP. Plus on top of the healing stacking, I can see it. Immunity coverage. So yeah, I don't think that takes away from her as a healer though, because you have to be careful with saying something's trash like that, because it creates the idea that someone shouldn't use the unit. You said last CBT is the main reason to use her. There are only 2, I think, and one is dark. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember if it's hold on. Cause you got, yeah, you have Doki Doki, who does speed up. You have who's the dark one? Okay, how about we say this? Not as OP, because even saying that she's not great is not fair. Because like again, that's going to create. This is why, if you notice, in all of my tier lists, I'm very intentional when I say like certain words, because you have to understand that casuals are going to hear certain things and they're going to assume that that thing is just bad. Like, don't ever build it. So the thing is that she might not be giving you the value that you obviously really like for her, but it doesn't mean that she's a bad unit. It's still she's still going to be solid for what she does, right? Like the healing, again, most healers are not going to scale nearly as high as her. Like that's just still something that's extremely valuable. Immunity coverage, again, there's not a lot of units that offer that in the game. So it's like it's to say she's just not useful is kind of that's kind of I just think that's slightly a bad take. Because I feel like a lot of units, they have their uses, but there are some that just generally have more usage. So I would say she probably will fall out of like maybe PvP, but I don't think she's really necessarily just going to become an unusable PvE unit, because you could just basically place her with someone that allows the team to be rotated. Yeah, I could see. Yeah, I could agree with not as useful at that point. Yeah, like you don't get as much. Like I could definitely see her dropping out of PvP at that point, because why use a unit that's not gonna help with rotations? When you could use still like someone like a Hell Kid, get an attack up buff with extra shield, and then just rotate with like a Chiaki the Viol or something. You said she was an instant pick as a healer, but you said not anymore. So is that more of like a personal for you? Because I wouldn't give that advice to the average player. I'm gonna be real with you. Because if like if you're being real, like let's say hypothetically, no one gets right. Let's say whatever pulls we get in the very beginning, they don't get like Chiaki, for example, right? Like it's possible. I was one of those dudes. I didn't get anything. The healer wise, I was using Dorothy the whole time. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, totally not using Ling Lao, because like, no, I'm going to use Ling Lao. Like she's way better than than using Dorothy. Like this just is what it is. So I guess I could see for like people that like to min-max more, because I get that. So you said, all right, bro, stop hiding Zox. You said she was like free-to-play unit. You get here for free, easy to build. I don't see the problem. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I get what Daniel was trying to say. I get what Daniel was trying to say, because you do get a copy of Sania for free, but again, Sania is also single target. And she does have a revive, I guess, too. Dorothy, I guess, technically could tilt. She can technically still work, but I also feel like, again, Sania is just really, I mean, not Sania, freaking Ling Lao is still really good. Like, her healing potency is really good. So again, this is just what happens with these types of games. It's just differences of opinion, really. You said, he said she's not that, it's not easy to build. Skill ups are ultra rare for SSR. Well, that's the thing. You're still able to use it. Danny, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could still use her without skilling her up. Like, I didn't skill her up at all, and I still used her and climbed PvP without skilling her up. So saying that you have to skill her up isn't necessarily true. Like, that's what I'm saying. So like it's like, again, now minus, keep in mind though, this is now considering she doesn't have the speed up, which I will agree with you with. That does completely change her value, because now you don't have the rotation, consistent rotation, I should say, outside of just purely rotating, turn manipulating a character with like strike prep. But I don't think that it again makes the unit not usable. You don't necessarily, like, there are plenty of units you could still use without having to skill them out right away. I would even argue for most people in the early game, again, this is reminding everybody that we're doing everything with an expedited process. So these resources are not going to look anywhere near the way it does when the game actually comes out. So it's like, you're not gonna just not use something with the notion, like, realistically, like, we hit level 50 in 2 weeks last beta. I don't think it's gonna be that fast. I think it's gonna be slower. You said own units and team comps also play a part in opinion forming, but that's why I said, generally speaking, when you get a 7-day login hero that's a healer, that is an AoE healer, gives a full team immunity, you're probably going to use her, right? Like there's no way you win it until you start getting proper pets and things of that nature that can start dispelling debuffs for you properly, and you get the right allocated passives. There's a lot of factors I think a lot of players are seeing that actually matter when you're building a team. So that's just what it is. And the other thing is too, is that, like, again, you don't have to full send a character either. You can also invest in them enough to make them usable for whatever you're trying to do. You said I'm not using any healer, trying shield units this time around. That's a fair play style. You said is that and not building you said it could just be a trap for her. You said not building a real healer. What's a real healer, Daniel? He said, Docs, did you quit Dislike again? Bro, I've been stopped playing Dislike, man. He's like, what do you think about Valerian? I have that copy of her. Valerian's OP. She's excellent, honestly. Yeah, Valerian's OP. You said, yeah, you said any healer. So any healers, okay. So all I'm saying, Daniel, is just be mindful, because the reason why I'm saying this is because something I've been trying to be. Oh, okay, right. So the reason why I'm saying this, right, is because I've been doing these types of games specifically for 7 years, right? Like my primary game has been turn-based games, right? I'm just saying like what I'm saying because when people hear you say certain things, that becomes the basis of like what the thought processes are, and people will just start telling people those things. It's like, oh yeah, don't ever use that. It's like, well, why exactly? What are the specific circumstances? When should you maybe not use that unit, or when does the value of that unit diminish or completely shift or change? And like I said, that's why like even with the tier list, I was very, very specific on like what early progression value is versus like this unit is inherently just bad. Like I didn't say any of those units are bad. Like you get what I mean? But that's because again, I still want it, and it should be this way because the different play styles are going to inherently invite people to build differently. And for what we might not find to be valuable now could be valuable in someone else's account or team comp. So again, even with this beta, they're now introducing counter cleave from what it seems like with all the tanky, stuff for sure. So yeah, that's the only reason why I said something, right? Like I'm really not trying to fight you on it, I promise you. But I noticed that like it is just from what I've seen, like people have taken things that I've said as law, or they'll take it and be like, well, Zox said this, and then it becomes like this big issue because everybody's like, well, I don't agree with that. And I'm like, oh man. like that's literally what happens. So I just feel like I get where you're coming from because we play the same way, and we like to be very, you're thinking more of like in the very like the super where I'm gonna go, okay? Like the competitive nature, like, okay, I already know this isn't gonna be valuable for where I'm trying to go. So there's really no point in me putting resources into that. Whereas like I sometimes have to turn off my mega sweat brain sometimes because casuals think very differently. Like casuals think slightly different with certain things. It just is what it is. Like I think, and that was something I was actually talking to Sean B about, is that casuals versus like the individuals that like usually are like really min-maxy, like to sweat, like to know what everything's doing. We play a completely different game a lot of the times. Like we're not actually experiencing the game the same way, so it's like the way we process everything is just different. You said just said changed because tier list I wasn't aware at all. I only saw it today. Casuals play another game than us. Yo, bro, it's true. They do. Like that's why I said like for a casual, they're not gonna look at that and be like, oh, I ain't gonna use her. They're gonna be like, nah, fam, I don't want you. Like I'm about to use her. Like she's an SSR. But my thing with that is, like I said, it's just like don't go crazy, right? Like you don't have to go crazy investing in her. But like, yeah, if you're trying to obviously get her to rotate properly and all that stuff, I would argue that's like most units are kind of rough doing that, because that's what we were actually talking about in the Discord. Actually, right before I started streaming, was that like if you try to like make like a team for Doki Doki, for example. It's like the rotations, right? Like, so it's like you either one phase or one turn, or yeah, you rotate the first team and then go into your next one. But like I've been telling everybody, I'm like, well, that's considering too, like you have to think about what pets you might have. So like it's not going to be the same team if you have people equipped with like Codex of Magic. Codex of Magic is arguably one of the like most broken PvE. I would just argue like Codex of Magic is probably one of the most broken pets in the game, period. So like once you have a pet like that, even if it has like terrible passives on it, the pet ability is just so good, it can completely change how your team works. So it's like now you go from your unit only is able to use their skill 3 once to now your unit can use their skill 3 twice in a row. you're playing with an almost basically different comp at that point. The unit is a completely different unit now, because that could drastically change how they operate in PvP for you, how much more oppressive they can be. Like it's like those things, and it's like, okay, if you haven't built up to that, then like what can you use for, you know, for up until that point? Because that completely, like, Codex of Magic kind of sort of cooks, not really cooks skilling up, but if you have skill ups with Codex of Magic, then it's kind of too much. Like it's a lot. Like it's a lot. Like Codex of Magic with skill ups is crazy, but it also helps when you don't have skill ups. So that's why I said it's just such a good. It's such a good show. You said similar to competitive games where diamond players and gold players see the game completely different, and the devs don't know which way to balance. Yeah, it's always that way. I always try to consider casuals though, just because most games consist of anywhere from 70 to 80% on average casual, right? Like when this game like does officially launch, a lot more people are going to be casual. There's going to be a huge learning curve. I was actually I went to Deity stream earlier today. He was streaming all this morning. I was surprised. I was actually just happy to see him actually even playing the game. But yeah, he was streaming all this morning, and he was just talking about like how he feels like a lot of players are just gonna struggle because he said it. He's a E7 CC. He said that he feels like this game is low key entry level, more complicated than E7, which I was surprised to see him say, but I get it because it is a lot, and there's a lot of things that are just very different, right? Like that you just have to kind of grasp. And then I would even say like even like playing like E7, the way that you shift out of gear, it's definitely like a little like it's a big learning curve. Like even how you shift out of your gear, it's like you're not just shifting into like a better variation. It could be like an entire different set you might be shifting into with an entirely different pet, like which is completely then changing what your unit's slightly doing at that point. Like it gets to be a lot. And that's why I'm trying to do like these base videos, because I don't feel like a player is going to be able to be successful in this game unless they understand what they're doing. Because otherwise, like I have like probably some of the smartest people I know. One of my community members, EXO, this dude, I mean, like he literally makes spreadsheet data boards and like all this other stuff. Dude is extremely smart. And he even messaged me earlier today. It was just like, you know, I really love the game. I like what's going on, but he's like, man, pets are really confusing me. And I'm like, yeah, it's a big component to building. Like if you don't understand what your pets are doing, then it's gonna just make your life a little bit harder. Because there's a lot of values that you get from pets. You get the passive abilities, you get more base stat scaling, and then you have the actual effect of the pet. And then you have to then work that into the team comp you're using. How is this pet equipped to this person going to benefit the party? Or is this just a pet that's just meant or intended to benefit this individual person to allow them to give more utility to the team? So it's like those things you have to kind of start thinking about. And so that's where you're going to really start seeing like diverse thinking, and people will just think they're going to do something. There's going to be things we're going to see and it's like, yo, what made him think of that? Like, so I'm excited to see that type of stuff. You said he was suffering, so I can imagine. You said, yeah, the more things to learn and places to farm, and that's another thing. We have another dungeon, so I haven't even done a video on this dungeon yet because it is just the epitome of like, man, like I don't know if you had a chance to even look at the gimmick yet for is it the Nico Nana yet, Daniel? When you get the chance, when you get this unlocked, because I know what the gimmick is, but bro, it's not like any of the other dungeons in the game. Like it is just like, okay, why though? But it's like it can work, but it's gonna be one of those things that people are gonna have to think about. Like it's gonna stop them, and they're gonna be like, okay, wait, what can I do here? It's like completely indifferent. So this dungeon is actually, if I remember it correctly, there's certain things that will happen if your speed, and I think another value, I think it's speed and something else isn't at a certain place. So I think that this right here is going to be a big check. This one's gonna be a big check, and I gotta figure out what the sweet spot is for early game. I haven't seen what that is yet, but and really not even early game when you get to this point, because I don't even think this is like, this probably might be pushing more mid game at that point. But yeah, I gotta see what that is, dude, because that is just like a lot. You said they could do an in-game roadmap for the core aspects of the game that slowly takes you through them. Honestly, that's something that I think would like really be cool. I'm really honestly trying to see what they're willing to do as well. Like I want to see, and even if they need like help with that type of stuff, having generalized official videos just for players coming in, because regardless of what I think, everybody, no matter who they are, like at some point, at one or another point, they're gonna go to the official channel, right? Like they're gonna go to the official Discord, they're gonna go to those places. And a lot of the times I noticed that what some games do is that they'll have like official videos that just kind of break down, this is what shells are, this is what modules are, and it's always nice to have it on the official channels, because that is the stamp officially. Usually the information is never wrong when it comes from the official channel, that this is what this is essentially, right? And so it just can kind of help people with having that base generalized understanding, because I've tried my best to break down the modules as best as possible, even shells as best as possible. But the thing is that the idea or the breaking down of like the even I would say really shells are probably the more complex thing to explain, because shells change as you go. And with that, like there's some shells that you would look at and it's like, well, they seem to do the same thing, but then you have to think about what the rarity is, the base scaling. So that's the base attributes you can get. How many passive slots do they have? How many matrices? What matrices? That's another thing, right? A lot of people haven't even realized that yet. Matrices are a thing. Certain pets can only roll certain matrix values. So you can't use every single pet in every build, So that's like another that's another thing. So like you also have to kind of be aware of that. Like, what pet do I want to possibly use with this person? But also what sets can I fulfill with that, right? So it's a lot, man. It's definitely a bit. You said it can't be good, but typically official videos just end up being Dora the Explorer level dumbed down. That can't happen too crazy. That's true. Like I think what it is you don't want to, like, for me, I love big braining stuff, but I don't want to over complex things to the point where somebody watches a video and they're like, huh? Like the whole time, like that to me just isn't helpful. Granted, there's other players that are going to prefer that type of content, and that's what I'm hoping too, that there are more CCs that come into the space that love breaking down they're gonna bust out a spreadsheet and they're gonna like break down the actual math and stuff like that. I love watching that stuff too, but I also know that that's not for everybody. Just like my content isn't necessarily for everybody, right? Like it just kind of comes with the territory. But that's why I'm really like pushing for there to be more content creators in the space, because that gives you guys as viewers variety. It gives you differences of opinions, because again, that's the beauty of this game. And what I've even been telling people, right? If you watch my videos, you watch any of my tier lists or any of my guides, the things that I've put together isn't the only way to play the game, right? Every beta have tried to play the game different. Like last beta, I played DOT the entire time. The beta before that, what was I messing around with? I tried to just do straight DPS and go cleave. Like I was trying to mess around with that. This one, I was like, you know what? Let me start out with Rahu this time. Like I think in the last beta, I started out with Chloros. That was the worst decision I ever made, but I still did it. Like, it wasn't rough. Yeah, it was rough. That dude, I couldn't use him in anything. Outside of union battles, he clapped it. But yeah, that was just like it just is what it is, and I have fun doing that. But it also, I feel like, helped me have more of a well-rounded opinion of what can work for someone and what just doesn't, right? You say he's so bad for progression. Yeah, he's not great. Like he's not great. I think even for PvP, it was like he's definitely a little bit more like niche and very specific. Like you have to put him in a comp and it's like a very specific draft you would have to do with him. on like in very specific situations where you just need to get rid of stuff. But I also feel like he has to have an end game build. Like he requires you to multi-hit, which can be a little bit of a task for someone to try to build. I think it's 12 hits that you need to do to fulfill proccing his S3 every single time. But if you can get him to ramp that, the dude is like, I think that that's why Hoyan just seems so much more appealing, I think, for a lot of players. It's because she does so many different things, but then she also has like the death prevention mechanic in her kit. She doesn't take nearly as long to ramp. So she gets like, what, 120% damage? And this is, of course, when she's max skilled up, but 120% more damage in 3 turns or 3 rotations. So that's a huge difference versus like every time you want to ramp Chloros, you have to hit that specific target 12 times. And that could be a little bit trying depending on if you're even using multi-hitters in your team in the first place. Otherwise, it just takes you a minute to do it. You know, so that's just kind of what can happen. You said they could collaborate with content creators to do official videos. Yeah, they could, absolutely. I know a few companies that have done stuff like that too. You said that this game is out already? No, VI Bigs. It's basically it's accessible right now for you to be able to playtest. It's currently it's closed beta, right? But the website, the official website, has the Windows client. It has Test Flight, and it also has Google Play accessible. It is a white beta, so that's that. You said, by the way, man, speaking of skill ups, how do you even do that? So if you're skilling up a character, you simply just go to prowess and you click on the skill. So basically the way this works, you have the prowess material. Let me just start there, right? So you have we go to challenge, GP outposts, prowess material. So this is where you farm the attribute resource for each character. But then you also have something called a lattice. A lattice is basically the main resource that's needed for the major nodes. Excuse me, on each skill, right? So basically, under the prowess, you go to the skill. Each of these nodes, starting out until the major nodes, which usually you can identify those with, it'll have a level above it. That's usually how you can identify it, or you can just read read it, and it would just be something like really good on it. But yeah, that's basically the node that will require the lattice, right? Now, the thing about the lattices is that the perfect lattice is I would argue, is actually one of the, if not the rarest resource in the game. This is not something that you're just going to have a crazy abundance of right off rip. This is something that you're going to be doing things like weekly and, doing like rotations of PvP, buying those out of the shop. Things of that nature to be able to fulfill that for those, for whatever characters that you're using. So you do get some, obviously, like as you clear content, first time clear, there are some spots in the game that you're able to get to get this resource from. They might give us this at some point. I know they're going to probably have this resource in events and things like that. The other thing to consider too is that we do get way more in comparison. For example, we get more of the purple or the SR Animus, which is the evolution lattice. So this is also kind of like it's kind of pushing you in a direction of like, yes, you should build up SR units, right? Because it's kind of like with most games like this, you usually have it in the early game where like the lower rarities can give you more immediate value versus like a SSR. It takes a little bit longer to invest into them, but once you invest into them, they then might, do this over the SRs, right? I will say in this game, there are a few SRs that actually are still very high in value, even in Endgame. And I mean, it's not just a few, it's a lot of them. But when you're just talking about the overall progression of like rarity and resource, it's easier to invest into SR versus like obviously SSR. Same thing with the R rarities. There's a couple that I always like every beta still invest in. They have their own lattice as well. These are super easy to get. Like you're gonna breathe, and these are just gonna be on your account over time. To be honest, which is the micro lattice. Not hard to get. So if like there's an R rarity you find that you really like, which are a couple that some people really might like. They're super easy to build as well, and they also can place fill for some things that you might be trying to do, depending on what it is you might be lacking. So right now it makes sense, as I didn't see the little indicators on the nodes. It's all right. It happens. It happens. I mean, maybe they could maybe brighten it. I don't know what they could do. Maybe to make it more visible. You said what's a good unit to start with for pushing RTA progression? RTA progression, I mean, so ironically, and it's like crazy because everybody's gonna just have her because she's just good, but they intentionally put Close on banner for that reason. She's great in PvE, but she's definitely she's an insane opener for RTA. I think Close, Daniel, correct me if I'm wrong, Close is the fastest unit or fastest SSR in the game. I think she's the fastest base speed SSR in the game. I'm pretty sure. I think she has a 118 base speed. I think. I don't have her on this account yet. Hold on, can I go see her real quick? Yeah, I think Close. I think it's either, is it Close or Lily? I can't remember which one was faster, but I think it's Close. Yeah, it's 118. Yeah, so there are, which again, I do appreciate this with the game because there is another unit that also has a 118 base. Wait, I think it is 118 base. I think it's Oberon or Turn Dot. I think it's Turn Dot. Yeah, Turn Dot. Yeah, Turn Dot also is a 118. So out of the SSRs, she's the fastest, but they still kept it, kept up the other rarities essentially. I think our rarities unfortunately aren't like matching any of these speeds, but they obviously have it in the SR. So that kind of gives me hope for the future too. As they release more units, we could possibly see more units coming into the game that are going to have higher speed roll values as their base speeds, so that they don't just completely get washed when it comes down to rotations and like people building speed on them if that's something that they want to do, which is cool. And like even considering what she does, it makes sense because she does like an attack buff, defense up buff, and that's kind of something you do want to apply first before anything, right? Like, so it makes sense that she's able to do that. So yeah, that's kind of cool. Like, just kind of side note. You said, I don't know if it would be too broken to be able to fuse the skill up material. It probably would be. I don't know. Maybe that might be something they introduce later. I think like once the game ages a little bit, there's gonna be, anything is a possibility. But I think like early, it probably would be, to be honest. You said second is 117. Wait, who's 117 though? Yo, what's up, Jason? You said, what about Heinrich? Dude, so Heinrich is like... Heinrich. I was having a conversation about Heinrich earlier. Like, Heinrich might arguably be... like, as far as like a pure DPS, he's definitely one of the scariest ones. Like, pure DPS, Heinrich is pretty scary. Because the thing about Heinrich is if he gets to go, don't let your team have any debuffs on. Like, don't have no defense breaks. Don't let his last word proc be on you. Like, the thing about his kit that's like so like crazy in comparison to a lot of the other scalers is like it inherently makes it easier for him to just do you in. Like, his last word proc, for example, like what he's able to do is he's basically able to increase the chances of him critting you, but also increase how much crit damage he can deal to you too. So like, not only is he doing that, but he also can anti-heal, which is another thing. And then he can also block buffing. So it's like, and whenever I see him, it's like, dude, I got to worry about getting one tap by him, AoE, and then his skill 2 hits hard too. Like, the dude does a lot of damage. He does definitely do a lot of damage. Granted though, he's definitely a unit that gets built like a glass cannon. So he still is going to be a unit that, like, again, on the other side, like if he doesn't get to do his stuff because somebody aims for him, that's kind of his catch-22 there. But don't let him, if he gets a turn, just exit stage left, like basically. Yeah, exit stage left. But he also works really well in PvE content too. He's neutral. And he just does really solid damage. You give him a defense break, dude, he's hitting some pretty solid damage. You said watch some of your content. Yes, sir. Great. Yo, appreciate that, Jason. I appreciate that, fam. You said, yo, go see the Discord. I pulled wait, Absol and Lily in the same pool. Said, oh, Obel. Oh, Obel and wait, is it Obel you're talking about? Hold on. Let me see. Did you post it? Where'd you post it at? Oh, it was Obel that you got? Yeah, because Obel is, oh man, I'm so mad the game hasn't given me him yet. I don't think people actually realize it yet, but when they catch whiff of like Obel's supremacy, man, They're gonna be like, yo, this might be the best old dude in all of gacha. Like, I genuinely can't think of a gacha game that has a better old dude. Like seriously. You say you always have a maxed out? Man, I wish. I'm not gonna lie, I really wouldn't go too crazy with him this beta, just because I went crazy with him last beta. Like, I know how good he is, so I'm just not even gonna do it, because it's just like I know how good he is. Maybe official release though. Let me see. I'm trying to think about what I need to do here. Oh, so yeah, we got this unlocked now, I think. I'm pretty sure. There you go. All right, so we can definitely do this. I think this is an AoE setup here. I think it's kill ads first, then you can DPS the boss. I think that's how that works. You said, did you create a union? No, not in this beta. I'm going to be creating one on the official release, though. Because I just joined in on Eden's union. Let me think here. I want to do that. Yeah, that works. Let's see. Oh, that wasted it. Alright, that's fine. You said, so what's the fastest way you recommend to level up your account? Honestly, it's following your hyperlink charter. Your hyperlink charter is your best friend. Like, because everyone's account's gonna be different, but one thing that's gonna be the same is those missions that you need to follow. Leon's gonna be, again, a huge point, or a huge component of that. So if you are not following that, you're gonna kind of cook yourself on resources, because not only is that gonna give you more resources to obviously build into her, but it's gonna give you more resources for your overall whole, entire account. More Etheria coin, more EXP books. They give you Hydra crystals there. You get summons. You get like literally any resource you can think of comes from there. So like if you're not following this like essentially will cook you. Like and I've seen some people like realize like last second like, oh man, I should have been doing this whole time. Yes, you should. like literally even down to like, see, my next resource is a perfect Latice, right? That's huge for your account. And like what I've also been telling people, I know some people were saying like, they're kind of concerned like going into the release, like, oh man, like, I might not really want to play Leon and I feel like I'm being forced into playing her. Well, my thing would be utilize her for the progressing through the hyperlink charter. And then if you decide you don't want her, make sure you save a character reset specifically for her, right? So then you can get every single resource back that you put into her, and you could dump that into a character that you actually want to use instead. So that's it. If that's something that you really want to do, you can do something like that. And it still obviously yields you all the resources, but then you're free to just kind of do whatever you want after that. So that would just be kind of my advice there. Let's see if we can do hard real quick. You said so you go team up with Adel, then okay. All right, no worries. Yeah, I'm gonna have a Zox fam guild on release, but like I said, that's gonna be, I might still sweat on that account. I might sweat both my accounts. I'm not gonna lie to you. But also Eden also might. So I'm gonna figure out what they want to do, because they might also make a free-to-play guild as well, depending on how many people they end up having. So at that point, then I'll just let you guys know. You said, or you can keep using God Leon. Yo, no, dude, listen, I'm not against using Leon. I think she's great. But you know how there's those individuals that just are like, I refuse, like, I don't want to keep using this unit. They don't lock you into having to use her. Like, you have to use her for the missions, but you can always revert out of it afterwards. But I personally like Leon. I think she's good. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't. But, I mean, hey, you don't have to, It is entirely up to you. But yeah, or you can't keep using her is a good statement, to be honest. You said day 11 you go win the tournament. Oh man, so Tournament is actually, is that tomorrow? I think so. I think the tournament's tomorrow, man. So I'm going through that process. That's why I'm not streaming that long today, because I actually do have to prep for the tournament. Yeah. that's gonna be fun, man. That's gonna be real fun. I gotta prep for that. Cool thing is that I will be able to actually live stream, like, so you guys, so I actively will be able to live stream during the tournament, which would be cool. So yeah, you'll be able to see everything live, which is like kind of neat. It's a really interesting setup with what they're doing this rotation, which I think is fun. But yeah, we'll talk about that more during the tournament. You said it's pretty cool that they're doing a tournament. Are you ready? Honestly, to be honest, yeah. I like realistically, I'm not really taking it, like, okay, I'm taking it serious, but it's like, I don't know. Like, for me, I'm just trying to have fun. Do you know what it is? Okay, think of this way. I feel like the way I think about certain things, I'm like Goku. Like, I'll just show up to like a world tournament just to have fun, and I'll just give somebody a Senzu bean just because I want to see something. Like, you know, that's like, I'm gonna be trying stuff. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I am. Like, because that to me is just like, I like trying to do entertaining stuff. I feel like, yeah, there's obvious things that you could literally do for guaranteed wins, right? Like, there's definitely going to be like, oh, I could just do this, but there's a lot of new things that we got in this beta, and I want to actually showcase them or try them out on, you know, in an actual tournament, just to see, like, okay, like, is this going to be something I can do, or does this actually work? I haven't done any RTA. I don't think any of us that are actually competing have done any RTA since the last beta. So yeah, that's gonna be fun, man. That's gonna be fun. I actually do remember though, like, obviously my draft picks and stuff like that I would want to use, but I mean, I actually formulated some new ones. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be really fun. Let's see. So I think we did hard. We need to do, I think, was it basic or higher? Hold on. So basic or higher 10 times. So we gotta do 8 more. So we'll put this on auto. Let's do this. You said Ashita and Silence worth using. Have Bay close right now on my team. They actually are. I don't know. I feel like they did something to Shida because she was not doing damage, I felt like, last beta. But she seems to actually be working now. And Silence is actually going to be a very interesting unit for a lot of people because she has a lot of things in her kit that essentially is going to help out quite a bit for stuff. Her usage in PvP for specifically RTA, that's still like to BA, right? Because I haven't tested her in RTA yet. But I will say, like, the passive healing, like shield, the silence, DLT, and Oblivion being in her kit, which I think she's one of 2 units that can do Oblivion. I think, is she actually the only character that has Oblivion? No, I think she's one of 2. It's kind of crazy because that's just like completely nullifying passive abilities. So yeah, she might be a actual problem. So yeah, I feel like yeah, both are actually like really solid. I will say though, I feel like Shieda does need a little bit more of a build though to really get her to work properly. So that just is kind of that. Silence, I have to still test her a little bit to see how soon you can like get her ready to do things, but she is more on the support side, so I don't think it's gonna be too crazy. But you do have to keep in mind too that you don't want to overwhelm your account, or overwhelm yourself, I should say, with trying to build too many SSRs, because like we were just talking about, you have to be very particular on who you invest in first, just because you don't have enough resources to just scale up every single SSR that you use. So if you're looking at their like at a character at base value, their value might not necessarily be as high until they get to a certain skill up component. And if that is like, say, a heavy skill up investment, then that might not necessarily be the best thing to invest in super early. So yeah, it's just kind of that. You said I'm sure there would be super sweats too. Oh yeah, the guy that won the last tournament is competing, so that should be great. It's gotta be a super sweat there. I mean, dude, like, it just is what it is, right? Like, it's definitely more people, some new faces too. I think there's some people that actually do compete in like esport tournaments and stuff like that. That's gonna be in this one, so it's gonna be fun, man. It's definitely gonna be fun. So it's just really gonna be a battle of the brains. Like the playing field's like pretty leveled. Yeah, everybody has a pretty fair shake at it, man. You said I'm like Goku. Yeah, that is a little gutsy thing to say though. It's pretty gutsy, but I mean, and it's not necessarily like I'm just this strong dude. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like in the idea of like how he is like mentally, like he's just very childlike. Like I it's not really a lot of stuff that I take serious. Like I'm not gonna be like, I'll be focused, but I'm gonna be chilling, man. I'm gonna just be having fun. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. we'll see how it goes. All right, so we got to get rid of some shells. Let's recycle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Confirm. All right, thank you. Thank you, game. All right, so that's almost done. So we just got to hit level 20 now. What else is there to do here? We got to push up more on the dungeons. Yo, Daniel, where you at on Doki Doki? I know you're probably far now. Because I'm over here yapping, you know? 3 Animus with full. Is he almost done? He said you start use Ultra Instinct. Man, I wish something like that would work. It's just straight up turn up the strats, man. Yeah, I need another. It's not giving it to me, but it's okay. I'll get it eventually. You said waiting to start Nightmare. What, do we have to be 25 for that one? What is that? Is that 25? So he was on hard 3. Yeah, I finished hard 3. Yeah, it's 25. I forgot about that. I just need to get my team together to 3-star this, and then I'm chilling. Yeah, and then Terramatan, I'm on hard 3. So I've 3-starred all of that. I mean, honestly, Terramatan is not like that crazy once you do that. So yeah, just got to get this up to 25 now. So yeah, I guess everybody is just at that point. I think story doesn't unlock for another. Oh, go main quest. Oh, level 20. All right, so we're almost there. What are we at? 2 out of 8. We got 1 win, brother. It's like I could be inefficient and just go do basic, or I could just keep doing hard to get more value out of my EXP, or not my EXP, my stamina. All right, so Lethal Pursuit, Cure Nightmare is done. Is that just burning stamina to level up now? Yeah. Honestly, I might manual those. Now that you mention that, that might be what I do. Yeah, let's stop that. I'd rather auto battle something faster. Let's see what our EXP stages are looking like. 'Cause I can't remember if we actually unlocked the next set yet. Nope, we're at 13. Okay, so that's at 13. Prowess material, I think. Is the next set unlocked yet? It does not. Okay, so we're chilling there. We got that going. I guess realistically we could just go for, yeah, let's do this. We'll let this go in the background and get some more skill up material. I think I have a few more boxes. Could do EXP too, but I feel like I always like farming the EXP like a little bit later, just to get more value on the 10 stamina. Just trying to make sure this team is chilling. Okay. Yep. Have fun. You said farming EXP and auto pets. Yeah, I feel like it's like you're gonna have to do both at some point, like because it's like definitely starting to get the skill ups going. Even if you're not hitting the skill nodes, do help because that's still stats that you're gaining. I'm just trying to do it enough for the main team I'm using, and then I'll probably swap over to EXP. That's what I did last time. Because, yeah, EXP is pretty huge. Like, if you're not leveling your units, then you just kind of, like, cooking yourself. Like, star rarity, I think, like, I was looking, and I was like, man, like, there's I think after the first day, there's a ton of people that, like, still didn't have Leon 6-starred yet, and I was like, that's crazy. It's just like crazy. Like the more that I feel like we do this, the like just the more efficient you just naturally become at it. Because it's just like I'm like literally, I think if it wasn't for the fact I was streaming, I probably could have did that like in like half the time, to be honest. Yeah, EXP is nuts. Because even like right now, I think what Leon, I think I have at 6-star already. So yeah, I just got to get her up to level 50. That'll be cool. Fangus, am I gonna take him up yet? I might take him up in a second. Cause Fangus is nice. But I might actually prioritize Lilith for Rahu next. He said I bought the wrong pack in the shop, got screwed over. Oh, you didn't buy? Wait, did you not buy the one that gives you the portrait? Oh, okay, so you're short one. Yeah, you're short one. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, because but I'll probably have to make a video for that. Because if we're messing up, then what does that mean for the casual player, right? Like that was me yesterday. That was literally me yesterday when I skilled up freaking Rahu over Leon. I like completely wasted my my free reset because I just literally I wasn't thinking about it. I was like, and I said it out loud. I was like, I know I have to. I was like, I think I have to skill her up first. I know there's a reason why, but I still hit the button on Rahu anyway. Like I don't know what was wrong with me. Like that was just complete user error. Like complete user error, man. Let me see. Are we going standard? I kind of want to get close now. I might save up my pulls. We'll drop some pulls once we get some more. You said first Doki Doki Nightmare Clear feels nice. Were you able to like 2-star or did you get 1-star? I mean, hey, listen, clear is a clear. You said you are 25. Yeah, he probably blasted stamina. Dude, like, yeah, if he blasted stamina, that's kind of crazy. I ain't even gonna lie. Because reset hasn't been up that long, bro. What you been doing? Yo, you're different, okay. Yeah, that was fast. But again, I think if you're farming certain stages over others, you're gonna level up quicker. So I guess that does kind of make sense. Like if you're doing like say like the EXP stages versus like you're trying to do like the module stages, you're gonna level quicker. So that does make sense. All right, so we're gonna let's drop that 100 there. Oh, it's hard 3? Oh, okay. Hey, listen. Hey, I wasn't doubting you, man. I was just like, oh, you're a god. I was like, dude, no, you're a god. I'm like, okay. I'm like, that was quicker. Because it's like, so that explains it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You said, as a new player, what do you buy from the weekly pack shop with those 500 points? So the 500 points, what did I buy? I bought everything. I ain't even gonna lie. No, I'm lying. I didn't buy everything. So things I would say to avoid, right? So in the shop, main things I went in here and bought were things that I could take immediate usage of. Now, I don't know if we're gonna have these 500 tickets on release. That would be nice. I'm not gonna lie, that would be, but I don't know, right? So I can't answer and say that this mainstay ain't gonna be there. But for this CBT at least, I purchased everything that is gonna essentially help with progression. So number one, the Latice, right? Latice, and I would say this portrait is huge, right? Because that's gonna get you closer to, obviously taking your star rarity up. Because I know what quest I need to do already. I know I have to take Leon to 6 stars. So me purchasing, technically it's 2 5-star like portraits, but they broke one down into 4 stars. So if you wanted to use it to take a unit to 5-star, you could do that. But this essentially is gonna just help you expedite that process a little bit faster for this beta. The Latice obviously is for skilling up. The SR or the Evolution Latice, which is the 68 one, that also is going to, and each of these, by the way, also come with the Evolution Prowess material. So that's also going to help you cut down some of that initial farming that you would have to do for some of those initial skill ups that you're doing for the Prowess material for whatever attribute it is, because it's selectors. So that's huge there. I also picked up the EXP with the portraits because, again, star rarity and leveling your characters are important to obviously take their star rarity up. And then the very last one that I got is actually for your shell companions. Not necessarily the thing you're going to be taking advantage of right away, but you are once you get into actually like investing into shell companions, you're going to realize how costly it gets. And so buying these things are going to be huge. The other two things, or the other things, which kind of more of a user preference, I guess at that point, I don't really feel like having the extra 10 tickets is going to change my account. It's a chance to get something good, but it's not a guarantee of something. The 300 Hydra crystals obviously would be nice, but you could get those crystals from somewhere else, right? If it's that serious. This shop is for a module essence universal shop. Problem is that the module essence shop, which we found out in the last beta when we finally got to the point of getting there, the module essence shop does have some really amazing gear sets in it, but the gear is random. So you can get some real like just trash pieces, and that's not something I feel like would give you immediate value either, because obviously we don't even have the shop accessible yet, and you need to level your account up more to even have that shop accessible. The other one here is for the Animus dupe. Not anything I really feel like you should be aiming for, just because again you're pulling a lot. So if you get a dupe, and also for 328 currency is kind of insane. It actually would take out of that 500, you would have like nothing left if you bought this. So that's another reason why just not a worth purchase. And then the Wonder Box is just a cosmetic, so that's not good either. Yo, what's good, Nani? How you doing, bro? He said, I really hope they send more of that currency. I think they're supposed to. If I'm not mistaken, Daniel, I think they're supposed to. You said, I think it was level 35 to unlock the shop. Yes, it was level 35, which again, is that helping you on day 2? No. Like, it's even going to help you on day 3? Probably not. Like, yeah, it was like, again, like in the last beta, I think we also had a little bit more time too. So, yeah, like it was like we were able to get to that point. I think like one day left of the beta, a lot of us got to level 50. That at least we're playing the entire time. So yeah, that was it. Just was what it was, right? Like that was the investment. And then I think we should have a resetting of that, at least because we're going over 7 days. Yeah, so that should at least reset once, I think, in the CBT. So I think they were supposed to be giving us more of it, because I swear they did last beta too. You saw so late on yesterday's stream. I fell asleep with the stream open, bro. Man, listen, yesterday was crazy. Like it was so early in the morning for me, man. But hey, we made it work. It was fun, man. It was definitely fun. It was worth, man. It definitely was. But yeah, I know a lot of people, especially like I know like a lot of the people that usually watch me were probably dead tired, because like I said, I didn't wake up till like 3 this afternoon, man, almost. So, yo, what's good, Skylander? How you doing, fam? And oh yeah, Happy New Year to you guys. Yeah, Happy New Year to you as well, Skylander. Appreciate that. You said once I hit Golden Marvel Rivals, I will finally start playing Restart. So I woke up getting ready for work and you were still streaming, bro. Yeah, I was on something yesterday. I don't know what was wrong with me. Because I'm not gonna lie, when I'm enjoying myself, and I think that's just like kind of with anything. When you're enjoying yourself, you're not really thinking about the time. Like if you're playing your favorite game, 7 hours can go by and you're like, holy crap, I've been sitting here for 7 hours. Like that's essentially what happened, basically. Because I was just so in everything, like I didn't actually realize how early in the morning it was, until I looked at my time and it was like 2 a.m. and I was like, oh. And then it was like, as soon as my brain registered that it's 2 a.m., I started actually feeling tired. I was like, oh, that's weird. So yeah, the fatigue didn't kick in right away. But yeah, it was, you know, it was cool. Okay. Was that all 9? Oh, okay, cool. So I took us into 3 rotations. We just got to do Phantom Theater. I actually was able to do Phantom Theater yesterday. Me and the homie Brennan did it. So I wasn't too bad. Is my defense getting cooked? Like, what's happening here? Okay. I'm not doing this yet. I got to do this efficiently. I got to do PvP efficiently. You're supposed to do PvP end of day for your account. Like, you're never supposed to do it right off rip. You said, So you started streaming at 3 a.m. for you? Oh, it was 3 a.m. for you? Oh crap, that's right. I keep forgetting where you're at. You said you stream good Aussie hours. It's 10 a.m. here. Perfect time to watch. Oh, dude, you know, honestly, like, yeah, actually, this is actually my normal time. Yeah, because actually, this is about my normal time I usually would stream. Somewhere like in my region around like what, like 2 p.m., like 3 p.m. around that time. Yeah, it seems to be like kind of more the sweet spot. But like then when I try to add in like like more of the audience that I have from the Eastern side, it gets like it's just all over the place then at that point. So at one point I used to actually do two different streams. Like before I got like more busy, I used to actually do a stream for my for like the Western audience and for those that were able to be up at that time, and then I would do a stream for the Eastern audience. That was super sweaty though. Like that was like I don't know, like, man, like energy drinks wasn't even the word, dude. Like and it was crazy because I just was, I guess, high off life, man. Like it was just straight energy at that time. But that's also like, when was that? That was probably like my third, fourth year doing content creation. So I was just grinding, man. Like it was fun though. He said, when do you sleep? Dude, I sleep, even now, I don't actually sleep that much. And I'm like fairly healthy. I still go to the gym. I do like, I love working out. Not even like, I love working out. Yeah, very healthy. But I also think a lot of the required amount of sleep that you have is, or that you need, a lot of it is based off of like how well you take care of yourself on a regular basis. I take pretty good care of myself. I eat really healthy. It's a lot of factors. I do, like, again, I'm not just in my chair all day. Like I do stream extensive hours, but then I'll still, like I said, I'll still go to the, the gym, or I go running, or I go outside and, do stuff. Like I actually like me and my girlfriend, we'll go play. I don't know if you guys have ever played it, but like pickleball, it's the funnest sport, bro. It sounds kind of stupid, but it's so fun. Like pickleball is extremely fun. Like think of it like, if you've never heard of it before, it's like miniature, not even miniature, but it's like a baby version of tennis, essentially. It's really fun. So like I'll go play that with my my sister, my girlfriend and her fiance, and yeah, it's fun, man. So I always try to tell people, like, I do a ton of gaming, but yeah, man, you got to go touch some grass at some point. You gotta go touch some grass at some point, man. He said High on Life is a decent game. He said sleep is super important. Yeah, it is. He said this is cool, dude. Props for real talk. Nah, I appreciate that. You said summon. I'm not summoning just yet. I mean, to be real, like with you, I'd be summoning to not build anything. Like even if I got something super OP, I just wouldn't build it right now. I can't. I'm working on the team right now. So we got EXP farming in the background. We're yapping, but we're technically almost level 20. Once we get to level 20, then we're gonna be able to do some more content, because then we could actually push more story. Then that pushes us closer to getting to level 25. And then at level 25, we can actually go in and start doing some more gear dungeons, and we can get real sweaty, because now the content is gonna start ramping. And we also are gonna have access to some better gear. So yeah, we on the way. we on the way. And then by then I have some more summons, so that we'll be able to do some more summons. You said I was getting confused on what to do last night with my energy. Main thing, Jason, is that like what me and Daniel were just talking about. You really want to. It's kind of like we kind of have like figured out like what works for like early game, and like as you're progressing in your account. Right now, like for example, we shifted, like I did a little bit of skill up stuff because I had a certain amount for the next skill up that I wanted to do. So I just went and got that. But we're farming EXP right now. This is now considering that the first day for this beta, like you cap at level 18 just about. And at that point, if you were, major decisions kind of min-maxing a little bit, you should have a solidified like set of units that you're investing in. So currently right now I have 2 SSRs that I technically, well, 3 I'm building, but 2 I'm actually investing skill ups into. And then I'm using, who is it? It's 1, 2, yeah, 2. Yeah, I'm using 2 SRs right now. So technically it's more than that. I'm using Gray. I'm gonna revisit Gray because there's something I need to do. So Gray's the third one, and I guess Dorothy, just trying to make her like just usable at this point, just so I could show people that you can use Dorothy if you really wanted to. But yeah, so tons of SLRs that I'm investing in comparison, just because it's easier to scale them up. But the main things that I'm looking at investing in is giving them more levels, right? So scaling them up is important, but the levels give you I would say like one of your most important things you want to do is level your characters. Anything that's going to increase their overall stat values is going to be important. A lot of your base stat values go up, which inherently scales your percentages, or your percentage values. You said don't try to save Dorothy. Bro, he said it's too late. Bro, like because you know what it is. I try to not go too crazy, because I'm like, I know what I could use and just work on those things, but also like to highlight some of the other units. Like, hey, you know, your team comp might feel a little broken, but hey, if you got that freebie, you could still filter this unit and do this, and they can still get the job done. Might not be as great as maybe another unit. Like obviously I got Sania, right? I got Chiaki, right? Like I got the units, but it's like, man, like if you get them, you still got to worry about. I guess technically you do get a selector box. I think, can't remember which one was it. It's either Sania or Chiaki. I think it's Sania in one of the boxes. So yeah, technically you can get Sania from there, but yeah, I still always just try to show those values. You said those. You said she is a good late game. Yeah, once you get her built, like it's like some units have this weird, like they have like this weird gap. Like it's like until you can actually get the gear that you really want to put on them, it's just weird. Wait, is it Chiaki or Sania? I can't remember which one it was. I think, is it Chiaki? And am I actually mixing up the Chiakis? Is it Chiaki the Viol or is it the regular Chiaki? Because I like glanced at that box. I don't even know who I picked. Did I even use the box? I don't even know. I don't even know if I used it. I think I did, but I don't remember who I picked. That's so bad. I know whatever it was, whatever the choices were, I had all three of them already. I think that was the issue I had. Like that's why I don't remember it. You said I forget the names of the SSRs at the moment because new game. No, it's okay. It's all right, no worries. Yo, if you know what they do, maybe I can like maybe pull the names out of a hat. But I mean, yeah, it's cool. It's all good. So you can't get him. You can't get. So wait, who is it? Is it Turn Dot? I know Yang was in the box. I'm trying to think who else was in that box. It was definitely Yang. Was it Turn Dot? He says the girl that has speed up, guy with the dogs, and 118. Okay, so it's Turn Dot. Yeah, so Turn Dot, girl with the speed up. So it's Chiaki the Viol. That's okay. So I'm mixing up the Chiakis. Yeah, it's Chiaki the Viol. Cause then, yeah, it's Yang, Chiaki the Viol. Yo, they give you Chiaki the Viol for free. Wait, what? Like, I looked at that, but I was just like, I already have her. That's why that box just felt so useless to me. I was like, I already have all three of them already. Yeah, because Chiaki Devio is like kind of nasty to have for movement, and her ability makes her one of two units to be able to prevent. Wait, you said the one with the arms around her? Arms around her. Oh, no, not Chiaki. It's Kazuyo. Yo, okay, yeah, okay. You're right. It was the sleeper Kazuyo. That's who it was. It was the sleeper Kazuyo. Yeah, so it was this Kazuyo the Revere. They changed the box. That's what's getting me right now. I think they changed the box. I'm pretty sure it was Kazuyo the Revere in there. I think it's Kazuyo the Revere, because when I looked at the box, I was like, she's new, so they just added her in there. I think it was Young, Kazuyo Revere, and Turn Dot. That's who it was. I was like, yo, this is like mad weird. She's new. I was like, I didn't think they were gonna add her to the box because she definitely wasn't in the box. I'm telling you, I think Sania or Chiaki was in the box last beta. I think that's what's getting me right now. So it was not her. So I was like, okay, well, there's that. Well, she's good too. She's good too. She works. She works. Let's see. All right, we're almost level 20. So I think we just got to do one more run of that, and then we're good. Yeah, I'm telling you, I think there was a healer in there before. It was definitely a healer in there because I was like, I remember that. If not in the first box, I'm pretty sure it was another box. I think we got 2 boxes because I remember. I think it might have been you, Daniel, that was asking me about the second choice box. I think we got. I'm pretty sure it was 2 boxes last beta. I just don't remember at what points you get them. I know the other one was early. Yo, what's good, Sion? How you doing, bro? Yeah, I don't remember, bro. Cause it's like and it's also kind of like and that's what I've been telling everybody. That's like, hey, is this gonna stay the same for release? I'm like, bro, it's beta, bro. Like something could be away right now, and then they could just like 180 it on release, and now it's different. So it's like, for what we know, it's the way it is, but it's subject to change. Everything is subject to change. A character's kit is subject to change. I think it was 2, bro. I'm almost certain it was 2, but remember, it was like, I feel like we got it so much later in level investment on our account. Like, it had to be somewhere around the point of like, what, level 30 plus by the time we got that one? So Zox is subject to change? Yeah, all of it. Yeah, it's all subject to change, man. So, yeah, that's that's just the game, man. That's the only thing that does, like, kind of suck sometimes. Like, it's just things are subject to change. So unit could be a certain way, and then they're just not on the official release, or resources could be a certain way. That's why I don't like, if you guys pay attention to what I keep saying, I keep telling you guys, I'm like, hey man, listen, it's like, I'm telling you, don't formulate an expectation upon the resources that we're getting now being a part of official release, because these resources are 100% intended for testing purposes. I think even now, no one can 100% say what the progression like loop is going to be for official release, because every beta we've gotten basically expedited resources to help us like play the game and test things out. So like we were able to hit level 50 in 2 weeks in CBT 3. I don't think that's going to be the case on release. I just don't see how, just because we're going to have to probably like weigh the value of things a little bit differently. Like you might not be stamina refilling as much, because we have to now actually consider for official release, what is your stamina refill cap gonna be at if you're free to play, and what weekly resources is gonna look like per week or per reset for or issuing out of resources for like Hydra crystals from like PvP and stuff like that. So that's like a big thing that like has to be like reassessed, just so that like, you know, everybody actually knows like what they can do realistically. In the beta, nobody cares, because it's like the whole point is for you to progress, and so, you know, so you can actually build stuff on your account. But in official release, it's going to be definitely about making the most out of your, like, and to really try to min-max the stuff on your account so that you can get more opportunities to like get the things that you want and stuff like that. But I think progression is still going to be important. People are still probably going to be doing refills. I just know it's not going to be as fast. I know it's not, because even the amount of summons we get in each of these betas is no way. not on official release. Like you can almost have like in like 3 days of getting resources during the beta, you can almost have like every unit. I think there was some people that like basically had almost every unit off of just like 3 days of currency that they gave. Like it's like super fast, and it's like if you're really unlucky, you still might have a solid amount of units in the game. But it gets to be where it's like, all right, I got everything. You I love PvP mode where you get bands, etc. Yeah, there's band picks that you can set. You can you obviously have band protect, which is really nice. So you can like guarantee you have a character that you can bring into the fight with you. But yeah, it's definitely something that I'm pretty sure they're gonna evolve and build on more. So I'm excited to see some more of the stuff they do with it. You said you playing free to play, or Is that supposed to be pay to win? I'm gonna actually have. I usually, for my content and how I play games, usually I run more than one account. I usually run two accounts. One is always free to play, and one might be more spendy. Depending on what the game's spending like thing is. Primarily, a lot of times I do that because of the nature of like creating YouTube, so like creating stuff on YouTube. It's like required and necessary to be able to showcase the value of brand new units, which requires you to be a spender. A lot of the times, you're not really like you're just not going to get every single unit free to play. It's just what it is. You might be that one lucky guy, but not everybody's that lucky, right? So, yeah, that's just for that like whole aspect of like, okay, showcasing units. But I like doing free to play series. That's like something I really do like to do. And that's a huge part of like I really felt like has been a huge part of my success as a creator. Specifically with this channel, I think my free to play series have been like the biggest videos I've had, from beginner guides to clearing dungeons with the lower rarity units. Like I think actually one of my longest streams I've ever done that wasn't a like marathon or a subathon or anything like that. It was a 17-hour stream of me trying to make a 2-star unit work in like super Endgame. Like, some people remember this stream because it was a 2-star that we had that was able to do something similar to one of the Nat 5 stars in the game. And I sat there for 17 hours trying to get that unit to work. And I actually did get it to work, but it took a long time. Like, but I like that type of stuff. You know, even when I was covering Weather and Waves, my playthrough on that was I was just playing with low rarity units, and I was fighting everything with just the freebie low rarity units that they gave you. I wasn't actually using any of the 5-star units or any of that, and I was progressing through all the content fine. Was it a little bit harder and more sweaty? Absolutely. Like it was very like I'm talking about squeezing damage into every second. Like it was like every second counted, but it was so much fun for me. So I like that type of content. Even though I have been known to be a spender, I usually prefer to do things harder. It's just kind of how I like to play the games I play. He's like chilling, just pushing content, bro. Yeah, I'm not even streaming that long today, son. We got some grinding to do, man. Like, man, there's some stuff I really want to play. But like, yeah, I just try to get the day 2 grind over with, get to level 20, and then once I get to level 20, then I mean not even level 20, but once I burn my stamina, then I'll be kind of chilling. And then I actually gotta prepare some stuff. You said, I used to be a big spender dolphin, but with age comes bills. Yeah. You said how you get 700 stamina, by the way? Max refill stamina. Just in here. Just max refill it. During the beta, that's what we do. We just max refill it because EXP is going to stamina, and using your stamina is going to give you the fastest progression push for your account level. Account level basically is like the most important thing for you to unlock content. That's from the story to new challenge stages, all that. Like you have to be constantly increasing your account level. So you said bro likes to make every gacha game an Elden Ring playthrough. Bro, no, for no reason too. But isn't that more entertaining to watch though? Like, isn't that more entertaining to watch? Like, wouldn't you rather watch your favorite gacha, but the Elden Ring version of it, right? Like, that sounds fun. I mean, and usually I notice you guys like watching your favorite streamers go through pain. I don't know. You guys are like masochists or something. So, like, this just is what it is, I guess. Yo, what's up, Chibi? You said the Word of Etheria. Haven't heard of this one. Fun so far? Dude, I've played just about almost every beta. I've enjoyed every single one. Seeing the game evolve, seeing the strats and QOLs being added to the game, it's been fun, man. I've enjoyed every single moment I've been able to play this game. Like, seriously. And that was like, and keep in mind, like, I'm not just saying that, right? Because like I literally was, so I've been, and that's homie Scion actually is another creator here. He also makes Etheria Restart content too. We were probably like, I think like probably like as far as creators that have sizable channels, like yeah, like really the only two that were just like making videos, and like the visibility of the game just wasn't there because everything was happening on the TWC inside. So for us, creating content on the game wasn't necessarily like a lucrative thing to do. Like I knew making videos on this game, especially at those times, wasn't going to make me a ton of money. Like it's, you know, betas and stuff like that. But I felt like it was a cool project. I felt like what they were doing was something that we just haven't had in a long time. Like we don't normally get a lot of PvP based games. So it was just cool to see a game that was like willing to try to like live on the wild side. A lot of companies are actually genuinely scared to do PvP based games, and not even scared, they don't want to. PvP based games require a lot more work and effort because there's always a constant need for balance. Balancing and upkeeping units and kits and all that stuff is a entire ton of work. Like that is a lot of work. And if you notice, most games, I can name like 30 of them right now. They're all mainly single player PvE experiences that might have some sort of competitive nature. Like maybe they might have a leaderboard, but a lot of times they don't really harp on directly having PvP in the game. And you'll notice that with a lot of the much bigger games in the market for mobile game, they don't really focus on PvP because that requires much more balance, you know? You said I'm doing that global too because Dupe's not helping you. But your account level and power are forever. Yeah, exactly, bro. That's what I was like trying to tell everyone. With even the shop, like, there's no point in buying those Animus tickets because you're gonna buy a dupe and be mad because it doesn't do anything. Like, yeah, it doesn't do anything. It's most definitely. I like to see you suffer. That's so messed up, man. Like that's just so messed up. But yeah, so yeah, I genuinely have had fun with the game. And for me, it's been cool. Like I know like that, you know, obviously there's gonna be comparisons and stuff like that. But like I think like for me personally, like what kind of drew me into the game, there was like certain elements of it that made me feel like it was like influenced by like Persona. Obviously some of my favorite games, dude. Like I like, and anybody that's here will tell you, like I like E7, I like Summoner's War, for what it's worth as far as turn-based gacha games. And so to see a game that kind of has some elements of each of those, and that's going to be the start. It's cool. Like I think it's cool to like see a game that has the start be the way it is in comparison to like those games like where they're at now. They're in actually some pretty solid spots comparatively to where they were initially, but it took them, you know, 3, 4, 5 years to get to those things, right? So it's cool to see that they're like thinking and keeping those things in mind. Like let's just start players out with a lot of these things, so that they can have a much better experience versus like you get thrashed for 2 years and then 2-3 years and then the game eventually gets, you know, to become more free to play. So yeah, that's just something I was just kind of looking at, to be honest. Let me see. Boom. Dude, I hope my girlfriend brings me my oatmeal chocolate chip cookie, bro. I might be kind of like sad if she doesn't. Like, cause she said she was gonna bring it, but now I don't know. You said overruled that many overlook. Yeah, that's very true. It said, I think I have a decent grasp on the game. Now I just need to figure out in-game builds when I get there. I'm gonna be honest, like 8-bit, bro, like in-game builds and getting the in-game, like I would say the easiest way of like getting to that point, like, is as long as you just are like playing consistently, you're gonna ease into in-game stuff. Like it's gonna make it your process much easier. You're gonna I think like one thing that like I noticed that would be very overwhelming, like if I was to just go and start showing you guys all in-game stuff, you would be so overwhelmed because the gear and like all that stuff, like you'd be sitting there like, well, but how am I supposed to get to that? Like it would be it's just way too overwhelming. So like building yourself up and you just progressively, as you're shifting pieces out, you're gonna start putting stuff together anyway. And yeah, that's very true. Daniel's 100% right. We don't have enough time to even figure out, realistically for this beta specifically too, you won't have enough time to really get into in-game and really start to understand like those builds and like even like when you're starting to talk about in-game, like dude, we're talking about now. You got characters like max skills and like, and I would say like you, even the last betas, we might have maybe like grazed maybe early in game. Like maybe that wasn't even true end game. Like true end game is like you got the perfect pet for the build you want, with the right road passives, with the right modules. Each of your modules more than likely having the optimized stat values you're going for, at least as close as you can possibly get it to. You know, obviously having enough matrices to fulfill your set bonuses that you're trying to go for. I think optimally, a character in in-game could technically have 3 fulfilled sets, but it would have to be a 12 bonus set, or a 12 matrix bonus set, an 8 matrix bonus set, and a 6 matrix bonus set. The problem is that 6 matrix bonuses are completely super in-game. That's like, that comes from Cataclysm, and Cataclysm is like the last difficulty, and yeah, good luck. Like that's that's an insane place to be, because your units not only need to be extremely built, but on top of the attribute advantage to disadvantage system that already exists in the game, you literally have a increased effect. So like, for example, you cannot bring reason units into here. There's a extra 100% damage that they take if they are a reason attribute. So you're not just getting cooked by the fact that you're already a disadvantaged attribute, which you'll be able to get away with in some of the earlier stages, right? But once you get here, now it's like your units need to be built. Like, and then the other thing is too, you'll notice here at the bottom, you also have to be account level 50. So like, mind you, last CBT, it took us 2 weeks to get to account level 50. Like, it took us a full 2 weeks. And that, again, is considering an expedited CBT where we had more resources to make that happen. So realistically, that's why you don't really see me making too many videos talking about like, yeah, man, you totally want to have Swift Raid set. Nobody's even going to see this set. Like, nobody's going to have it. Like, so it makes no sense to really talk about it right now. But when the time comes, as people really, you know, start to get closer to getting those gear sets, then you'll start to see more of that. Like, okay, let's start kind of building our units and shifting into those sets. You know, and so it's just the progressive nature of the game. I'm trying to make sure that, at least with the content that I present, I'm trying to follow the progressive nature of the game as close as I possibly can, just so that it's just not a whole bunch of content that's just out there that nobody can actually get to. Because realistically, that's just what it is. It's just like, again, like you have to be 35 for Inferno, Inferno 4, right? So like, that's a lot of EXP and leveling that you have to do in between Inferno 4 to Cataclysm. That's 15 entire levels, and EXP values go up per level that you level. So it's that, right? Like, it's the grind. It's the grind, man. But once you get there, you know, just like with any game, it becomes a little bit more auto-friendly. Like, you just kind of, you'll get on, you do your dailies, you do like whatever content resets and stuff like that. It's just like any other gacha in that way. And then obviously we have the RTA, PvP, stuff like that. I think what we might be seeing possibly for release, I think that's when they might decide to actually showcase more of the Union versus Union content. Because there's no, it's technically visible, like the widget to click on it, but you can't actually, like, you obviously can't access it right now. Alright, let's see. Nope. Yo, he almost caught me. Wait, can they see you now if they... Oh, okay, no, you're still like completely... Okay, that's cool. Good slap. Alright, there we go. Ooh, I think it's a fight. You said need God Rose for 3 sets? Yeah, it's a lot, bro. But that's why I said, like, I'm not trying to... I don't want to overwhelm people with making them feel like that's something that they have to try to achieve right now. It's just like, this is even going to be really nice for like the progression in like RTA and PvP. It's not going to be all these just super oppressive people just off rip, which is nice. Ooh, you know what? Nah, I don't even. It's no point using Fangus here when I can just AoE. Let's go, Lilith. 185 pulls, 2 Hoyans, and a Doki Doki. How's my luck? That's okay. That's okay. Bro, I've been seeing people like just straight up face roll double Supreme units like multis back to back. I'm like, bruh, like what is going on? The rates, the pulls do feel like they're boosted somewhat for the beta, man. It's crazy because I'm like, yo, it's so consistent. Like even me last night, like I pulled Lilith and Messiah in the same pull. Like I was just like, and then I pulled another Messiah like a multi or two after. I was just like, yeah, I don't know, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh, hold on one sec, chat. All right, sorry about that, fam. I was getting a call from my girlfriend. He said, how do you get the red things to level Leon to 6-star? The shop, and then I just fused up. So there's a synthesized system that exists in the game. So you can essentially get like a whole bunch of like the blue portraits, the purple portraits, the gold portraits. I was doing the hyperlink charter, which is the mission, like guided mission quest is essentially what we're gonna call it at this point, because it's basically what it is. I was doing that, and I basically I synthesized them up to create the dupes that I needed to take her to 6-star. He said, you said race aren't boosted, counts are just seeded. That's also a possibility too. He said multis back to back. I'm just gonna. He said I'm going to 20 pulls before pity. Damn. Well, wait. What banner are you pulling on though? Oh, is that just standard banner? You said you thought it was downgrading them? No, it fuses up. Yeah, the synthesized fuses up. I'm hoping that actually might be kind of cool. I actually need to double check that because I don't know if it actually does it the opposite way. But yeah, you are able to actually fuse up. Oh, standard? Dang. I mean, that's not all bad, I guess, because it's not all bad. It's not too bad, you know. Like that's the other thing too. Like this game's pity is actually like realistically, it's not that bad, bro. Like, it's not bad. And soft pity kicks in at what, 50 pulls? It starts ramping from there. Ooh. Just turn around, sir. Okay. It was like he almost instantly knew I was there. I don't like that. Oh. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I really like this QOL where they made it to where you could just if you ambush them, they just insta die, so you don't have to fight them. He's like, what's the banner to pull on today? I mean, it's honestly kind of whatever you want. I mean, a lot of people are just pulling standard because it just gives them more of an opportunity to test stuff out. But like, if you like some people that want to maybe focus PvP a little bit more, they might try to pull close. And she has her own banner, but keep in mind that's like just her. You don't have access to the other units, so you could maybe get lucky and pull her on the standard banner as well, because she is in there. But yeah, on average, I think more people are just gonna pull standard just because one is the beta and they're just trying to get more stuff on their account to just have things to play test. Ooh, out of here. Yo, he was not supposed to turn around that fast. Potion. You said you went to standard and got her twice anyway? What the heck? Yo, I need her just once at this point. I just need her once. Yeah, I just need her one good time. 'Cause she's just insane. Like she's just that girl. She's that girl, bro. An opener, OP. Hey yo, this camera angle is different. Now that's a different camera angle. Okay. Nah, they really, yo, this is, you know what this angle is making me feel like? You know those VR games where it's like that camera angle is hilarious to me. You said, you said you just pulled Valerian. Is that a good thing though, Penguin? Like, are you happy about that? You said, why is he off a perk? Man, that's a funny angle though. That's funny. You said I got hurt and cracking on defense for pretty people not knowing better. Bro, it's yo. I was saying that earlier because somebody was like, "Oh, I'm gonna take your spot in PvP," and I'm like, "That's fine. I'm gonna just make a team comp on my defense so I can farm you guys in my sleep because like yo, it's crazy how many points you can rack up in your sleep just because like people just don't actually know. Like even like they'll see a unit and be like, oh, there's no way I'm gonna lose that. And it's like, well, you're sadly mistaken because this guy's actually nice in this comp. So yeah, a lot of people. I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel like there's been much really said about Kraken, so yeah, that's gonna throw off a lot of people, 1000%. It is. Wait, do we? Yeah, we opened that. He said, gotta make dinner and I'll come here. All right, no worries, Brendan, you're all good, man. Definitely take care of the fam. I feel you. You're a family man, you know. Shout out to all the family men and women that's in the chat. Priorities first over gotcha. I feel you. You said yeah, like shields. Okay, yeah, so yeah. And then the other thing that's nice about her is that you can like, so she's an HP equalizer, you know, or balancer, so you could just put her on the team comp with someone that like you stack a ton of HP on. And then that kind of can be utilized as far as like a form of like restoration of health if it gets to your health once you get past that defensive layering of shield. So yeah, like that's like what makes her really cool is that she kind of gives you both of those elements. You said went 15-1 on defense with Solence as bait. Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's so funny. Because I'm like, yeah, you thought you were about to farm me. No, you know what's crazy? What I thought was funny. So yesterday when I was doing the PvP matches, I fought one dude and I lost to him, right? But that was just because I was just showing PvP. Like, I really wasn't taking it serious. I should have been because I'm aware of the fact of like what that does in ranking, but it's beta. But it was funny because like maybe an hour after that happened, he went to fight my defense and he lost to it. And I was like, I just started laughing because I was just like, yo, I was like, he probably was like, oh, he already lost to me, so I'm going to be able to beat him again. And when he went to go try to fight my defense, I was like, absolutely not. So this is like, I completely changed my defense. And I made it to where it was, what did I have on my defense last night? Because I changed it again this morning. I think what I did was I think I put more bulk on my my gray. I did something funky like that. But it was just funny to me because I was like, dang, I already know what he was thinking. Let me see. Wait, oh, sorry, Kai, I didn't realize. I'm sorry, I like completely overlooked that. You said how to defeat Nightmare Dorothy at the Anisync Echoes. Which one is Dorothy? Because I think I might be on. I think I'm on Messiah. I think I finished Messiah. I don't know. I don't remember if I did Dorothy. I'm gonna check it though. I'll check it for you. Because which one is before that one? Wait, what level are we though? Dang, they grinding over there. All right. Boom.
信号はすぐこの先よ。
I can't remember what boss is in this one, and it's clear. It clearly shows you on the shell bosses, but
少し気になるわね。道が途切れた。でも幸いスクレープノードが露出してる。それを使ってハインリヒの信号。
oh Daniel, you know what fight is gonna be funny to see people react to? The fight with Hellkid, man. That's gonna be funny. I'm not gonna say anything else about that, but that's gonna be funny. Cause I think that fight right there, that was something. that was something. Oh, it won't let me double? Okay, that's fine. Oh, it gave me her as a trial. Okay.
ダメ。絶対に連れて帰るから。
Goodbye.
気をつけてね。
それ一味加えてやろうか。
We don't like last word. Like last word, I just that ability, man.
大丈夫。
Oh, let me check something real quick. Is it this one? I don't know why both of them are off. Well, we'll
ハ
see.
インリヒに免じて。
You said Opal is so strong?
次
Bro,
は甘くない。
I'm telling you, like yo, Opal's great, man. he's actually a really fun Animus, man. All right, so we got chapter 7 done. Level 20. Here we go. All right, so
目が利く人。
悪巧みしてないよ。本当だもん。
近づいて。
ねえ、バルーンさんに挨拶して。
is it how you hit 20 so fast? Just burn the EXP in the background while I do stuff. You can double up on your farm. So max refilling stamina, and then I try to keep something going in the background, and then I'm also still doing other dungeons at the same time. So it just doubles up your usage. So you can be like, for example, like let's say I was able to keep up with my auto clear. I could be, instead of spending the, for every 10 runs on auto, I'm spending 10 stamina per run. I could be spending 20 by time, for each run while that's going on in the background. So it's just essentially doubling up on the value of me farming. Yo, what's up, Violet? How you doing, fam? Alright, let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, we need that.
いつもイ
Alright,
カレ
we're
野郎とか
gonna
言わ
mess
れてる
around
け
with
どよ。
Fangus a little
こ
bit.
ちとらこれでしょ。
Actually trying to think, do I want to save it? I do. Actually, I lied. We're gonna save it. We are gonna do though.
近づいてきた。
悪巧みバイオリン競争曲第3番が好きなんです。
I might need to actually build up a healer for
誰も一緒に奏でてくれなくて。私の鞘に触れるなよ。
for the co-op content and for union battle. Like now I'm thinking about it, I think I do
い
need
つ
to
も
do
イカ
that.
レ野郎。
It says, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's super simple. Like it's nothing crazy. So like now I'm about to start that process again. Because now I'm at my next level cap point, which is level 23 that I need to get to. And yeah, that'll be the next progression. Wait, what? What happened? Oh, you know what? I forgot I was doing that. Like, oh, hold on, chat. run. All right, we're back. Let's see. You said I spoke to you in the game chat before. It was nice seeing you in there. So I'm not gonna lie, I really like the game so far. I just hope it gains the traction it deserves before full release. How's people in the chat finding it? Oh yeah, honestly, that is actually good to know. I'm actually interested in knowing that too. I don't know. I will say, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like with most games. They're probably gonna have like a marketing campaign and like do pre-registration and all that stuff. I don't think they were really. It didn't really seem like they were trying to market the beta like that. I think maybe a little bit, but not as far as like, oh, we're doing like a full send release type of vibe. Knowing XD though, they do fairly well when it comes to marketing. Yeah, they do fairly well when it comes to marketing. So we'll probably see more of that stuff whenever they decide to drop us that God tier, you know, official release date. All right, so let's see. We're gonna do. Oh, I think we can actually push more EXP too. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So yeah, we're gonna get to the higher EXP threshold. We'll put that one on auto.
Oh yeah? 戦うんですか?
怖いよ。聞いて。バルーンさん、奴らをやっつけて。
はあ?
炎はすべての罪を燃やし尽くす。
That's kind of a necessary skill 3, but hey, we'll take it.
燃えろ。
大丈夫。
はあ?
Yo, Rahu is so broken, dog. I don't even have him built the way I want yet. He's already critting almost 10k, which is nuts.
それ. はあ?
You said the celebrity RTA tournament thing was good to see. You can tell it'll be booming if they keep doing tournament stuff like that. Give people incentive to try it out as well. Yeah, we're having there's a tournament actually happening in a day, so I'm actually gonna be in this next tournament, which is it's gonna be cool. And yeah, so yeah, that's what I want. I want more representation in the tournament personally. I think that would just be healthy for the space. But yeah, this is something that I really feel like if they do that right, that could be a really cool thing to see in the community.
即戦即決。
大丈夫。あらら、引っかかった。
Okay. Yeah, she just does way too much damage. Like.
あなたには償ってもらいましょうか。
燃えろ。
聞いて。
はあ?
Yeah, once I get the rotations, I think honestly it's definitely a skill up investment to be able to full send 3-star. That and some luck maybe. Might take Chiaki out to throw in another DPS. Just to make this a little faster.
大丈夫。
炎はすべての罪を燃やし尽くす。敵がまだいるかもしれない。
Yeah, 104. I'm literally not getting 3 stars, but like 4 seconds, bro. Man. You said, how are you yourself finding it? Will it end up being one of your main gachas? It's actually currently one of the only gachas I play. I only play one other gacha currently. And that gacha is purely for fun. It's just because I like the anime, so I'm currently playing that gacha. But yeah, I've been my community knows I've been planning to try this game out, and not even just try it, but actually to cover it. I've been telling them for almost 2 years now that this was going to be a game that was going to be mainstay on the channel and that I was going to be covering. So yeah, I'm going to be playing it. Yeah, 1000%. Let me see.
それ.
聞いて。バルーンさん、奴らをやっつけて。
Yo, what's good, True XG? How you doing, fam?
蘇れ
これがあなたの価値そのものです。
大丈夫。
燃えろ
はあ
手強いやつだ
Sorry, chat. I was reading the world chat.
それ
There was a name that just stuck out to me for some reason, but
手強
I'm
い
gonna
やつ
ignore it for now.
いや
聞いて。あらら、引っかかった。
Yeah, we gotta do Phantom Theater too.
はあ
All right, there we
お
go.
得意様ですから
Alright,
次回は
110.
割引させていた
Yeah, I might throw another DPS in there. Let's see. Okay, so now we can do this. Do. All right.
即戦即決
Let's see. So yeah, we'll auto with this team. Just call it a day. I'm a dip, and we're gonna go do something else. All right, so let's see what else we got. Shells. I don't think anything else is opened up. 23. The next one opens up. This one's fun. Yeah, this dungeon's pretty fun. Whitney is actually pretty annoying too. Let's see. Doki Doki. I think we're still locked. Yeah, so 25 still locked. I can try to clean up the run maybe a little bit. Oh wait, actually, I lied. Hold on, let me look at this. Is that one specific content is Rin good at? So Rin does a couple of different things. She's buff and debuffs. I know what her attribute is reason. So I know she works well in like some of the shell content. I think she performs pretty solidly against Terra Matan. Because Terra Matan is actually a whatchamacallit, whoa, hold on, let me get my attributes. I don't want to say green. Hollow attribute, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Terra Matan is this one. He's hollow. I'm pretty sure Ren is reason. So she has attribute advantage here. Really good with the AoE. I think it was a defense break. Which again, when you're fighting this, you might have to do some weird stuff for a little bit until you can like seamlessly clear this, because the right side, like I don't want to call this dragon head, but I guess mechanic like head or dragon serpent. The right side, wait, hold on, is that, well, I guess technically it'd be your left. I guess, yeah, it'd be the left side, I guess, your left. The left side one basically is going to be a defense breaker, kind of like nuking serpent head. The other one is dangerous and has actually more HP threshold, but it's going to be turn strike or strike prepping, not turn strike, strike prepping, pushing the boss more. So what I was doing like initially, like when I was trying to like filter my team and just kind of adjust them, I would get rid of the right head first, just because this could like kill you. And the gimmick with this fight is that if you get killed or somebody dies, it pushes the boss up turn meter further. So when that happens, he also goes into like this like AoE mechanic, and it just like essentially procs a defense break on you, speed down. Like it's just terrible. So yeah, her she actually really helps out a lot with that. I know the other thing, I'm trying to remember what else it is she has in her kit. Something else that she does really well. Defense up. Yeah, defense up and shield. So like this is a character when, what beta was that? That was CBT 3. Yeah, so last CBT I actually used Ren. I paired her up with my Rahu. So basically she has the AoE taunt too. So she's actually another unit that you can use in replacement of like Tiamat. So Tiamat is the only other, like, if I'm not mistaken, I think she's one of 2 AoE taunters in the entire game. But she also has another bonus or gimmick that I feel like really makes Rahu work well, is that she's a defense scaler. That's the big thing with her gimmick. So defense scaling in her kit is huge, which means basically she can do more damage, so she does hit fairly hard. She essentially is tankier, and because she gives a defense up buff, that is doing two different things. It's giving her more damage and then also making her tankier. It's the same thing with Rahu. That's why I like Rahu so much, because Rahu technically is he's a DPS, right? But he's a defense scaling DPS. So if you give him the same things like crit damage, defense, he's still gonna be like hitting stuff extremely hard. But the thing about that is that he's also then tanky on top of that. So yeah, it's like kind of thinking about those types of things with comps. Like she just kind of can help out with like your sustain on your comp and reducing the amount of damage that you take. So that's like a huge thing with Ren. I played Ren a lot more probably in CBT2, but she's been relatively the same. They didn't change anything on her. You said who's the best 3-star healer? Ooh. That would have to go to between, I would feel like Valerian and maybe, dang, that one's kind of hard because I feel like they all have something different. I feel like Valerian might be between Valerian and maybe Sania. Chiaki is also good too, dude. That's kind of a loaded question a little bit because they all do things well, and like for example, like Sania can revive, but also Valerian can do it too, but she also HP balances. She also gives shield. Sania can, like, I guess has a little bit more direct potent healing, but her resurrection is pretty solid. I think her resurrection also comes with a strike push as well. I think it does come with a strike meter push. I'm trying to remember. Oh, it's cooldown, not strike push. It comes with a cooldown. I'm trying to think. She purifies debuffs too. That's another big thing with her gimmick. Chiaki has damage reduction though in her kit with her Origami Guardian. That helps you. It actually makes it easier for you to reduce damage with her on the team as support. So you get the AoE heal, you get the damage reduction, and then you also have the single target heal with her. So I would say, like, out of all of them, even Dorothy like later on ends up being kind of nasty because she's an attack scaling healer. And she also will take any of that, like, so for example, it says when the turn starts, heals the target for 80% of Dorothy's attack with any excess healing converted into shield at a 60% ratio. So when you are able to scale her more, that actually makes her much better later on. Because you're not able to scale values like attack nearly as high as you would like to in the early game, you don't really see as much immediate value in that. But later on, that's going to scale a lot. Like, you're going to get a lot of value from her ability. And then on top of that, she can also remove debuffs from a target as well. And I think it's specifically it goes up to, I think, all once you have it maxed up. So realistically, any of these can work. It just depends on what you're doing. Like, some content, like Dorothy, would just be kind of a neutral unit to bring in because she's a whatchamacallit, I guess a Supreme Light unit. But then Sania is kind of nasty too for both PvP. She works in PvE because again she also revives. So a lot of people will use like as far as like things to go against her, they'll bring like an extinction unit. So Hoyan is probably going to be something you would see against her, or like a Chloros or something like that to prevent her from being able to bring people back because she can completely 180 fights. She's actually very annoying, especially if she's in like a more tankier comp. Yeah, that could not go well for you. And the same thing with like Chiaki, pretty good for PvE. I've seen a few people use her in PvP, and again, it's just a damage reduction and heal together. So they all do like something different. And then of course you have Valerian, who also is, I think, one of 2 units currently that can sleep. So that's another big thing. You pair her up with like the brand new unit, Kazuyo the Revere. That's actually pretty insane just because Kazuyo passive makes it to where she doesn't wake anyone that's sleep, which basically makes it to where sleep is just essentially a damage increase for her. So it's a 25% damage taken increase because she doesn't actually, she can't wake anything when she hits them. And then on top of that, she can also reduce their strike prep as well, so she can push them back. So it's like a lot of different reasons as to what or why, depending on the combinations you make, that would make a specific unit a better choice for you. But they're all really good. They're all really, really good, to be honest. So that's why I said it's a little loaded, because it's like they all can relatively, like if you're just saying like I need a healer, they can all do the job. But then you would have to factor into like what specific content you're doing, what the attribute is that you're dealing with, and like what the rest of your team is, essentially. You said, how do you get 5-star card? How do you get the 5 red cards for Leon? So where I got mine off from is I got a huge chunk of them from synthesizing. So I got like the lower rarity 2-star portraits here for clearing these basic trials and stuff like that they have here, or missions. I was getting the purple shadow prints as well. And that's not just from her mission, but also from this one as well. So the Commission Chronicles you also have the shell tuning that gives it as well. And then you also have the module modification. So I'm doing all 4 of these things, like just rotating them basically, right? I was stacking those resources up. I went into the shops. So you have a couple of shops that are accessible to you. You have obviously, I went over packs earlier, but you're of course going to be able to get some of the copies required from here. You're going to be buying stuff out of the Union shop. I think the things that I bought, obviously 3 shadow purple prints here that you're able to take advantage of. You have another one that sells it at a quantity of 2 as well. So I bought both of those. Try to remember where else I got them from. Oh, I bought the one here in the from doing my gacha pulls, because realistically, the dupe of Leon, you're not gonna go for that. You're just not. The perfect tights obviously is a big thing that you could aim for in here, but again, I'm like just kind of valuing like what value I get immediately versus what I am going to be farming later on. I feel like skills kind of come like after you are able to kind of get some of those values up for certain things, for like your base values at least, as far as like star rarity. So I got the red shadow print from out of here. And then I bought some of the orange shadow prints out of here as well. So I bought 3 of them to be specific. And then I'm trying to think. I haven't bought anything in here yet because I'm actually going to be saving my PvP tickets to buy the perfectly tights out of here first. And the reason why I did it this way is because technically getting 4,000 anima or even 3,000 anima is like quite a bit of pulls. Realistically, you can get that over the next couple of days, but I wasn't willing to wait for that. So that's that. But yeah, that's basically where I got it from. And then, you go into the character. Whenever you're about to upgrade them, I think I have a character at star upgrade. It pulls up the star screen, and then you'll see on the bottom left side, there's the synthesis button. If you have enough copies for you to be able to take the rarity up, it will just auto synthesize the quantity that you need. And then it will, you can just hit like quick add, or I actually think when you synthesize it, it just adds it to the character. But yeah, that, or you can just hit quick add and then you take the character up essentially, and then you just got to re-level them again. And just to kind of explain that too, like when you do level characters in this game, their stats don't drop, they just continue to go up. So the only thing that drops is the re-leveling of the character, which you level them back up, but their stats are always constantly going up. So they don't like reset, go back to 1, and then their scaling hits higher when they, say hit like level 40 from like 30 to 40. The stat actually will, the level or the star upgrading itself increases their base stats, and then the leveling continues to increase them. And then when you take them up to 6-star, their stats go up again from star grading them, and then you level them, and then that takes up their stats even further. So yeah, that's essentially how it works. But yeah, that's how I did it. Offer it. Like just and I did that basically yesterday because I had her 6-star last night. So you said when's the CBT close? The 20th of this month. You said, are the 5 gold summons worth it? Wait, you talking about the ones in the shop? In my opinion, not really, because like for what I at least am aiming for, at least my advice, I always tell people, hey, you're free to do what you want to do, right? If you want the chance, and that's what I kind of look at. I look at what's a chance of versus what's guaranteed to, right? So getting the 5 gold summon cards for the light dark banner is a chance of you getting something good versus me buying the shadow prints is guaranteed to make my unit stronger, right? So it's just that mentality, right? I feel like for free to play, that's usually the route you want to go, because again, it was something that I actually seen a little while ago. Is that the idea that you're always going to be like what happens with a lot of gachas is that a lot of us will see someone that's lucky, and we all feel like we will be lucky, but that's kind of like the trick in itself, is like to make everybody feel that they're lucky, so then they'll go and spend resources to like get that chance. But it's like realistically, that guy was just lucky, but he's gonna have a time where he's unlucky, right? So it's kind of playing within the parameters of like just playing like safe and smart is just going to give you better progression. And then later on, if you have the excess, that's always just going to be there, right? Like you can go back and get that, but now you're able to clear stuff. You're progressing better. So it's just a little bit more of a feels bad safeguard, essentially. Because like it would feel bad like if you got those tickets and you still see the shadow print there, but you no longer have the currency to get them, and then you say you do get shafted on those summons. Yeah, it wouldn't feel great. So I would just say progression over everything at that point. Unless again it's something that you just have abundance of, and I think what we have 500 tickets, and I think that alone, is that even for the tickets? I think that's even Hydra Crystals, which I feel like should be going into, yes, 1,200 Hydra Crystals. I mean, realistically, if you want to, you could, but I would say everything I'm dumping into stamina. Because I don't remember, I remember we did get capped at some point on Hydra Crystals that they gave. So I don't remember what exactly it was, but you're spending relatively, what, 960 a day? So, yeah, if you do the math on that, that's essentially what you're taking away from your account is about a day and some change worth of stamina for the beta right now. So it just all depends on what you want to do. You can do whatever really realistically in the beta though, I'm be honest. So you said, how do you get shadow imprint? Can you farm them or only buy them? So the way you get shadow imprints normally is going to be via content that is farmable. So things like arena, you're going to be getting them out of here. You're going to be getting them from first time clears. There's guided mission quests that you can get them from. You are going to be able to get them from different events that the game has. So they completely have eliminated the whole concept of farming fodder, right? Like some games you might be familiar with, they might have called it farming doggos, right? So they don't have that in this game. And so basically what it is that like even as you're clearing content, these are things that you might come across that will drop. There's content that will drop gacha tickets. There's content that will drop, Hydra crystals. There's content that will drop prints, especially the deeper you get into the game. And so with those things, they have a synthesized system. So the synthesized system allows you to, once you accumulate X amount of, say, the lowest rarity, you can then fuse up to to basically bring those values essentially up, so that you can, like, say if you're trying to work on taking your 4-star unit to 5-star, you can take all the 3-star fodder fuse them up to 4-star fodder without having to do any leveling, and then put them on the character, and now you have your 5-star. So it's a little bit more seamless. Again, it is one of those things that's going to require, obviously, you to be playing the game, but yeah, it does X out hours of like having to farm and farming fodder specifically. So all of your stamina is really being spent towards things that matter. Like, again, EXP is important because the base stats are like insane for your character's like stat value raising. Then farming modules, farming shell companions are huge. And of course, farming the prowess material, which is for your skill ups. So those are like the major values for you, basically. you said love the subtle shade. No, I wasn't trying to like throw any shade, but that's just what it is, right? You said politics randomly dropping as groundbreaking. Yeah, so there's and they're entire tickets too. They're not like a portion. Oh my god, this is gonna sound like another shade throw, but it's entire tickets. The thing that's like, so I think the most that you would see for a crystal drop would be like 10 Hydra crystals. But if you're farming, that will start adding up at over time as those start to drop, and you know, that's still nice. But if you ever get a ticket drop, it is the entire ticket. So like that's the thing. It's not like a fragment of a ticket, it's the ticket. So if you get a single, you can go use the single, right? That's something that I noticed that I've seen some games do. I kind of don't like that idea. Like, I never liked that concept. Like, let's give players portions of the pools to build up. And it's just like, just give them the ticket. Like, they're probably, like, there's a high chance they're gonna get shafted anyway. So it's like you're just making the build up to the shaft just so much more like extra, basically. Granted, you might have some people that might get lucky, but let's be real here. We're gonna experience more shafted than we would probably like to. So that's why I always found that funny. It's just like, yeah, we're just gonna ease you into the pain. We're not gonna really just like rip the band-aid off. So yeah, that's just what it is, I guess. He said the best shade is unintentional to the truth hurts. He said just edging. Yo, that's so true though. It is what it is though. But hey, you know, it is what it is, man. All right, so let's see. This is at 6 out of 8. Okay, cool. So we're almost level 21. We got 488. How many refills? So that's 300 more stamina. So it puts us at 700 stamina. We might get to 23, maybe. Let me see what other missions we have. Let's see. Recycle 15 shells. I could do that. We got to get the shells to 15. Excuse me, to 3 unique shells max. Let me actually see. Let's go to here. Who do we have dupes of? We're just gonna do this just because. Ooh, actually, do I want to do it this way? Hold on. Oh, I need one more dupe. Actually, no. I was doing it for you. That's who I was doing it for. Okay. Alright, so let me get one more dupe. And we gotta do Kuriki 10 times. Okay, and then that'll give us another set of resources. So let's do, where is it at? Which one was that? Was it Kuriki? No, it wasn't. Wait, what pet did you have? Fengus. Oh, okay. My bad. Wait, am I bugging, or I don't, or is that Jox? Oh, it is. Really? Oh, okay. Oh, I you know, I don't know why I thought that was a later pet, but okay. Guess we're doing Jox. I don't think we need Chiaki here. It's too easy. He said, what's the best way to spin the 500 free vouchers for free to play? You're going to be buying anything with shadow prints in it, which is basically for dupes of characters. I'm trying to think what else is in there. So the shadow prints, any of the skill up material. So the Latice, one is called the perfect Latice. The other one is called the evolution Latice. Those also come with prowess evolution boxes. You're going to be buying those. You're going to be buying the box that has the pet EXP in it. I think that was all we needed. The pet EXP in it. That also comes with, I think it's the currency to spend to level the pet, and then also the currency to actually level them. Those would be the main things. Hold on, I'll show you what I got. So it's these boxes right here. So the basic protocol supply, because that comes with EXP and portrait. The training resource supply. So that's the evolution Latice and the prowess material selector boxes. You also have the scientific cultivation supply, advanced protocol supply, and the special training resource supply. Those are the ones that I was like, I'm gonna get. The other ones aren't really priority in my opinion. You can't even use the module essence if you even wanted to until level 35. The polar supply box is a chance of you getting something. The wonder box is a cosmetic for the Chaki bot, and then the Animus crystal is for a RGB dupe. So technically it also would eat up like a huge chunk of your 500 tickets. So it just doesn't give you a lot of immediate value, and also you're not really aiming for dupes. So yeah, like that's basically that. So that is essentially that, man. It's real simple. He said, just got the ticket. Wait, which ticket? He said, are you bringing back a couple summoning sessions? Yeah, actually. That is a big thing on this channel, dude. It was definitely yeah, I think I actually never stopped doing it. We brought that over to Twitch. So you know, Ms. Zox will have we have her come through for summons on the accounts. People that's new for this game don't actually understand how good her luck is. It's insane. I'm gonna be honest. Like, oh, you're talking about the ticket drop on the stage. Oh, okay. So you're saying you just got the gotcha ticket. Okay. I was like, which ticket? He said, I love when I think I got a ticket drop and it's actually a Dazzler event. It's like the best kind. That's funny. But yeah, so yeah, that man, yeah, we're definitely gonna be doing that because that's good times right there. That's good times. Good times. All right, so we got that out the way. Let's get Venu's to show brought up. The power. Boom, boom. Ascend. Cool. Ooh, nice. You got a crit rate. Then we'll max it. Boom. I don't think do we need to go further? I don't think so. Yeah, there we go. Alright, yeah, because I think past that point is a little overkill. We're getting rid of 5 more shells. Let's see what we got. We can recycle Tanamo, 2 more of the healers, and another Tanamo. Take the game. Claim, and now all we have to do is Kuru. We gotta do 6 runs of Kuru, and then we'll be done with Kuru. Do I care? Not really. Wait, because what is this one? Reduce the cooldown. Yeah, we'll just do it. You said I haven't met Miss Z. Yeah, she'll be here one of the streams. Yeah, she dude, you think you guys might be a gacha addict? Dude, she loves pulling on the gacha. She won't play the gacha, but oh, don't let her find out you got summons. Oh, she's gonna rip every summon you got on your account. Like, I be having to save you guys. Because she will rip your account apart. You would leave that summon session with no summons if it was up to her. So yeah, I try to save y'all. This said, what's the most epic pool that you can remember? So one of the homies, consistent, like he's one of the like main dudes in the community, man. Gummy. The highest rarity I think in the game was obviously it was a 5-star. He had a little over 5. No, he had about 1,000 pulls. Yeah, he had about 1,000 pulls, and she pulled about 35 5-stars on his account in 1,000 pulls. And they were all either like meta or game changing or like stuff he just didn't have. I know like recently we did some pulling on like solo leveling. We pulled on the homie Katsora's account. She basically pulled a max copy of the brand new unit that came out, which I think was 6 dupes and like 400 pulls, which was like it's like if you actually know how many pulls it like how many pulls that actually is, that's like no pulls. Like that's like literally I think like a rotation in that game is like what like one rotation is like maybe what is like 100 something pulls. So realistically, she should have probably got him like a couple copies, maybe. Yeah, she maxed out the whole unit. It's like so like dude left like he had like 1,000 pulls and he only had to use like 4 or something of it. Like, yeah, she just has that type of luck, dude. You know, a lot of my accounts, I actually would let her pull a lot of the times. Like if I'm not streaming, I just let her pull on my account. And it's almost guaranteed for me to get something. Like it just is. So that's why I say, man, get you a real life waifu, man, or a husbando if they got the skill set too. You know, yeah, whatever works for you. He said Gummy didn't need to pull for a year or more because of that. Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, she literally, like, he actually saved for like 6 months because it was all free to play currency. It was like almost 6 months to a year, somewhere around there, that he saved. And she pulled him enough units that made it to where he didn't have to pull for an entire year. Like, like that was, I was just like, all right, cool. So he just went back into like hibernation and saving. He literally had everything that he needed on his account. You said you're gonna be summoning on the post banner. It depends. It depends. I'm trying to decide what I want to do as far as my like play style. This CBT is gonna kind of show me what play style I might want to go with, because they are kind of seeming to introduce some countercleave this CBT, which I'm kind of interested in testing a little bit more. So that'll kind of determine what I want to do. But I will say Close is an excellent unit though. So she's definitely not gonna be one of those units that you just like kind of blindly skip. Like she still is very good. Not just for PvP, but for PvE as well. He said, last I remember was a double Firefly first pull. Dang, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, like I mean, like, and that's the thing. Her like type of luck is like pulling the highest rating. Like everybody right now is like getting like double like light and dark units. She would get on this game and pull a quadruple for no reason. And that's not even me like glazing or anything like that. Like that's just what happens. Whatever people were doing, she's gonna do an outlier thing to that thing. It just I just don't know why it's like that, but I think it could also be because she doesn't really actually understand what's happening. So it's like she's not correlating like the percentages and the actual chance of what she just did, like what the actual chance of that is. So like I don't know. I just feel like I notice in games like when somebody like is extremely lucky and they're not aware of like what it is that they're lucky for or why they're so lucky. It's like it's the guy that it's like I have 8-bit. 8-bit always does this. Like he'll have a god tier multi and then he'll post it in the chat and be like, is this broken? And it'll just only have every like top tier character in the entire game in the multi. I'm like, dude, like, okay. And he won't actually have an idea of what the game, like how to play the game or what the game is about. And he'll just have multis like that. That's like, he's probably like the only other person I've met that's just like that. So yeah, it's always fun to see, man. It's definitely fun to see. Cause we actually have competition sometimes to see who has the better luck in the summon sessions and stuff like that, and man, she beats me to a pulp a lot of the times. It's kind of unfortunate. He said nice, maybe I need to she made him need to pull up my ER. Bro, honestly, I had what was the last game we did a session on? It was so we were streaming on my Twitch Jujutsu Kaisen, and I let her pull on my account and like, dude, she got like she had the craziest multis, bro. I don't think there was one multi, which is just kind of like unseen and unheard of in a game, where every single multi she did, which I did probably did about like 10 to 15 multis. Every single multi had a top rarity thing in it, like every last one of them, and it was like 2. It was 2 of them. Every single multi. Not one of them had anything lower than SSR, basically. And I was just sitting there like, yo, like this is just like, I was like, people would think I would be lying right now if I like just told them it happened. But these are things like I've done, like I've had happen on streams and stuff like that. And Dream Chaser, another one of the homies that comes through, he was so against it. He's like, I'm not letting her pull on my account. He's like, I'm not a believer. And he's seen that stream and he was like, oh shoot, like I gotta let her pull on my account next time. I was like, bro, I don't have no reason to cap, man. Like it just is how it is. It just is what it is. But it's funny because all of my creator friends that at least have girlfriends or like wives, they all say that that's the case with their significant other. Like they just let them pull on their account and they just be getting like crazy stuff. I don't know how many more we need to do. That's at 8. So boom. Let's see. Hyper Charter. We need 3 more runs. Okay. I'm going to stop that, and then try it again, just so I don't have to reset it right now. And then we're gonna go in here again. All right. Yeah, being able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone is like kind of nice in this game, because if you had to farm the, like, say I was doing EXP, do that first, then come in here, then do this next, that would be such a pain. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I really like Rahu's performance for early game, bro. Like, he actually is not performing bad at all. I'm gonna need you to stop hitting him, though. Oh, I got cooked on that. Can you guys finish? Are you gonna be able to finish? It's a weird anomaly run. I don't think I've lost one yet. That's mad random. The pushback is OP though. Maybe they cleared? Oh, he brought him back. No, that's so bad. Yeah, I don't know what happened this run. I was weird. I think it was the targeting. Actually, hold on. I forgot about this. Oh wait, I can't do it because it's not auto. Okay, yeah, okay. It's because it's not continuous battle, so I can't preset who they target. You said, is the game officially released or on beta mode? It's in beta, Josh. Yeah, it's in beta, fam. And that was a weird anomaly run, because I think that was the first one I've actually lost. Alright, there we go. I'll be right back, chat. 1 second.
敵がまだいるかもしれない。警戒を怠るな。My fault. Alright, so 4. So yeah, I think we got 2 more. 2 more, man. And we don't have to look at this guy. Let me see. So we have
He said, bro, I cannot beat him. Wait, beat who? Are you talking about this boss? Yeah, you talking about this boss? Yeah. The gimmick with this boss is that you basically don't, you're just not able to do any damage to him unless you kill the ads first. This is another reason why we were telling people, for like progression purposes, like they need AoE units, because you're gonna end up in content where the ads on the side, not just the primary boss, but the ads on the side are also going to be required for you to be able to, like killing those are going to significantly increase your chances of beating the fight. Like for example, the very next fight, not the one after this one, but the one after that, there's a character named Whitney. She has these little time ticking bomb ads that stand in front of her. If you don't kill those, that's not going to be a fun time for you. Like, so a lot of it, that's why like Lilith is such a great unit, because again, AoE, Leon, great AoE. She's able to stun lock, which a lot of the ads on the sides can be stunned. Debuffs still apply to them even if they don't apply to the boss, because sometimes the bosses will have like different immunities or resistances and stuff like that that kick in, but the ads a lot of times don't. So you can still stun them, you can still like DOT them down, you can still, like with the graceful mischief, still proc stat with the HP damage and then the stun, right? So those are like the type of things that you're gonna like have to do, because until you kill those, it basically is just gonna make it to where he can't be killed, because the aura he essentially has is that it basically makes it's a permanent immunity aura, which means you can't debuff him, and then he takes 90% less damage. So you cannot strip that. The only way you can remove that effect is by killing the little jellyfish things in front of him. So if you don't kill those quick enough, then he's just going to keep rotating, and essentially he's just going to be doing damage to you the entire time. And the dude does a ton of damage if there's more jellyfish that's left, so he'll detonate them all, and so that's going to hit you, everybody, for 600% damage. So it's like he already is hitting you for 408. You might as well just call this a white mechanic, because he's already hitting you for 480% damage. But then if there's any jellyfish left, it detonates all of them, each of them dealing 600% damage. It's not like it's just one total of 600% damage, but like, let's say all 4 are left, that's 600% damage times 4 AoE. So at this point, ain't really much surviving that, to be honest. So yeah, that's kind of the whole thing. Like if you look at units that are just able to like say like do like percentage based damage, like HP or defense scaling, or if you have a defense break on them and then you nuke them, it's going to make it much easier for this fight, because then everything else just goes straight into the boss. He's super easy, he's super squishy. You can technically, when you remove the immunity, you can like push back his turn. So like technically what happens with Leon, Lilith's graceful mischief, when she goes into her skill 2 and she detonates, it zeroes out a target's turn meter. So their strike prep gets reduced all the way to 0 when it's maxed out. I think at before skill ups is at like 80, but that's still really insane. Like that's almost a complete zeroing out. And that makes it to where now they have to build up their turn. So then if you have Leon in that team comp too, then you're again, you're absorbing some of that strike prep and giving it to herself to rotate herself again. So it's like those little things that like help make the team comp run smoothly, essentially. Yo, what's good? And how you doing, fam? You said still waiting for this game to come out. So I found out about it because of you. Yeah, I appreciate you for watching. We're hoping the game's coming out officially soon. But yeah, we're currently in CBT 4, so I would say if you want to give the game a try and you haven't had a chance to, definitely still give it a try, like for sure. You said you have Leon, Tiamat, Dorothy, and Close. So Close more than likely is gonna need probably some accuracy if she's not landing properly. I don't know what she's doing for you. Is she defense breaking and absorbing and redistributing properly? Because that's kind of a thing with her. Like that's her kit. And if she's not doing that, then that's just kind of gonna cook you a little bit for her utility. If you're using, you said Leon. Leon is honestly there for damage, so she just really honestly needs attack. Later on, you can kind of filter it to where she gets her absorption better, but that's that. And then Tiamat, AoE taunt. and then her damage doesn't ramp until TMS damage really doesn't ramp unless you get her into the Dragon Mother form. So that's the only thing. So you're really running that team with, technically at early game, that's like running a team with 1 DPS essentially, because Tiamat doesn't really get to ramp as well as she should until she scales and stacks in a stack more with better gear. And even then, you're kind of like fighting to try to keep her alive because she's constantly taking from her own HP threshold. So yeah, that's what I mean by like some of the units is just the balancing is just kind of tough for some content for them, at least early game. Once you get them, like once you get some of the gear and some of the shells for them to make them work properly, then they just kind of work on their own. Alright, I think that was the last one we needed to do. Is that supposed to come out, I think November? Yeah, it was. They decided to run another CBT instead. But I think with that also, it was like implementation of a whole bunch of new QOL functionalities and then new content and new units as well as shells. Alright, so we finished that one. I think that puts us at 8 out of the mission. Ooh, look at me being proactive. Okay, already did Doki Doki. So I'm already ahead. See, this is what, like, and it's funny because I'm pretty sure you guys are watching this process like, damn, this seems like a lot. But, bro, like, if you do certain things, it's like, I already kind of know. Like, if you kind of keep these things in the back of your head, like, okay, I need to do these things. I actually am already doing the next page. Like, I actually did the next page. All right, so there's that. We're going to claim that. And then, yeah, we're already 3 into this one. I need to do hard Karuku. See, that's another reason why I was like not trying to do basic, because the game will troll you and be like, oh, do basic 10 times or higher, right? But then it'll say this, do the next difficulty 10 times, when you could realistically just do the higher difficulty and it counts twice. And so even though it's slower, you're technically doing 2 quests at once. It's funny that, like, I notice a constant trend that games do is just to get you to farm more. But yeah, you technically, if you're willing to just let it go a little slower, it ends up paying off. Because now we just gotta do 1 more for the next quest. So that's huge. Oh, and actually, hold on, let me see something real quick. He said this game pay to win is honestly not. We'll know 100% though, like what spenders are going to be able to really purchase in the official release, but how the game is formatted, it's not really intended to be like I just got a credit card, so I'm gonna beat you with it. Cause like let's be honest, nobody likes getting beat with a credit card. I mean, I think I think at this point it's definitely it's definitely been proven to be not fun when you can just get beat up by the credit card. But it does have PvP content. Duplicates aren't really a factor though. They don't really impact PvP to the point where a person is just going to become a god because they have dupes in their units. It's very different in comparison to a lot of other games in that way. A lot of stat parameters are actually pretty balanced. Like obviously each unit does what, you know, have their specific gimmicks. But like even in this beta, they have like they're introducing like counter cleave measures. So cleave was like, and like speed cleave to be more specific, was just really insane last beta in the last invitational. This one we have a really potent, like you're probably going to hear a lot of people talking about her, Hoyan. She's going insane right now for some people, and she's a completely like counter like gimmick to speed meta. She has like a like a death prevention mechanic. She scales her damage the longer she's in the fight. She's an extinction unit. Chick is disgusting. She basically will follow up, like if somebody tries to kill her, whatever target like tried to kill her, which more than likely would probably be someone trying to nuke, she will proc her S3 on them automatically. So it's cool, man. It's really cool. They introduced 5 new pets in this update or in this beta, so you kind of get to see a little bit more of like the fleshing out of the game. And that's what I've been like kind of appreciating with each of the betas. It's like seeing the game like just, you know, consistently evolve. It's just been really, really rewarding to be able to watch. All right, so it looks like we're only able to make 1. I was trying to see how many I could get away with making. Actually, hold on. Because how many would that be? So we need to go. How many do I need then? So that's 42. 2-star, there's 3. So, damn, yeah, I still need a bit. Okay, that's cool. That's not too bad. Could technically start taking these 2 up, but I'll wait and see what I need to actually do. All right, 8-bit. Appreciate you for stopping by, bro. You said always try to have the highest, but some are specific and not retroactive. Wait, you said. Wait, you said always try to have the highest, but some are specific and not retroactive. Wait, what are you talking about, fam? I'm sorry, my brain kind of checked out. Like I probably know what you're talking about, but I don't in this current moment. But yeah, 8-bit, have a good one, man. Appreciate you for stopping by, bro. Let's see, Hyper Sheltoon, thank you. Give me that. And we are on the next one. All right, so Kuro, gotta do one more of this. Oh man, yeah, stamina almost done for the day, and then we're gonna probably end the stream off with some summons, and then doing PvP. We'll do PvP last. That's how we're gonna have to end the EOD.
それ
Yeah, so they're almost clearing that in like a turn, which is great. So he does no damage there, which is nice. Oh, okay, you're talking about the hyperlink quest. Okay, got it. That's all you had to say. I get exactly what you're talking about now. This is what I was just talking about. My bad. My attention span just got sidetracked when 8-bit said he was heading out. That was my bad. You said, how is Doki Doki? Doki Doki is one of the best supports in the entire game, so. God tier? I mean, there's no other word really to use. She's good. She basically can work in any comp. Like she's very, very good. Like if you're not using the damage component, you're gonna want the speed. If you're not using the speed, you're gonna use the damage. If you're looking for both, she has both increases. And then on top of that, she gives a speed up buff. And then she also can turn meter push characters. So, I mean, yeah, the chick is broken. I mean, for like as far as support goes, she doesn't do any damage, but she doesn't need to. She basically enables everybody else to just keep rotating and doing their specific things. So, she's very good. Very, very good, honestly. All right, so GP Outpost Nightmare 1, or above attribute 10 times. And then we have chapter 8 next. Okay. Shell tuning here. I don't know what, well, technically did it unlock the next one? Because I swear when I looked at it, it didn't. Oh, it has new now, okay. There we go. Okay, it actually did unlock it now. Yeah, so we're about level 22. We might be able to get to level 23. I think day 2, level 23 might be the cap here. Okay. Yeah, 23 might be the cap for day 2. 24 maybe, but I don't think we're gonna go any higher.
それ あなたには償ってもらいましょうか
Yeah, that stun is so OP. So like here they could have actually did some damage, and like when you get up higher, they'll hit you really hard. But she stuns everybody, so they don't get to go. So Rahu gets his first. There it is. So they just don't get to go. That's what I mean. Like, that was 47-second clear, all because of Lilith. Like, Lilith just makes it to where characters just don't get to go. It's like, I don't know what's better than just not having the enemy go at all. All right, so we'll turn that off for a second. Let's go to number 8 here. I think I have enough to actually get her Graceful Mischief to level 3 now too.
それ
大丈夫。あらら、引っかかった。
はは
炎は全ての罪を燃やし尽くす。
これがあなたの価値そのものです。
聞いて。
は
痛い。
燃えろ。
はは
大丈夫。
And I forgot they take damage too when it detonates.
聞いて。
はは
Bye.
私の力を音楽に乗せて。バルーンさん、奴らやっつけて。気をつけてね。
はは
Boom.
敵がまだいるかもしれない。警戒を怠る
129,
な。
first clear. I think it might be one more after this one. Yeah, so it's difficulty 9. All right, let's see. This is level 60, so this is gonna be a little risque.
大丈夫。
Yeah, they're way faster now.
それ
あらら、引っかかった。
は あなたには償ってもらいましょうか。
He hits so freaking hard, yo. Damn, sorry, Rahu. You didn't have a defense break.
燃えろ。
聞いて。
No deletion for you, sir.
は
大丈夫。
いや。
は
聞いて。
You actually beat him? What'd you end up doing to or adjust to beat it?
もう弓も。
Ooh, okay, that was cute. He woke up and said, "Yeah, she gotta go." I don't like that.
は
Rahu's supremacy is turning against me right now. Yo, that's crazy.
は
燃えろ。
これがあなたの価値そのものです。
There you go.
それ
So remove Tiamat, put Hein, and close in Chiaki. Oh, okay, so you went for the burst. Okay.
やつだ。
バルーンさん、奴らやっつけて。
Because I see a lot of people asking about character roles in the world chat. Maybe they need to add roles in the archive for simplicity.
これは
Yeah, I mean, that definitely would be something that could help 1,000%. I'm not sure if on the characters themselves it says what they do. I don't think so. I think they have classification for shells. So shells do have it, which is kind of funny to me. But yeah, characters actually don't. I would say I know what each character classification is, but like they definitely will need to assert whatever their official classification is. Not sure if they have.
いただけるかしら。
I'm just trying to see if it's in some odd spot that they need to just move it somewhere else. So yeah, I'll bring that up to them as far as like people knowing if a character's a DPS or not or support.
目が利く人は好きですね。
Yeah, I guess that could help them with like understanding maybe what they might need to build if they're especially newer to this type of game. Yeah, I don't see anything anywhere. So okay, yeah, I definitely will bring that up to them. He said just that the roles are in the skills. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I mean technically, but that's not really okay. So here's the thing, right? You can have a unit have a specific thing in their skills, but it doesn't mean that that's the type of unit they are, right? I've seen plenty of games do things where they'll like classify a unit as a support, but then they'll have a whole bunch of like DPS stuff in their kit, and it's like, okay, there obviously something that makes them a support for them to classify them as that. But yeah, the skills itself, like it's telling you right now, like it's a defense up AoE. It says follow up attack buff, and this is a defense down single target. I've seen a lot of people like, and I know just what it is. It's just they don't know. But I've seen a lot of people saying like, "Oh, Rahu's trash." They don't realize he's just a DPS that scales up a defense. Like that's all he is. He's not anything crazy. He's a follow up proc defense scaling DPS. That's literally what he is. And so when he does his S3, he gives a defense up, so more sustain or just like basically more bulk to your party. But he's technically giving himself an attack up with that defense up buff. And then he's also building this raft stat too. So it's like certain things. It's just to make it more clear. That's all it is.
なぜ骨董屋を開いたのか?
You said true, their stats tell a different story. Yeah, even stat allocation is another thing too. Like that it's weird because I would like one of my old game used to do that. It would be like they would drop a DPS, but then the unit would have like just nothing but like like some sort of debuffing. Like it would just be like attack breaks, defense breaks, stunning, and all this. And it's like we used to always sit there and be like, "What? Why is this classified like this? Like this is like a whole debuffer, but it's saying it's a support. I guess a damage dealer. So I know sometimes those classifications do come from like I guess part what the unit does, but then there's also like whatever pre-set scaling they have for certain types. So I know like the tanks usually have like a certain scaling versus like the DPS is scaling in their I guess their variation base wise versus like obviously like supports and how they might scale and stuff like that. So it's just different, I guess, and it depends on to each game. That's actually a really good point to bring up though, because I don't know what they officially would classify everything as. Like I can look at the kit and like from using certain units like tell you like, okay, they're this, but that's not really any like thing that's necessarily official. It's just kind of like what I kind of just like have gathered. But yeah, I appreciate you for bringing that up though. So I'll definitely bring that up to them. All right, so we got another perfect with heist. We're almost done. Level 22, we got one more mission tab after this one, and we already did the Leon level 45. Now we have to get her with an epic shell, which is going to unlock at level 25. We can start doing that. Hard Phoebian is going to be the next shell dungeon, and Nightmare 1 for Terramatan is next. We need to upgrade any skill 2 times, which is going to be specifically for her. So now is the time to push Leon. A little more. I think it's the 1 skill. Pretty sure. I think we do get some packs here. Take that up to 11. Cool. Ooh, I'm gonna need more. And then we have the 120 here. So use. Boom. 35. 1 something. Okay. Yeah, we'll do skill 3 is the most beneficial for her, so we'll do that one. And then we'll do I need to do this in the background, I think. I gotta push that. That's annoying. All right, gotta do that because we're only on basic 4. All right, let's see. Oh man, my whole team is green though. Oh, hollow attribute. As long as they don't have, I don't know if they get shield on this though, so let's see. Might go with the DOT work down. Let's try Lilith. She should still be able to do this. At least the earlier stages. So yeah, they would need to have like a defender as a main classification, then like DPS buff or a support buff. Yeah. Basically like a main what is it, like main role, sub role basically type of thing. Because I know some games do that too. They'll have like the classification for like the main thing, like they're probably like base DPS, but then they have that sub role of a support. Like they have some sort of supportive nature to them. There's a lot of different ways that they could go about it for classification to make it simple for people. Because the pets even have it, but it's kind of interesting because some of the pets, like their skill classifies them as a like certain thing, but then they can roll the module gear sets that they can roll into aren't necessarily classified to their specific type that they are. So like you have like some support units that have DPS matrices on them. So it's kind of an interesting thing, but it does exist. So I'm pretty sure that's something they're gonna be pretty cool with adding. Yo, Brennan, appreciate you for the gifted membership. I think I'm on Twitch. Appreciate that, bro. Yo, I like literally almost didn't see it. Like I hear it now. I hear it now. I actually have my game volume, which is like all of my volume like low, so I almost didn't hear it. I just seen it when I looked at the chat. Yo, appreciate you, bro. Yo, appreciate that, man. You said hit my music, bro. Man, listen, like I said, yo, it's funny because I was telling chat earlier, I was like, dude, I woke up so late today. I like literally like was like, oh crap, I gotta stream. So I didn't even have a chance to get on my Twitch and fix anything. So I'm after I end the stream tonight, I'm gonna go over there and fix all that stuff, and I gotta finish scheduling, and I gotta do some big boy prep tonight, man. I got a lot of prepping I gotta do for tomorrow. I think I gotta be up early, or just day after tomorrow, I think. Or actually, no, it's tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. Nah, dude, I was a sleep guy. I was knocked out, dude. I'm aging, dude. Man, I was fine, and then when I went to sleep, I didn't wake up until like 2 p.m. Like it was just that, right? Like there's nothing I could do about that. I went into REM sleep, I think. They changed the reset time, shifted, bro. It was weird. But it did reset. It ended up resetting like earlier, like 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. It was somewhere around there. It reset around there. All right, so we got that one. How much more do we need? I don't think we need too much more. All right, we got more summons because the first time clears be kind of coming in clutch with some of the grind that you would have to do. Let's see, 35. I think we have enough here. All right, we get that 80% steel, which is great. Boom. And then that satisfies that mission. All right, so all the other things are just kind of getting her to that next point. I think her next skill up, which we have the resource for already. That's what I mean. Like, it's like you're able to be pretty proactive, like with the missions. So next mission, we need 30 of that, 75. Okay, cool. So we are chilling. He said, well, okay, time to grind. Yeah, man. It's going to be, I think the level cap, if you got to 18 yesterday, is going to be about 23-ish, maybe 24 for some people. Maybe. I don't know. I got to see. I haven't wasted any EXP yet, but I think it might be like 23, 24, which still unlocks some more content. All right, so let's see. Okay, we got that out the way. Did the exchange. We got to do the exchange for this rotation, and then all right, what's next? GP outpost, nightmare 1 or above attribute. We got to do that too. Is this the last one though? Yeah, this is. Okay, so we're already on the last one for this one. Okay. Nightmare 3. Alright, let's do that. Actually, let me see something. How far are we from Nightmare 1? Oh, we're on Nightmare 1 now. Okay, actually, I just need to be able to do this one, and then I can put that on auto. He said, I need this game to give me a healer already or something. I keep getting DPS 5 stars. Pebble, who else do you have on your account? Like, are there any SR healers you have? Because you have Dorothy, but I know, like, she's a little weird to try to build early, but do you have, like, a Sania or Valerian or Chiaki? Any of those can work, dude. They're all great. He said, I played, I used my gym to pull more units. Maybe I should did energy. Yeah, for the beta, Jason, we always do max refilling on stamina. That's because if you can push your account level faster, you can essentially get into more content faster as well. So that's ultimately the reason why we do it. Yeah, everything else is just kind of like pulling more. Like if you start out and you kind of get like whatever you want, you're not going to be building a whole bunch of stuff anyway. Unless like again you just become a spender, you just got currency like that. Yeah, you're going to be investing in the couple of units that's going to be like basically the foundation of your base team, and then you'll gradually shift up into expanding because you can farm higher quantities of resources and stuff like that. So yeah, three is fine. That's where I'm at right now. I'm literally building 3, but I'm only skilling up 2 of them. So main priority skill up unit is Leon, and then it'll be whatever other unit that you want to prioritize. I said, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna choose Tiamat when I start. I took her out of all my teams, and now I'm doing better. Yeah, like I mentioned before, Tiamat is a unit that requires investment. She needs to be built. If not, you have to have a proper healer to really fully sustain her. But even that is like, it's like you're trying to now like make her work versus like her just working how she normally does when she's built up. Because like when she's built up, dude, like her sustain is crazy. Even with her taking her HP values. Some healers are so you have Silence and Tiamat. Okay. Well, Tiamat, does she self-heal herself, I think? When she goes into her Dragon Mother form? Oh, it's starting to kill me now. So I completely forgot about Sania and Chiaki. So what do you think would be better healing between the two? Well, they both offer different things. I would say like just for general purposes, I feel like Chiaki would be a little bit better. Just because Chiaki offers you AoE healing and damage reduction. Her Origami Guardian, I think is what it's called, that actually gives you damage reduction, so you take less damage. Sania does have more like healing efficiency and pure healing in her kit, but she also revives too. So she's a really like solid unit for like doing PvP as well. Oh, they're cooking me. Oh, they just ramped out of nowhere. Okay, all right, I'm leaving. I just wanted to see if I could do it. I technically am using attribute disadvantage in there, so yeah. That was just me asking to get bullied at that point, but yeah, that was me asking to get bullied at that point. So that's okay. That is okay. I can't even be mad at that. All right, there we go. So they can farm Nightmare 1. I think that still counts for the quest, but I was like, if I could do the higher one, I will. But yeah. So yeah, that I would say would be like my suggestion there. But again, Sania could work as well. And then she also gives you some use. They both give you usage in PvP too. So it's like they're both really good. Is that completely? You said that and hot. Oh yeah, heal over time. You're right. Yes, she does have the heal over time. You're right. You said Animus XP farm. I'm stuck at 9 at the moment. Yeah, I mean that all is AoE. Like I'm telling you guys, the more content I show you guys, you're gonna be like, wow, it really is all AoE. Like it's all AoE. Like every last bit of the farm that you need to do in the beginning is all AoE. That's why again, like the units and things I was trying to recommend were all catered more to that, because that's what you face more of in the beginning. Even when you start to get into tower, it's going to be AoE. It's going to be entire team comps with a boss, right? And those ads start hitting like freaking freight trains. Like they hit very, very hard. Their scaling gets insane, so their HP thresholds are much higher. In some cases, their resistances go up as well. So yeah, there's a lot of that you got to deal with. He said, which is why Leon and Gray is a good idea to build into early. Yeah, Gray, dude, Gray. I'm telling you guys, I'm surprised Daniel ain't saying anything, but Gray is slept on heavy. A lot of people like look at him, it's like, oh, he's not all that, and it's like, bro, Gray is busted. Like, Gray is busted because he starts out initially as a unit that is just kind of applying crit rate buff to your team. Maybe might get you maybe might get the defense break with him, but once you're able to start getting the defense break with him consistently, and then on top of that, you have him critting all the time, and then because of that, that means that when he's defense breaking, he's also nuking at the same time. Like he becomes an actual like a semi cleaver. He's not a full send cleaver like a Leon, but he can do and dish out a fair amount of damage considering that he has so many different things that's like offering like support and helping you scale your damage. So he ends up being like a really, really nice unit to have in the mix. But again, it's like getting him to that point where he's consistently critting, because the consistent crits allow you to enable his defense break more. So that's like the only thing you really have to be like aware of with him, and you already have 30% taken care of because he gives himself and the entire party that. So you just have to kind of filter out the rest of the crit for that. So yeah, and it's not hard to get it either. Like I think like by the time you get to like gold gear, you basically have like another 30% almost. So it's really not hard, and that's not including if you have substats with crit, right? Like that's like if you were using a main percent crit slot, but if you also have crit subs, then you might even be higher much quicker. So yeah, it's not too bad. Let's see. Okay, so I could just click the picture right there, but that's almost done. So we're at 7 out of 10. All right, cool. Then we just have chapter 8, which is cool. So I think Gray gets crit in his dupes too. Yes, he does. He does get a little bit more crit. I think it was like 8%. And again, it's like the value might not be high, but that's still crit you don't have to build into his build. Like I think it's like 8% or something. Yeah, 8% crit. So yeah, that's crit you don't have to actually like get. You don't have to get it, like, right? It's just there. So it makes it a lot easier to hit that crit threshold. So yeah, that's just that. And then there's also sets that can give you more crit and stuff like that. There's actually one that gives you crit damage, and an additional ability, but that's like much later. So it becomes easier the deeper you get into the game to actually give the builds that you want. Like if you were trying to filter and get the crit damage ratio properly done, it's easier the deeper you get into the game. And that's just because you have better pets, you have obviously higher scaling gear, the gear rolls better the deeper you get into the game. So that's another big thing I've been like trying to stress to people. It's like that's like don't go crazy with the gear now, because the gear later gets a lot better. You will obviously have like, and this is kind of like I call it the entry point gear. It's to start somewhere so you can go somewhere essentially. So you will end up at a point where you're going to be plus 15ing some of those gear. Those are like that's going to be like your first set of entry level gear that you just need to have plus 15 because of the base stat scaling. And then later on you start working on fine-tuning your units. So like that's the thing that a lot of people try to do in the very beginning. They'll try to min-max and fine-tune, which again, okay, all right, no worries, I'll wake you up. All right. So some people like, again, like I could probably do something like that because I'm used to it, right? Where I go in and I know like, okay, I want to fine-tune and min-max this early. Oh, Brendan said hi. She's going to sleep. Bro, yeah, she's going to sleep, man. Yeah, the waifu's going to sleep, bro. Yeah, man. She works throughout the week, so. What's up? You said what's up? Oh, okay. That's all they get? You're not gonna get in the camera? Hey, why not? It's not one of them days. You're not a maybe it's Maybelline moment right now? No? Okay. All right, that's fine. He said, "Hey, girl." Yeah. Yo, what's good, Rashawn? He said he asked if we gonna pull when Etheria goes live.
Sure will.
Yeah. I told him about you. You gotcha gremlin.
I will use all
Yeah.
of the pools.
Look, you heard what she just said. She said she gonna use all y'all pools. So if I say stop,
I'ma keep going.
agree with me. Don't give her the okay to keep going because she gonna drain your account. Like, bro. He said bring that dislike luck. Bro, it's funny, bro, because her luck has transferred over to everything, man. It's so funny. It's so funny. I'm like, yo, because I was just like, I've tested it out on other games just to see. I was like, nah, she gonna get beat up by this gotcha. Nope. I've taken her into some of the worst gotchas like ever, and she still comes out victorious. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm like, I can't even argue it at this point anymore. I'll just let you be a champion, a chosen one, I guess. So yeah, hey, listen, y'all heard her say it, so. And you know what's funny? I think those were like some of the bigger streams too. The summer streams always slap, bro. They were always the funnest for me. You said when full release comes out, are the accounts going to reset? Yes, they are. Yes, this is a white beta, but that's good in the sense that when the game does come out, everybody's going to be starting evenly. There's no like premeditated early access server with a whole bunch of people that's been playing for the last year or anything like that. So everything's going to be fair. You'll be able to have the same start as everybody else. So it's going to be cool. Still lots to learn and figure out within the game. There's no like everything is just known about the game. There's still a lot of things that just are unknown about the game right now too. Even with the individuals that like myself has been playing and people that have been keeping up and played every beta with me, there's still so much stuff that we're still figuring out. And then of course they're making changes as we go through each beta. So yeah, it's just really cool, man. Really, really cool to see. All right, so we're almost done. Did it not finish yet? Was it modules or was that all right, so Doki Doki, no, Terramatan, was it? It wasn't for shells. It was, oh no, we did do it. Okay, so we can actually stop that for now. Thank you, game. He said, this is my current team. I don't know if I need the flower chick though. Flower chick. Wait, you talking about Beelton? He said, I do find the dupe system in this game kind of boring so far. Well, the dupe system, I'm not gonna lie, is to prevent the game from being super like omega pay to win. Again, HSR, I don't think is a really fair comparison just because one, it's a single player experience, and then two, Dislight isn't actually hyper focused on PvP. They have PvP, but they don't really like, they're not making that a point to make it a actual thing for players to really be invested in, because it's like a lot of PvP is skippable, right? Like again, it's more AFK based now than what it was initially intended to be, but it's for balance. So that's kind of the thing. It's for balance. So yeah, like you're not going to be pulling a dupe on a character and becoming an absolute god because you have two dupes on the character. So I guess there's that. Which some people actually like. I do get some people might not like that. But I will say, just in fairness of like competitive content in the game, it makes it to where people can compete and be actually active in it if they choose to want to. Versus like, oh man, I can never face that guy because he has 6 dupes, and each dupe, that 6 dupe basically makes him like just have every skill in the entire game basically, which is kind of what happens. But then of course, too, like that's like something that I talked to a lot of other creators about. It's like if game like HSR ever made PvP, there would be an extreme vast amount of balancing that would need to happen, because like there's like the thing that I guess like what people do is like it was the zero cycling. Like, could you imagine zero cycling in PvP? like especially with the scaling of like units that can just straight up hit for like a billion damage. Like they would have to like balance out and change like the scaling of how hard characters can hit specifically in PvP. They would have to change the scaling of skills for PvP. A lot of the values would have to shift somewhat because a lot of it is intended for like PvE scaling because you're fighting just like bosses a lot of the times versus like you're fighting another player. So like imagine a Quran for example. That would be that would be kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie. To be honest, you said it's Leon, Beotin, Lilith, and Dorothy. Beotin, I feel like Beotin was one of those units that needed a little bit more investment for her to really go crazy. She's great in PvP too. She's actually really good. But what were you trying to use them for again, Jason? Or was that like just you trying to make their generalized team with them? He said, is this game going to be more PvP focused in? Yes, it's gonna definitely have a lot of PvP focus on it, but it has a ton of PvE in it. So it's a little weird to just say it's only about PvP. I mean, I guess it's kind of how Epic 7 is. Like, it has a ton of PvE, but the ultimate thing that people are really interested in is the PvP. So yeah, it is definitely a PvP focused game, I guess, at that point. He said that's the combo running. I don't know if I can run a better purple over Beotin. To be honest, with that team comp, if you decide that you want to run Leon, Lilith, and Dorothy, you can always go with like, because because Beotin is doing hold on, let me see. I need to see what her skill up is, because that might be a thing. Yes, extra turn with cooldown, and that's not until level 3 for the very first one, and then level 5 for the last one, and then her last one is HP recovery for the Underflower. Yeah, so yeah, Underflower is like also, this is definitely like a PvP gimmick in a way, because like it's basically, so it says each stack decreases damage taken by an additional 5%, right? Which is damage reduction is great. But after taking action, for every one dead ally, consume one stack of the Underflower to revive them, recovers 40% max HP, and increases the strike prep by 35% up to 5 stacks. So in order for you to even really use this, somebody has to be dead. So it's like, I mean, realistically, you kind of don't want that to be the case, because in some of the content that you're going to be doing, if a unit dies, like if you're doing like say Terra Matan, for example, the boss starts to ramp, and you don't want that, because it like ramping in the way of like he starts turn meter pushing himself to where you just don't get a turn, and then he's just going to hit you multiple times, defense break you, speed down you, so now you're going slower, now you get hit even harder. So like in some content you don't want to actually be like, you don't want units dying realistically. Really in most stuff, as you scale, you don't want any like more than one unit dying, because some of the bosses start to scale. So I would say if you're gonna replace her with an SR, what other SRs do you have? That's the big question. I can't just like recommend somebody you don't have. You said attack crit damage, extra turn, skill cooldown. You said so I always wished warm up and dislike would be permanent. That's what we all wanted. Like that, I felt like that would have been cool, man. It definitely would have been cool, but like I said, I think a lot of us wanted. Initially, we're told the game was going to be like, you know, a PvP game, and it evolved into something else, and that's fine. You know, it happens. But yeah, I just think like, again, it's like there's certain parameters. Like it's the reason why some like certain things are aspects, I should say, are like successful about other PvP based games, because they try to some degree either have some element of RNG for fairness, or like try to create balance as much as they possibly can. But again, PvP is a lot of work. I don't think it's like every company's built for it, and that's why you don't see a lot of companies like, hey, we're making a PvP game, because they have to balance all the time. That's more work. It's a lot harder to balance a PvP game versus like just balancing just your PvE stuff. You know, so you said do you have the violin chick you have? So yes, you can use Chiaki then. Yeah, Chiaki the Viol is perfectly fine to use. She a couple things she does. Her specific ability is called like Anna Marie or something like that, or Maria. That is one of the few abilities. I think she's one of 2 units that can prevent strike prep manipulation, which is basically any character under that specific ability cannot have their strike prep manipulated. So pushed back by enemies, basically. She also pushes your entire team forward, so she's a constant push. One of the things some people are going to run into with like Doki Doki, and I would say this is why I kind of like Doki Doki a little bit earlier, because Doki Doki's gimmick is based around pushing the character last forward I think up to what, like it's like 15 or it's like 8 to 15 times or something like that. I forgot what the number is, but the way that works is that if she pushes, say whatever character is last, let's say your Leon was last, right? And then she pushes Leon a little bit ahead of Lilith. She stops pushing Leon and she starts pushing Lilith. So she's constantly rubber banding like this. The thing with that is that you have to be aware of what your speed values are or where your units usually rotate, because sometimes if you don't have your team tuned properly with the Doki Doki on the team comp, she'll over tune your, or over swap your unit. So a unit that you would normally want to maybe go second for your, like after your opener, she'll swap their positions because of how she's pushing. So it's like you have to be aware of that, and kind of like, it's like you have to kind of consider like speed tuning with her as you start to build your team up and stuff like that, because it will, like, you know, kind of become a thing. We said it's gonna white. Yes, the beta is gonna white. It is 1,000% going to white. Yep, everybody's starting fresh on official release. You said low-key hype for this game, bro. This game is gonna be fun, man. I feel like honestly, like, I feel like they're gonna have some pretty good like community things going on and stuff like that. They're already pushing the tournaments off of betas, which is just unheard of. Like it just doesn't happen actually. So the fact that they're already pushing the tournaments, like they're really trying to push the community oriented stuff, which I think is like really fun, you know. You said speed tuning in 10 days, bro. Believe it or not, we were actually doing it in the last beta. Like it's, again, it's just the differences, like versus like if you're more sweaty versus casual. We have expedited resources, so you technically can start to do certain things you probably wouldn't necessarily be doing on day 2, really, right? But again, it's just like that's the reason why some units have more immediate value than other units, and it's just because you do have to be a little bit more aware of those things, because those things can completely change. Like say for example, your defense breaker gets rotated and becomes last in the rotation. That completely kills your damage, right? So like it's like those little things are gonna matter. You're like, obviously a defense breaker needs to be going first, so everything that follows after is doing scale damage, right? So that's what I mean. Like if you just slap Doki Doki in there, it's like, yes, she's great, but it does require some tuning, because she will push a unit like your defense breaker, and like say they're rotating first, you might see your other characters rotate ahead of them by mistake, right? So yeah, it happens. But yeah, you're gonna have to do some speed tuning to some degree in everything. Even like when I first started, like I wanted my Gray to go before my Rahu, so I had to do a little bit. It wasn't crazy like how it would be like when you actually have the gear you want, but it was just like, okay, I can't put this piece on him because it's gonna make him too fast. It is like speed tuning isn't always necessarily the craziest thing, but it gets crazy, you know. So yeah, it's just the grind, man. It's the grind. All right, so we got that out the way. We got this done. This is literally the last mission for that. Is chapter 8. Module modification, 3 Animus with modules. So let's actually see here. I think we leveled. I really need to star grade her, but the game ain't trying to give me more resources to do that yet. So what we're gonna do, let's see, it was 21 out of that and a 9, so I could 5-star Chiaki, but I'm trying to think too what comp I'm using. Rahu, Leon, Doki Doki. I'm gonna have to take Leon out of that. Obviously Lilith, Fangus isn't gonna really work there. Chiaki's fine. I need to get Gray back in here. All right, so Gray, my guy. Listen, let me get some gear back on you. All right. Let's see.
It's not really gonna be that great just yet. Well, we got Harvest 3, Harvest Swift. Okay, that's decent.
Ooh, nice. So we got overclocking, attack percent increase.
電流をうまく制御できるようになる前はしょっちゅう問題を起こしていたが、今はもう平気だ。
Oh dang, and a crit damage one. All right.
俺に
We'll
近
just
づ
leave
く
that
と
as
神
is
が
then.
立つって悪いな。
All right,
多分
go.
静電気のせいだ。
Yeah, I could try to be sweaty right now, but there's no point. I'm gonna swap this off soon. Modules. We need him to rotate, but we also need damage. So he said tuning is easily the funniest part of these gotchas. Yeah, I mean it's funny to me. Like I used to, so like with a lot of my videos, like I would always tell people like, hey, like these stats are like stats you just don't want to invest in. And I had some people that watched me for like 3+ years. And I would do like account reviews sometimes, and I would like look at people's accounts and I'm like, dude, why are you still like, they're like, I can't beat this content. I'm like, haven't you been playing just as long as me? And then I'd go to look at their account, and it's like they're using like all flat stats or something on every piece. And I'm like, bro, like, so you just been like telling me you watch my videos and not really watching them or something? Because I'm like, how you still got flat stats on everything still? Like, it's funny because like I think what it is, like some people, it's like their brain, like they just like kind of check out when it comes down to certain things. And you know, for some of us that find like gear grinding and like, you know, just kind of doing like the whole gear tuning to be easy, there's actually more people than not that find gear grinding and gear tuning really hard. So that's why I always try to be like super patient and just like understanding, because I get it. Like it is a process, and even though I find it easy, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's it's actually easy. I guess for others. Let's see, that's crit damage, and that's not crit rate, so I'll do that. We'll give you a little something here. He said, when is the game going to be released? There is no official date yet, Cal. Unfortunately, not yet. That's supposed to be at 6 piece, so we got 9. Am I pushing 12? I think I went on the pet speed, and yeah, I did. Okay, so that's 9. So I would need 2, 4, no, 3. But then, oh wait, I don't need onslaught then. I need do I not have any? Oh, okay. Do I have? Well, that's the question. Do I actually have any? Looks like I don't. Okay, so that's fine. Defense, crit. Yeah, I just gotta farm that. Yeah, we're gonna put this man in here though. Yeah, take this off because I use this as a placeholder for sustain, but I think we're good now. I wish I had you know what, I might just put a purple on if I have it. Yo, I really just have no stats for you, sir. Fangus is using that one. Yeah, I really just don't have no gear for you, brother. All right, we'll give you this one. He said, by the way, you're going to make beginner's guide for this game, or maybe you already got one. So I don't want to go into this game wasting my resources on things that don't matter. Well, I'm going to make an actual beginner's guide based off of the official release of the game. For the beta, like the main things you just want to keep in mind is like Hydra crystals, which are the red crystals that you get. That should be going to stamina refills. And like really honestly, any of your gacha pulls, like we have a ton of like resources. Like you're not really going to be stressed as far as like getting pulls and stuff like that for the beta. So just pull, have fun, test things out. When official release comes, I'll drop some of that stuff because we'll actually have more of an idea of what the actual progression loop is going to look like, because the last few betas that we've had, they've been all expedited processes. So there's no real like set in stone, this is the progression loop, because technically we've been able to achieve things in like a matter of days, which I don't think is necessarily going to be the case on, you know, official release. So that's just kind of that, I guess. I could go. I could do that for right now till I get the other damage piece. So yeah, we'll keep that on. Put the Swift on, give him a little bit more bulk so he can take a hit or two. Alright, let's level him. It's not bad. If it keeps rolling. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. I meant to stop at 12. Okay, speed, cool. Oh, those are all trash subs. Yeah, that's all trash, but we'll take it for now. Go to 9 on this piece. I'll give you some bulk here, sir. You said, will you? I said, you will participate in the tournament. Yeah, I am actually going to be in the tournament. Yeah. Yes, I will. I will be in the tournament. Yeah. So after tonight's stream, I'm gonna probably end up just spending the rest of the night to prepare for that. So should be fun times. Should be fun times. Let's see this plus 12. I'll probably get this to another character when the time comes. All right. Let's see. It's good amount of HP. It's just to keep them alive. Alright, let's see. Doki Doki. I feel like I should probably put EXP on auto here. Alright. You said we'll be there as official. We'll be there. An official link so we can watch it. Bro, they actually have the thing linked to the in game, but I'll send you the link. The link is just the official channel. I think they're also streaming it on Twitch too. But it'll be streaming, so you can always just come to my stream if you want to. So they actually okayed it for us to be able to stream while we're in the tournament, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so yeah, that's gonna be pretty cool. You said how you gonna train 10,000 push-ups? I mean, nah, man. I'm just solidify my strats, bro. There's no put. I mean, I'm gonna do that anyway. Not 10,000 push-ups, but I'm gonna do some push-ups. But yeah. I already got the whole Saitama thing going on, man. I don't know what else I can do. I'm already bald, so I can't wait to see you win it all, man. I sure hope so. It would be fun if that was the case. I really would hope so. I think for me, I would be proud if I at least placed somewhere in the top 3. That would be cool. Yeah. If I can get somewhere up there, I'll be happy. Cause I'm not even gonna lie, I didn't even know I was gonna be in the tournament till I was in the tournament. So it wasn't even like yeah, it's quite a bit. How many people? Holy crap! How many is it? Well, I can tell you this: I'm the only one for representing America, which is kind of funny. So I think Europe has 2 people, Southeast Asia has 2 or 3 people, Brazil has 2 people. I think Taipei had like 4 or 5 people. Can't remember what the other. I think was it. I'm trying to remember how many other people there were. Let me see. I think they told me somewhere. Wait, let me see. Oh, okay. I think I might see one always die. Oh, Exo was just telling me, just saying that too. Okay, hold on. There is. I think Europe has 2 people. I think Tamias and I think Tamias is representing Europe, and I forgot what the other guy's name is. It was my first time ever seeing him. But he actually competes in like esports stuff. I think there's a. I don't know if they're Australian though. I'm not sure, but I do know they're from Europe. So, but I do know, yeah, they're the 2 that's representing Europe. Yeah, but yeah, so it's yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Let me see. He said we are Oceania. He said, oh, okay, okay. He said we need to say thanks to so we are 25. Oh, you so I'm pretty sure I thought Australians called themselves Aussies too. Like am I wrong on that? Like that's why I'm like I mean I don't know. I thought they called themselves Aussies too. I might be. You said I'm Australian? Wait, what? Wait, so you said you don't think so? Really? Bro, I swear. Listen, I'm an American, so I don't know. But I'm like the few friends that I have that are from like Australia, I feel like they've said that term before. That's why I was like, oh, okay, that's what that means. He said Aussie is only Australians. Oh, okay, so wait. Wait, what? Okay. Yo, you said in a bit, how you going? Yo, what's good, Lonzo? How you doing, bro? Yeah, we gotta get back on Twitch, bro, for John Cena, man. That's just what that is. He said, read properly, Zox. Bro, it's so hard. You know how little this text is? I might need glasses at this point, bro. Like, actually, you know what it is? I have a dual monitor. I need to set it up. I like, literally do. It's just bad. I do have a dual monitor. I have to actually get a bigger desk for it, though, so I can actually look at everything. Yo, I was like, bro, what? I think the confidence is what kind of kills me on that, to be honest. This is like, yo, it's like, bro, I swear, because I had I think like actually a creator I actually did some work with. He's from, I think he's Scottish. Hazink, yeah, Hazink. And so I always felt like he was using, like, he was saying stuff like that when he would talk about like specific people. So I was just like, that's why I was just like, I think I've heard that before, you know? You said Kitchen Streams is famous now. Z, can you believe it? Wait, Kitchen Streams? Bro, we used to actually, you know what's funny? When I used to stream in my kitchen, that's when we had the most amount of people in the streams on average. Believe it or not. I might just start going in there. Maybe people like hearing the washer, the dishwasher go off, bro. I don't know what that means, because yeah, highest viewership was during the kitchen streams. I don't even get that. That's still just kind of crazy to me. That's still crazy to me. And I don't know if it was like, maybe some people like the fact that I could just go in my refrigerator and grab orange juice or something. Like, I don't know. Like, cause I'm not gonna lie, that used to be clutch for snacks though. Being like right next to my refrigerator, bro. I think that actually that wasn't the healthiest like choice, to be honest. That's why the kitchen streams had to stop, cause I was just gonna sit there and eat the whole stream. All right, so we did stoosh. Okay, we got that out the way. Leon needs the epic, Termaton, so those are all next. That modules. Yeah, we just don't have full epics yet. All right, dokie dokie. Let's try to get this more perfected. Yo, what's good, Felipe? You said, how you going? Thanks for the sub. Oh, that was probably Brennan. Yeah, shout out to Brennan for that. Yeah, shout out to Brennan for that, fam. All right, let's see.
戦闘準備だ。邪魔をするな。それ。しゃあ。自業自得だ。
聞いて。バルーンさん、奴らをやっつけて。
He said Ms. Z wasn't gonna cook while you live though. A tragedy. Yeah, she wasn't.
炎は全ての罪を燃やし尽くす。
なってもらいましょうか。
手強いやつだ。
大丈夫。
それうかつだった。
I think that's the thing that's so annoying about Doki Doki's dungeon. It's just so much tank in here.
聞いて。
You gotta shut that dude down.
手強いやつ
Man, we're about to get hit hard. Oh my god.
痛い。
ついてこい。逃がすか。
I think we can still beat this, but like, dude.
あらら、引っかかった。
He said, do you stream every day? Well, now, well, honestly, like, I have breaks in between. But like if I have a main game I'm playing, which this has been my intended main game to play, I usually would try to stream like every other day. So I can have time to still make content and stuff like that. But I have like transitioned a lot more for streaming on Twitch. You said shit, good question. Yo, nah, I mean, but that's the thing, Donnie. Like when I was streaming on Twitch, we were just playing games, just having fun type of thing. But I had to actually stop streaming because it was like holiday time. And yeah, the missus wasn't having that. So yeah, that was that. So y'all were like, oh, Zox disappeared. But I'm like, bro, we had Christmas and New Year's back to back. So I had no choice. You think the waifu gonna let that slide? Oh, you think you about to stream Christmas and New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve? Absolutely not. That's gonna get me get my behind kicked, man. Like yeah, she wasn't having that, dude. So hey, it be like that. It be like that. So I had to be there for that. He says Z saying doesn't come up to the man. You abandoned us. Yeah. Santa. I was like, okay. I was like, Satan. Okay. Santa. Okay. Bro, listen. Hey, I where I was for Christmas, bro, was interesting, but you said I could have streamed at yo, really? A minute after New Year's? Bro, not even. You said I feel that. I just brought a big TV so I can game on the TV while and the wife can cuddle up on the bed, work like a charm to stop the nagging, to get off the game. Oh, okay. Yo, cause you know what it is? I noticed is that like usually all they want is presence. And like so for example, like I'm in my office, so like being in here, she like it's just like it's not that I need to be like focused on her, it's just she likes to be near me. So it's like I always try to get her to come in my game room, but she don't ever want to be in here. And I just be like, yo, like just come in here. She's like, no. I'm like, all right. But I also can't blame her because in our room we have like I don't actually have like a TV in there. What we actually decided to do was set up a giant projector. So we have like a projector in our bedroom with the pull down like screen and all that stuff. So we ended up doing that, and that joint is clear. I actually want to plug my game in there someday and play it and see what it looks like. So yeah, she's definitely not gonna leave the room with the projector. It's like basically like, hey, leave the movie theater essentially. Like that's basically what that is. He said, bro, has a whole movie theater in his bedroom. Bro, basically, we got the sound bars set up. My actual bed frame is it has like LED lights in it. So it's like built-in LED lights, and it has like cord slots that you can like basically put like your sound bar and all that stuff on it. And I have a charger built into my bed frame. So like, yeah, bro, it's cool, man. Like I actually just got it. So yeah, it's pretty cool. You said This said may as well have a fountain drink machine too. Yo, he's like buy a popcorn machine and put it close to the door and you're set. Bro, basically. Yeah, I mean, I haven't gotten that to that level yet, but it's kind of getting there. It's funny. It's so funny, bro. So like yeah, it's but again, that's like more of her, like that's I think that's the kind of the thing. I'm more of a minimalist. So if it was up to me, dude, I would just have a bed and like that's it. Like I really wouldn't have much in my bedroom, but like my girlfriend likes to decorate and she likes having like a certain ambiance and stuff like that. So I let her have fun with that, you know. And so that's what she actually wanted to do. So I was like, okay, cool. And we've been talking about it the last few places we lived, and so I was like, all right, we can finally do it or whatever. So yeah, pretty cool stuff, man. All right, so let's see. We got her maxed. Taking Rahu up next. Give my boy some tank. All right, let's do some summons. We got a good chunk here. How about we throw one in the? Are we just gonna go all standard? Yeah, why not? He said, "No, that's dope." Yeah, but it's yeah, she's definitely like brightened my life for sure, because like I'm just not the type of person to do those types of things, and she just like, and I mean I enjoy them though. I'm like, it's nice now to have it, but like I just would have never thought to do it. So yeah, it's cool. All right, let's see if we can get something here. Can we get Oval, please? Fungus. Okay, thank you. I mean, not that we really need another copy, but we'll take it. We are actively using them. So, Oval, we meet again. I didn't see you there. You look you're looking a little old, but you're looking a little powerful though. You're looking like you're ready to. you're looking like a little bit of a rotate people and don't give them a turn. Yeah. You're looking a little ready for that. All right, cool. Hey. Yo, that's a funny call out. I didn't actually think he was gonna be in that poll either. That's actually funny. Alright, let's see what we got here. Another SR. Who do we want in this one? I mean, it doesn't really matter actually at this point. Maybe Valerian would be nice. Okay, Dinah. Dang, it was just Dinah? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Not bad. We'll take it. All right, we'll come back once we get another multi. You said, so when you were pushing to 20, what did you auto battle? Basically anything. Like, so what I did, like, and what I've been doing, you probably notice I'll go back to this and check it often. It's just because I keep forgetting. But basically any of the missions here, I like would basically try to do these. If it was anything that said like do this X amount of times, I would try to have that autoing in the background while I would do something else. So mainly following these missions. So if it wasn't for the Animus Fate or Commission Chronicles or the modification module modification or the shell tuning, then I would just go to EXP. That's essentially what I would do. But these kind of give you like a kind of focal point essentially on what you need to farm. Like even this, like it's like, okay, do the Kuro hard, right? So that's 10 times. So that would be something I'd put on like auto in the background, and then I would go do something else. So like if it's like you know, trying to just kind of think of what I need. So it's like, all right, cool, I got to do that. That's gonna give me some like shell drops, and then I also still need skill up material, or I still need EXP. So then I'd go farm that at the same time. Or I need to do the gear dungeon, right? So I need modules, so I'd go do that. So that's how I was pushing it fast, and then that's just going in the background, so it's just really fast. All right, So like even now, like this whole time we've been just talking, we've just been like passively going up in level. And now I'm almost 23, which is when the next portion of the game unlocks for me. He said, what are some of the decent shells? If you don't, some of the decent shells you don't mind sharing. I think one of the very first ones you encounter, and you'll see. Again, I don't got nothing to really hide. But I would say one of the very first decent ones you're gonna come across is unbridled science. Like this is like by far one of the like first ones you're just going to come across. After you take an action, it increases your strike prep by 30%. So it's just basically a turn meter push of 30%, right? Which is huge because that just means you rotate faster. That helps out with like lack of skill ups. You know, allowing units to get to their next turn to maybe clutch a fight and, you know, beat that next stage that you might be struggling with. So that helps out quite a bit. I would say one I've been using quite a bit. This is like kind of specific to like a damage dealer though. The Agent Lizard's not bad. Because basically what it does, it targets the enemy with the lowest HP percentage and deals 50% plus 2,000 damage to them. But the first instance or the first hit of this will increase the damage taken by 15%. So that is kind of like really nice for like just kind of some scale damage. It's just essentially a debuff worked into the pet, so it's decent. Some of the other ones I used, I'm trying to think, not really any of the other ones I feel like early or crazy. I think the next one that we're going to be, I guess this one, White Gale's actually not bad, because White Gale actually can extend debuffs that are non-control debuffs. So like, for example, like defense break. That's actually why I'm using it on my Rahu, for example, because he does defense break. So he can essentially, the pet can extend that debuff, which means that I can rotate into another turn with what's defense 40% or is that 60%? I can't remember. I think defense break is 60%, right? And yeah, so yeah, it's essentially that. So yeah, 60%, just keeping that rotation going. Or like if say I have what's his face, Gray go first, then he can help extend that. So yeah, that's actually not bad for debuffs. But outside of that, everything else like early is just like turn pushing so that you can rotate, get as many turns in as you can, so you're just able to essentially finish the fight. I say the next thing that I'm shifting into, which is going to be at level 23, I think, or 23, 24, 25, somewhere around there. I think it's 23. But it's going to be these next set of shells. So, it's actually, never mind. It's already unlocked. Oh, because we just hit 23. That's why. So, you got a couple of different things that's going to happen here. So, there's the Twilight Knight, which is pretty solid. So, you basically deal damage to an enemy with the lowest HP, but it also reduces their defense by an additional 50% for that turn. And then you also have the Black Flag. Black Flag is actually pretty disgusting because Black Flag actually applies a 2-turn speed buff to the owner and then also increases their strike meter or strike prep by 20%. So that's the next set of like shells I'm gonna start building. And I would say, like, for example, I'm probably gonna put Black Flag on like my probably put this on like maybe my what's her face, Chiaki de Viol, for example. So that's one of my supports to help her rotate quicker. Then I would probably put like something like Twilight Knight. This would probably go on like my Rahu, or I would probably put this on like Fangus or something like that, so that they can get more damage scaling. So yeah, those are the next ones that we go into. But this, again, another boss fight, shell fight. This, now we're going into a different gimmick. It's basically a 2-way fight. And these are both like bosses that you fight, and they both do 2 different things. Not the most complicated, but it's some gimmick to it for sure. But it's not bad. All right, let's see. DOT actually collapses, by the way. So if you have DOT, just have fun. That's technically what I would use, but I don't have DOT built this rotation, so it's fine. Actually, I got Fangus. Let's try Fangus out in here. Actually, Try Leon first, then go Fangus, depending on what happens.
あらら引っかかった。
燃えろ。
踏みつぶせ。
I forgot she gives a speed up buff. That's fine.
それ。
コマたち攻
Yeah,
撃
this is
し
way
て。
too slow.
聞いて。
He said, would you say is the best Leon team Leon, Heimer's Gray, Chiaki, Echo? I don't think there's necessarily a best Leon team currently. Like it's like it kind of depends on the team comp and what you're trying to get them to do. Is that a good comp? Yes, I would say it is, but I don't know if I could say it's the best Leon comp. Yeah, it's a comp that can definitely work for sure because you basically have you have a defense breaker, or really it's a turn meter push into a defense break crit rate buff, and then you have two nukers, one that can rotate, one that can block buffs, and basically essentially just kind of, I mean, one of the two is gonna kill. I don't know who you would have rotating first. Forgot this one's pretty annoying.
突進中央を抑えよ。
それ。
あらら引っかかった。
I might pull Fangus out for this fight.
ない進め。
Yeah, I might drop Fangus in this fight. Is there any way I can learn about team comps and things like that? So I learned about this game recently. Nowhere really, honestly. There's no place that has team comp setups and stuff like that. Again, it's partially because like even with the CN wiki, there's a CN wiki. It's not even updated. I don't even think they even updated. They haven't updated the tier list since CBT 2 on the CN wiki. But there's basically like information on units and what they do and stuff like that. But I don't think they've updated any of it yet. Let me see. Nice. So we got two. Ooh. Oh, that's kind of nasty. Yeah, none of the wiki stuff. So actually, when they decide to, I guess, do whatever they're gonna do for the global wiki, I'm supposed to be a part of that team for helping with that and localizing it and localization in the game and stuff like that. But yeah, the wiki right now like still has Messiah on as the #1, and that's why I know why people are coming in and saying stuff to me about it, because the CN wiki has Messiah as the #1 unit on the tier list right now, but that was from CBT 2. And that's when Messiah was like the most broken unit in the game. That is not the case right now. So he got nerfed in CBT 3. And I think the nerf just essentially made it just more of an in-game thing to get his build fully like enabled essentially. But in CBT 2, Messiah was just like out the box was just mad OP. Like he could just basically AoE nuke everything in the game off rip. Like, and that was without like even like okay gear. Like he could just have anything on. It was just nuking everything to death. So they nerfed him after that, because even that rotation of PvP, he was just really oppressive. I think also his invincibility was also worse than how it works now. The way his invincibility used to work was like really annoying. It was almost actually 100% uptime on it. So it was pretty oppressive, to be honest. All right, so we got a little bit more energy. I think it took the rest of that, so that should be able to finish. You said you reached 24. Yeah, I think I'll be able to hit 24. Yeah, 24 seems to be the level cap for this for today, which is cool. Yeah, 24 is the level cap for today. So if you do max refills by day 2, 24 looks to be the cap. All right, there we go. Unique passive with only 2. Wait, any unique shells with 2 passive purple effects. Okay. So it wants me to roll them. Okay, that's all that's saying.
あなたに興味がある力があるか私の鞘に触れるなよやけどするぞ
Nope.
内部情報をあまり漏らさないように知らない方がいいこともある
This might be interesting trying to get a purple. Actually, I need to do a smart. I just take any purple so I can fulfill the mission.
みんなから見れば
We'll take
安
flat.
全防務所から出るのは
That's fine.
あまりいい選択には見えないだろうな
Alright, then we get rid of another group of shells.
悪巧みしてないよ。本当だもん。
1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. You said a CM wiki hard to find? No, I can link it.
いい場所よね。でも残念。
Let me see. That's not it. Here it is. All right.
あらら。
Actually, I'm lying. It would be hard for you guys to probably find this, to be honest, because
ご用意いただけるかしら。
I'm like, I'm gonna leak it, but it would be hard for y'all to find it. Not gonna lie, y'all would not find the wiki, bro. Like seriously, you just wouldn't. Yeah, because the wiki tiering is like one day. Yeah, bro. The last time the tier list was updated on the wiki was literally March of last year. That was CBT. That was CBT 2. That was literally CBT 2, bro. So yeah, a lot has changed since CBT 2. Hold on, I'm gonna drop it in the chat. Yeah, and you can y'all just so y'all don't think I'm capping, y'all can look. That's it right there. That's the CN wiki right there, guys. So yeah, that's why I've been trying my hardest, because I go on the forums, I do read. Like that's actually how I connected with the team of Etheria. Is I actually do. I was making content. I actually used to be a Billy content creator way back when. And I also make content on TapTap. So I was just like posting my videos on there, and the producer actually of Etheria found me on TapTap. So that's how that whole like relationship started, and I just basically been keeping eyes on the game for the Western market. Anytime there's been a beta, I've been trying to just make sure that like I keep information going, so it's just out there. So that's why I said like I've been doing this just genuinely because I've been having fun. I like the game. It hasn't really been about views. It's been low views overall for all the betas really, but I feel like it's just been really fun, man. It's been super fun. You said for you, who's the best unit in the game in the CBT4 in day 2? Best unit, man. I don't think that there is like specifically a unit that just single-handedly just destroys everything. Like the comps matter so much. It's just kind of like you do have some units that, for example, are like amazing openers, like Close, and you have like Chiaki de Viol, you have Lily, like you have all those units that we're familiar with. But the problem is that counter cleave exists now. So I don't know just yet what's the better of the two. Like I don't know if the counter action 2 speed meta is actually relevant in RTA, or if it is not relevant. So if that's the case, if there's like a balance between the two, then I can like say I could probably decide between the two what's like the best out of the two different styles. But like entirely like what's the best unit in the entire game, I would say like if I was just looking at like what values exist in the game, a lot of the value that's just like kind of insane overall is in the light and dark units. Light and dark units are just really good. Like they're all good. Like it's not, and not any one of them are bad. Like, but it's all for different stuff. So like Sania arguably is one of the strongest like PvE units, period. If dot can be applied, she's gonna destroy anything. She's a dot detonator. So she's ridiculous. Like I mean, I'm talking about the craziest scaling in anything. She can destroy it. She even can enable her own dots. Like that's the thing. Like she can proc her own, or set her own dots and then detonate them. And she sets a lot of dots. She debuff extends, which is huge. And so yeah, it's like there's that, right? But then you have like the PvP, where you got units like, for example, like the Doki Doki. You have units like Lily, who's really good. They're just really oppressive. Like they do their jobs really well. You obviously got the damage dealers like Heinrich, completely opposite of Sania, but he works well in PvE and PvP. Like they're just all really, really good. Messiah, I will say he shines a lot more in Endgame for what I've seen with his build, but the dude he's also really disgusting. Like getting cleaved by Messiah in a proper build is not fun, because he's also ignoring 50% of your defense too. So yeah, that's also fun. And then if he's killing, he just keeps resetting his invincibility. So then you can't kill him. So it's like dude can get like really out of pocket. But I would say as far as like RGB units, I think some I can at least maybe give you a couple that I feel like are going to be really oppressive. Definitely Hellkid. Hellkid's going to be something. Beoten is going to be another one, like in specific comps. Silence, I think, is going to be pretty nice. Veronica's going to be interesting because she's a death prevention unit. You can't lower past one HP with her ability. Then I'm trying to think who else. Lilith is still going to be relevant. Rahu is going to be relevant. And I would say, did I mention? No, these are just RGB, right? So I feel like Shiida might come out the woodworks. I don't know why. I feel like somebody's gonna build her. But those are like some of the main ones that I can at least think of, at least as far as the SSRs go. Because like within the SRs, yeah, SRs, you're gonna have a couple. You're gonna have Chiaki. You're gonna have both Chiakis. You're gonna have Kazuyo. Kazuyo's actually kind of crazy if she's built properly. Valerian is another one. You have trying to think. Gray. Gray's gonna probably get some shine. You might even see some Leons too. Like now I'm thinking about it, like Leon also, like she does get used in PvP. So yeah, you'll probably see some Leons. And I'm not gonna lie, it didn't mention her yet, but Tiamat. I know a lot of people have been like having some trouble using her early game, but end game Tiamat and early game Tiamat are not the same unit, bro. Like late game Tiamat is scary, yo. Like late game Tiamat is absolutely scary, and you know a unit is a problem when she goes into her dragon mother form. She only has one skill. She has one skill, bro. That's it. And that one skill can absolutely 180 an entire fight. Like it is so ridiculous. Like, so if you have a Tiamat that's built right, bro, man, like Tiamat is like she's mad strong, bro. Like she's mad strong. So yeah, I'm that's why I'm so excited, man. I can't see what like strats people are gonna come up with, like combinations, all that stuff, man. I think it's gonna be super sick. We're gonna be seeing a lot of different stuff compared to the last invitation, which is just really cool to see, man. All right, so we got this at cool. He said one skill is nuts, bro. Literally, she gets one skill That skill, and the one skill hits everybody, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then she also like heals herself with it too. Like it's just so ridiculous. Whatever Dev cooked on her, I'm like, I said it before. I was like, yo, we need more units like her because like she's nuts. You said I would use healing on her Tiamat, bro. You know that might be a thing too. But then again, like, what's interesting about Tiamat though is that it just kind of all depends on the rotation. Typically Tiamats are faster. I would say if they're gonna build a Tiamat, she technically needs to rotate. So I would suspect that a Tiamat would be faster than a Hoyan. So correct me if I'm wrong. Does Hoyan have anything to cleanse anything in her kit? Like when she procs her death mechanic, does she have the ability to does she cleanse anything? Because that's the thing that will be kind of like the only thing I could think of with Tiamat is like if she force taunts Hoyan, then now Hoyan, I'm like wondering what that interaction would be, because technically if like say like Tiamat procced her death thing, but she has her taunted, does that still allow her to proc her S3, or is she forced into the taunt so she can't use her skill 3? Like that's the only thing I'm wondering with that interaction. So you said Tia's good early too if you know how to play the game. Someone new isn't gonna know how to use it. Yeah, 100%. That's what I was telling them before. It's like I've been having people tell me Rahu's bad for early game, and I'm beating everything with him right now. I did it with the last beta, but I was also like telling them too. I'm like, you have to balance out what you're missing. I think like sometimes people try to overcomplicate their they overcompensate for in areas of a build that they don't necessarily need, or they try to aim for things that they can't actually acquire yet. And so it's like my Rahu build's not complicated. Like this dude is literally just all defense. And I'm confused what is it that people are experiencing for them to feel like he's not good. And I'm like, maybe it could be like the expectation of what they think the damage scaling is supposed to be. But I'm like, dude literally follows up all the time. He can proc a defense break on his own, and then he can cleave. Like, I'm like, that's kind of like messed up. But yeah, Tiamat, when I was using her, I literally just had her locking down everything and then just building up her stacks. That's why I like keep her with like a good amount of buffers and stuff like that too. You said you said if you so you have to get HP gear and roll HP everywhere. She never dies, nukes everything. I actually do less this beta than I did last beta because Tia just curve stomping everything. Bro, she's I would say I keep telling people, I'm like, hey, she's good, but I also get like, I don't know, maybe that might be too much for them. I don't know. Like I feel like she's personally good, but I also think too like yeah, you have to have HP values on her. Like you just really like realistically, it doesn't take much to make some of these units useful. It's like kind of same thing with Lilith. Like she just needs a crazy amount of HP. Like just give her HP and she just works. Maybe take her skill 3 to level 3 and then you're cooking. Her mischief never misses, and then she just does HP damage to everything. Stun locks, right? But yeah, Tiamat is disgusting. The mother form is nasty, and then if you give her a defense break on top of the mother AoE, yeah, that stuff is just getting deleted. And again in PvP, like once they were like starting to actually showcase like the endgame builds for her, man, like she is nuts. Like I will say like easily favorite character in the game is Tiamat. Easily Tiamat. She's just so freaking fun character to watch, because like I've seen like one of the coolest things about her gimmick is like I've seen her HP get super low, and then the person thinks they're gonna win, and then she hits her dragon mother form, and then it's like, oh, it's over. Like because if you make the mistake of not killing her and she gets enough stacks to go into her dragon mother form, oh, you're gone. You're deleted. Like you're absolutely gone. Cause like now she's scaling, like that damage scaling that she's coming at you with on the AoE she's gonna be doing. Yeah, like it's definitely like her kit was like the way it kind of rubber bands, or she kind of consumes everything. For her scaling is kind of like a high risk, high reward. It's like she takes away, to dish out more, but then she can gain it back. So she also has self-healing too, which is just like, she's nuts. She's absolutely nuts. All right, so let's see. We did hard for this. Got kind of, let me see, Shell, Phoebe and Nightmare. Is that one, are we gonna throw Fangus in that one? Maybe, get a little DOT action going. So if you can change any skill in any character, what you gonna change? Any skill on any character? Shoot. I don't know. I actually wouldn't know who I would want to change. Yeah, I really honestly wouldn't know who I want to change. Because I feel like a lot of units hit the sweet spot where they just feel balanced. Like it just like there's like every unit feels like they do something really good. Or like it's just, every unit just feels good within their respective role, right? Like I don't know if I would really necessarily change anything as of right now, other than like, yeah, there's nobody I can really think of off the top of my head. I'd be like, yeah, I want them to be different. All right, let's see. All right, let's see what you do, Fangus. Yeah, there's nothing I can really think. No one I can really think of that I would just change for something else. My DOT not land? We always love to see that. Oh, now they're about to start rotating faster. This isn't good. We might have to get the boy, bro. I might have to get the boy. Yeah, we might be able to clear this one, but we're definitely not gonna finish the second one because we got to deal with her AoE freeze. Dang. Yeah, they're hitting. They're hitting, that's for sure. I actually know what I need to do. I need to build somebody else specific for that. Because I think the ad on the right, one of them cleanses, I'm pretty sure. And one chance to still buffs for everyone buff we has increased. Yeah, buffs are like not good for her. Let's see. I don't think it's divvied up. I have to look in the actual and she has checkmate, which debuff cannot be purified. Yeah, so it's buff still. Yeah, and her AoE freeze. Yeah, they're like the complete opposite. One's debuff oriented, the other one is buff oriented. I got an answer for that, but I need to build it up. Yeah, I got an answer for that, but I just gotta build it. And I'm like, I gotta stop acting like my units aren't like 4-star right now. So yes, it's time. It's time. I was trying to. It's a 20% boost there. Do we have any boxes for this? We do. Okay. I might just save that for Leon's final one. Yeah, I'll save that for Leon, so I don't have to farm that. Because gold can be a pain. Alright, let's see. That's a damage multiplier. Increases chance to 75%. It's not bad. It's actually probably necessary for him to have that increase so I can dot more. Because that would kill the first chick pretty well. Bro, this dude right here, oh my god, he's just made to be a god. Like it's crazy they really put this OP ass kit on this old dude. Like dot with a stun with debuff removal or with buff removal is crazy. Dispelling is crazy. Yeah, Mans is like one of a kind. Alright, so we'll let that chill for now. I'll come back to this later. We at least have... Well, we have 3 stamina pots, so I think what I'll do... is I'll run that on to EXP. Alright. Boom. Yeah. What's the main quest? Okay. Yeah, so it'll still be short 1 level, so... Alright. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Alright, cool. So now we shall finish with PvP. Alright. Do I want to use this specific team? I guess. Alright, let's see what we got here. We got a scary team here. Oh, actually, no, I lied. Oh, you just updated it. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, those levels went up. Let's see. I think this is only a Bishnash, too. Let's see what your rotation is looking like. What do I want to use for this? I guess we could just keep it. Or we could go DOT. Nah, that's all we want in there. Yeah, we just can't let Heinrich get a turn. Oh, he got a turn. Goddamn. You gotta start blocking people buffs. I need to actually try, I want to try Fangus in one of these runs. Ooh, Itachi's on number 1 right now. I want to see. He's in gold right now. I think I know which Itachi this is too, which is so funny to me. I think I know exactly who this is. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna actually take this one a little bit more serious. Yeah, he's fast. Okay. Oh, nice rotation push. Not bad. He would need a little bit more speed to shut me down. But he's like there though. That's pretty good. Oh man, now I challenged him. Now he's gonna be fighting my defense all day. Freak. Alright. Actually, is Itachi still number 1 though? I don't know if Itachi is still number 1. Yo, hold on, chat. My chat had stopped moving. My fault, chat. I wasn't ignoring y'all. You said my shell roll purple speed. Too bad it's not a gold shell. Bro, I'm like looking at the shell rolls. I'm like, man, I am not about to be. I'm like, am I really about to be doing this beta? I have no idea. All right, so they're going Hell Kid setup. Not knowing the speeds is gonna be annoying for that. That's a potential lose situation there. Because Hell Kid's pretty annoying. Let me see. Got 600 there. So what technically you're not supposed to be doing this without 7A healer. Wait, what are you talking about? You talking about it's a true trainer and they did with the Kazuya girl. I said Messiah needs a huge buff. Bro, I'm telling you, Messiah's good once he has a really insane build. Like early game, I just don't. Like there were people trying to argue with me about it. I'm like, bro, I'm telling you, like I not even trying to be that guy. Like he's just, I don't know, he's just not there for early game. He needs to be built. He said, what's your favorite part of this game? PvP. I love PvP. Like figuring out strategies and stuff like that. Love that stuff. Love that stuff. All right. So let's see what we got here. You said you just got Rahu. Well, GG. Tiamat, Rahu. Oh man. Like that's just mad tank. Like for no reason. This is mad tank on the team. Let's see what we got here. Probably we'll see. I don't think it really matters. He's like, can you do the ban phase mode in the CBT? Yeah, you can. Yeah, ban pick. Yeah. I think RTA actually opens up tomorrow, or actually when the tournament opens up. I think that's why they're running the tournament tomorrow, because I'm pretty sure RTA opens up then. Yeah, it's still locked. Summon Arena is RTA. And it, I think, normally has a timer or something. So, yeah, it usually has something on it to indicate when it unlocks. But yeah, I think it's gonna open around that time. I think they when the game releases, they're gonna do the same thing. They're not gonna have RTA like playable right away, because you technically need time to build up stuff. Because it's like you just have RTA accessible, people are gonna be running in there with like level 1s for no reason. So that's just that. I actually don't remember what Fearless is. I can't remember what Fearless is. I think this might be one of the newer arenas. I feel like we did Summit, but I don't remember doing anything with Fearless. That might have also been locked CBT 3. I don't remember Fearless at all. The cool thing about this game is the element stuff. You see everyone running fire, make a water comp. Yeah, I mean it's yeah, it's definitely one of those types of things. Eventually it's gonna diversify though. Once people actually figure out that you can build a different way, then, you know, or like aim for different things, then yeah. I'm kind of interested in, let me see what Kovian doing. Let me see what Kobe is doing. This is a homie. I want to see because you see he's trying to use.
集中練習ですか
Oh, he took her out. Oh, okay, that's weird. It was showing her. All right, guess not. So you're going erosion, open with close.
聞いて私の力を音楽に乗せてそんなに緊張しないであらら引っかかった
Yeah, his close was too slow. She should technically be faster.
次のサプライズ気をつけてね
準備はできた
But his setup is good. Because that's erosion scale damage. It's gonna make it like really hard for something not to die. Because Dyna's nuts for damage scaling. And close with the defense break.
燃えろ
You said it's gonna be well caged? It might be. I mean I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. What's Buchin running? Ooh. This is gonna be one of those teams. Let me think. Am I possibly faster? What rank am I right now? Rank 40. Oh, you guys are actually trying now. Yo. Alright, hold on. Let's do that. Okay, cool. Let's try it. I mean, I don't really care so much for this. I just want to see what people's ranking or what they got going on.
仲間を傷つけたいならまずこの剣に聞け
Okay, nice. Skill 2, defense break. That's the only thing that's bad about auto close, is she uses her skill 3, which isn't going to give you the rotation. It does give you the damage setup, but now I can rotate in front of him and stop him from going, basically.
そんなに緊張しないで
Yeah, so I would say like a lot of, like that's one thing with close is better in RTA. Like you have to you would actually skill 2 with her first, then skill 3, because you would want to AP absorb, or sorry, turn meter absorb and then redistribute and then go into a rotation with her skill 3, because her skill 3, unless your unit is faster, then you just kind of potentially miss an opportunity to do damage. This is like this is a perfect situation. Tiamat though, I do have to watch. Let me see here. Yeah, Tiamat about to get her ass pushed all the way back. Messiah's also a little bit of a problem here too. Yeah, because Messiah can actually be like really bad for this fight right now. I'll get rid of Tiamat. Yeah, he just not hitting, man. That I should have been gone. Ah, freaking revive. I forgot about this BS. All right, hold on. Let me readjust here. Oh, you might actually get it off for the redistribute. Is that gonna be enough though? I don't think so, because she's not skilled up. Christ, I gotta work with these bloodsheds. I gotta get rid of Tiamat again. Oh, this is scary now. I'm so dead. Oh my god. Dude, I forgot about Sania. Should've got rid of her first. I completely forgot about her. Oh man, this is what we're talking about with Tiamat, bro. Okay, Lilith might still help here, but not really, because Tiamat is broken because she gets, so if you guys don't understand her kit, she gets faster, so she ramps in speed and everything. Like she just, oh my god, that's so impressive. And that's all she needed to was to be enough for one time. That's why I was like, man, Tiamat gotta go. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to clutch it here. Not with 2 turns left. I don't know. Nah, this is not gonna happen. Oh, she purified it. Yo, I hate Sania. This is so good. Yo, this is so like I told you guys earlier, Sania is good for PvP. She's very, 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 very good. So she has debuff purification, resurrection, like there it is. This team, I literally I targeted all the wrong people. Let me see. We'll challenge it one more time. Yeah, bro. Like Tiamat is scary, bro. Tiamat's definitely scary. Alright, let's see.
私の力を音楽に乗せて。そんなに緊張しないで、バルーンさん。奴らをやっつけて。さて、次のソフ
私はここに。蘇れ。
I don't think I had my defense break the last turn either.
見ていてください。これがあなたの価値そのものです。
Yeah, I definitely did not.
準備はできた。燃えろ。
大丈夫。
Messiah is not gonna cleave here, so. Are you gonna really finish her though? Not really, not really. Oh, brother. Yeah, I couldn't finish her. And the crazy thing is now, is I think they have a debuff prevention, so now I can't do anything about that. Let me think. We could get real lucky here. Ah, it didn't give it to me because Lilith has a chance to proc her turn multiple times, but we also didn't ramp Tiamat yet. Oh, there it is. Never mind. All right. Oh my god. Bro, Tiamat is so messed up, dog. Like, yo, Tiamat is so messed up. Yo, this is funny, man. But this is cool though, cause I feel like it's like I know exactly what I can use to beat this type of team, but it's just like, yo, like that Tiamat, man. This is just further confirmation that I don't be lying, bro. Like, yo, Tiamat is mad oppressive, bro. You said when she procs the extra turn, it's like the lotto. Yeah, that right there was like, yo, that's mad. Not just that RNG right there, too. Like, and then the other thing is, too, is like she naturally is going to be rotating faster anyway. So she's just a good unit, man. She's just good. Period. Yeah, Tiamat I used a lot last CBT. But she's fun, dude. But again, I know exactly what I can use to shut that type of stuff down. Like big like HP monsters like her gotta go. Alright, Beotin is actually a little bit of a problem here too.
準備はできた。炎はすべての罪を燃やし尽くす。
まあ、見ていて
Yeah,
ください。
Beotin is another unit you just kind of don't want to start doing stuff because she can also revive and do stuff like that.
手強いやつだ。
大丈夫。
Trying to see how much the game is gonna oh, here it goes.
私はここに燃えろ。
Alright, there we go. Yeah, Beotin. A built up Beotin is like pretty annoying. Even one that's just in a good comp is like just annoying to have to fight, bro. Beotin, if she can get those stacks off and then she gets that res off at the wrong time for you, and then you're deleted. I think it's an auto. Yeah, once I finish these quests though, I'm gonna actually with the stream after this one, you guys will see my real true PvP team. I'm just using Leon right now because I have to build her for this for these missions. So, but I'm gonna change my team up. All right, let's get out the hood. We got to get out of silver here. Let's see. There's a lower level one. I feel like her, like what? Yo, it's like yo, you take Tiamat up in star rarity, bro. She just gets annoying. Yeah, first person getting deleted here is Tiamat. See, like in a comp like this, Tiamat doesn't really have any like extra security, basically, or like insurance. She doesn't have any insurance on this team comp. That's why like that's like easy just get rid of her. But if there's a reviver, you have to kind of make a exec decision on who you're gonna kill first. But she's gone. Yo, what's good, Thiago? How you doing, fam? Appreciate you for stopping by, bro. He said complete the mission and break her down. Oh yeah, I fully intend to do that because I want to build other stuff. But we have one more day rotation like before we can do that because the mission is going to require you to take her to 6-star as well. A lot of people can't see that yet, but yeah, I know it's there. So let me see what you got. What you got over here? Oh man, this team is just terrible just because of Doki Doki. Like, I could challenge this in hopes that I'm faster, or I can just get cooked. Like if I'm faster, or if she's faster, that's an automatic L, because that's just straight up into a cleave, basically, and it's a damage scout cleave. So yeah, no, we're gonna try it, because you never know, bro. You never know. Doki is so freaking ridiculous, though. God damn it. I was like, maybe. I'm so dead. Yeah, bro. I mean, there's nothing you can really do about it. Like, it's just, it's a cleave setup. Yeah, I kind of almost, I did that to myself. Like, I actually knew that it was probably going to be faster than me, but I still went and did it anyway. I was like, let's see. But yeah. It's another team. It's kind of hard to tell. Like, it's so early. Like, everybody's stuff is like either really close to each other. People are like probably slightly faster. It's not really by much. Not really by much. All right, this comp's big threat is actually Heinrich. Yeah, Heinrich has to go. Good follow-up defense prop. And push him back. Yeah, Heinrich is a big problem. If Heinrich gets to go, then you can't debuff. They have a crazy amount of shield, and yeah, nobody's trying to deal with that. Wait, who's next? Oh, is it me? Okay, cool. Alright, not too bad. Let's see. We got an HSR player with a Salaints, and a... I'm interested. Let me see what your team does. Yeah, bro. I like it's like the beta. It's like I would be more intentional with who I'm challenging, but it doesn't matter. None of this stuff stays. Okay. Ooh, that's just bad. Into a nuke. See, this is such a scary comp. All right, so okay, so kind of break down like what just happened essentially. This team comp basically nullified my entire team. So I kind of figured this would happen, but this team basically has Hellkid, Shroud Barrier, which is technically immunity coverage, and shield. Then they also have Silence here that put a attack break on me, so I don't hit as hard. So I can't debuff them, which means Lilith is actually useless here. So yeah, this would be like one of those GG situations. I would literally need someone that would either be able to strip, just DPS, like straight up either have cleanses on my team via shells to bring my damage back up. And I'm trying to think here. Yeah, and then they have rotation. So yeah, like I just get cooked here. I still get the extra turn, but it's gonna literally do nothing here. I don't think the pushback still works. Yeah, because you don't have graceful mission. And this is why I say Hellkid is just one of those units. That's how all that shield you got to go through. You're not cleaving Hellkid's shield. And Hellkid does scale damage when he's in that shield phase. So if he gets to go again, he just nukes, basically. Yeah, Hellkid has some of the highest shield scaling in the entire game. And he's an attack scaler. So that's just like look at that, dead, right? Like that's just Hellkid. So he's technically a DPS support. Like he's, yeah, like he's just good. He's just good. You said I just need to swap in Leon with another support unit and you'll never die, bro. Honestly, like you said, damn, lose to an HSR player, bro. I mean, honestly, I haven't really focused my account yet for PvP. This is just my PvE stuff that I'm just throwing in here. This person definitely built their stuff for PvP. That's a whole PvP setup for real. So yeah, I mean, I haven't fine-tuned anything yet. He's obviously been tinkering gear. I just don't feel like being super sweaty right now. There's no point in the beta. He said, how bad? He said, how did he? How did he bad the brain needs to? Oh, wait, how did he have? Oh, he probably played. He's probably been keeping up with the game. I'm pretty sure. Because Hellkid, if you watch the Invitationals, was one of the most oppressive units in the entire Invitational. Like, if you had Hellkid and he went, you just basically almost won. Like, essentially. Because Hellkid's immunity shield is just like, he's the only unit in the game with that. There's no one in the game that can counteract that ability. It's really oppressive. So you literally have to shut him down. Because the other thing is like his gimmick allows him to literally scale his damage if he has Shroud Barrier. Actually, not even just scale his damage. It affects everything. It makes everything better when he's under the Shroud Barrier. And then he gets even more shield individually than everybody else in the team. So yeah, like that's why I said like he's not the best progressing character for PvE right off rip. But he ends up being a absolutely insane character to have on your account. And he ends up being one of the top, I would say he's easily in my top 5 best PvP units. Easily. Like, dude, at least for RGB, he's up there. Like, dude is just way too ridiculous. Is that way so strippers don't work against Hellkid? He has immunity in it. You can still strip. You can strip it. You can definitely still strip it. It's not undispellable. But he has immunity in it, so it blocks out everything else. So yeah, that's just kind of the thing. And the problem is though with Hellkid is that if you strip it, his other skills can still proc Shroud Barrier. So it's like. It won't be as much, but if he can get it off it in any regard, then it's just annoying. You said, is there any block buff in the game? Yes, there is. Yeah, there is. There's units. Like I would say a big counteraction to a unit like Hellkid would be like Heinrich. Heinrich is like Hellkid's worst nightmare in some team comps because he just completely makes it to where he can't do anything. I would say Heinrich is actually the nightmare to a lot of units because Last Word is his gimmick. It just it completely blocks buffs. And then he also has the crit rate, chance of increasing his crit rate, and chance of increasing his crit damage. Not even a chance. His crit damage does go up, and his chance of critting you increases. So yeah, Last Word, and then he's also anti-heal too. So yeah, he's nice for that. But that's also why they added Hoyan. Hoyan is going to be counteracting units like Sania, who was also like pretty oppressive. Yeah, she's going to be counteracting like units like Sania. This comp is kind of interesting. Obel can, but it's a chance. If it depends, because if Hellkid is buff stat, Obel's not guaranteed to convert. Nor is it guaranteed to be the specific buff that you're trying to take. It's random. They did that so that Obel wasn't too oppressive. Because if Obel was guaranteed to take the specific, to take a specific buff or take specific buffs, he would be one of the most broken units in the entire game. Like that with a CC build on him. Yeah, goodbye. Everybody just gets locked and doesn't get to go. Put him with a Codex of Magic, you just don't ever get to see a turn. Like, and then he's just gonna DOT you to death. So yeah, that right there, they had to give him some element of RNG to make him balance, because that otherwise would have made him just I don't even know. That man would be all types of different. And even then, I still think he's fairly broken. But yeah, they gave him some RNG on the dispelling and how it works, because I love to see somebody using Chloros in their team comp, man. I was hoping I'd get the follow up there, but they said, nah, fam, you good. But Valerian's stunned, so we still eating. Boom. Nice. Yeah, we're like early gold right now, so not too shabby. Ooh, they got a Ling Lao with a... Who's rotating this team though? Because none of those characters are necessarily fast, so interesting. I think this... Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Ooh, Sania's actually pretty fast on her side, but she's not gonna... I don't think nothing she does is really gonna impact the fight too much right now. Alright, let's see. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so we ran out of challenges for the day. So gold coming, creeping up into gold 2. I'm like right behind everybody. They're all like in early, like, yeah, they're all in like gold 3 right now. So it's not bad. So we got that next set of rewards here. I think we ranked up at least once, which is cool. So we are in gold, so I'm not mad at that. We got our defense set for now. We'll keep using that, and then we're good. Yeah, so tomorrow, I think the tournament's like early in the morning, but I'm gonna have the stream scheduled out, guys, for that tourney. so that you guys can make sure you're there. All right, we're gonna burn this. We'll let that burn in the background since we're capped at level 24. And that's basically the game for the day. I think it's an icon. I'm pretty sure that's an icon for Messiah. I think that, yeah, I think it is an icon. I don't think that's a skin. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think that's a skin. Hold on. Oh, is it? Oh, it is. Oh, that's new. Okay, that's new. I don't think we had that before. Okay, so that's new. Yeah, I don't know what that would look like. Hold on. I think I didn't even bother looking this time. I might have to update that video. Oh, is that the dark skin? Oh, it is. Oh, okay. That's where that one came from. I was wondering. I was like, where did that... I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Both forms eat, bro. Classic Pale Horizon. That's kind of sick. I like that variation. So it's, yeah, the white hair. Man literally becomes... Damn, okay. He becomes a... what is his name from FGO? I forgot what his name is. He's literally this exact same skin color. So that's pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually a really sick variation of it. So that's free, I guess. I can't wait to see what they do for paid skins though, because I'm pretty sure they're gonna do paid skins. Because like the MC has skins and stuff like that, and that's something that I'm like, I don't know. I think that's probably gonna be paid. Like the MC, like they might have a couple of free ones, but like, yeah, these battle attire, the Chaku. So that'll be cool once they add more of those. And I think we get a whole bunch of variation skins for free. Like we get Leon, we get Valerian, we get I think one for somebody else, Gray. I think we get one for Gray. There's a couple other characters I think we get too. All right, let's see. So we got one more multi. All right, perma banner, be nice. Can you discuss about what the top PvP comps are from the ladder? What are you talking about on the current thing? I'm not gonna lie, these more than likely aren't mainstay comps. Comp right now that's number 1. Yeah, that's like only by a few points. That's not really the best comp, to be honest, but it is a very good team. This team basically blocks out, like I actually just explained this one. This team basically is blocking out immunity, or sorry, blocking out debuffing. You have a turn strike prep push with Chiaki, with her ability, the Ave Maria or something like that, which basically prevents turn manipulation on the party. Shroud Barrier is immunity shield scaling, and so essentially Hellkit's DPS support basically. Leon is just there to cleave, rotate, finish off. And then Silence is essentially giving, like, I think she has a shield that she's able to add to the shield stacking. She offers an attack break in the first turn that she goes. So yeah, this is a really solid team. Second team is kind of, I'll call this a little bit more of a classic team. So it's a close lead open with either Chiaki following after into a Lilith or Leon. It's one of the two. But basically what close does, defense break. If she's being manual, then it basically would be AP skill turn meter absorption. You said Chiaki opens. Yeah, I was like, it's one of the two, because you can technically depending on the rotation. I'm saying either or because I don't know their rotation, just because I haven't seen their team. But technically they're both fast enough to one or the other, depending on your tuning. Either one can rotate, or I should say open. But yeah, Chiaki's good. She's a just generic team push. But if you're using close, like I mentioned, she needs to either be utilized manual, because if it's auto, then Chiaki definitely needs to go first, because she's gonna defense break first, which then would go into your damage dealer. So yeah, it's probably one of the two. Yeah, so Chiaki rotate into close for defense break into so let's say Lilith is faster than Leon, which probably is more of the case. Which is like a graceful mischief into a pushback, into another pushback absorption, cleave, and then if they're still alive, then finish off basically with Leon. So that's basically what that is. This team is playing into, looks like Dyna for erosion scaling. Their Valerian is probably fast, so Chiaki rotate, Valerian goes. She basically like mitigates, what is it called? I think she mitigates turn meter manipulation as well. You have HP equalizing with her, and then you also have the resurrection or death prevention when the dream bubble thing phases, or it's like phase bubble or whatever it's called, is active. So that's what they're kind of playing into. Dyna also defense breaks outside of the erosion, so that's where you get the setup for the cleave for Leon there. Next team under that is Gray. So crit rate buff into, which Doki Doki's rotating that team. It is followed up by Gray for sure, because Gray is going to crit rate buff the entire party into a defense break, and then you have either Rahu or Leon can follow, but Rahu will probably, let's just say, go, and then Leon will go for cleanup at that point. Then the rank 5 team, this is I think I fought this team. So this team is basically open with close. I think they might have to tweak that a little bit because it was a little finicky, but what they're relying on really is this interaction between Sania and Tiamat. It's kind of almost baiting people to focus Tiamat so that they don't worry about what Sania does. But then again, you kind of struggle if you don't have enough damage, because you have to kill Sania in order to be able to kill Tiamat, and then you can finish off the rest of the team. But you want to do that before Close can get off her S2, because then she just redistribute, absorb, redistribute, and then they can rotate you again. So realistically, yeah, this is kind of like one of those baby teams. But if Tiamat dies, you kill her, Sania just revives her back, and then you have to then now worried about Tiamat and her dragon mother form, which now she's a DPS AoE cleave. So yeah, there's that. It's like, why is Messiah not in the top teams? They really nerf him, or is he better in late game? You know, he got nerfed. Like that's 100% the truth. Like he got nerfed like hard. Again, I think what they did was they made it to where like his value does not show until like super late game. And it's just because of the fact that he needs to be he needs to be killing. Like if he's not getting the kill, then you kind of almost don't get the full extent of his kit, because that's how you continue to keep his invincibility up. So once you do get him built properly, then he becomes an absolute monster. Like if you have him with the innate defense ignore plus with the set that gives, I think it's like, how much more defense ignore? It's the set that gives another percentage of defense ignore, and then you have the proper amount of attack, crit damage, crit rate. Yeah, he's slapping heads. But like when you're trying to build him up early, he's just one of those units that's like that. And that's normal. That happens in some games. There's some units that are intended to be crazy in the metas later on, and there's some that are just going to be mainstay the entire time, and there's some that will be great early but fall off late game. And I think also a big part of it is skill up investment. He needs skill ups, right? I don't feel like Messiah really is like, for a lot of the content that you should be doing or need to do, he's a unit that you're going to prioritize skilling up over a lot of the other units that you might get on your account. So that's kind of where you kind of run into some issues with him. It's like getting him to the point of having that immediate value it's a priority, like, you know, kind of shift there. Like it's like, hey, you could focus that technically, but that's all depends on what you're trying to focus. And even for the gear required for him, I would say like you're not really hitting that gear until you're probably, I would say, like around like the upper 35, like level 35, really pushing level 50 for you to really get that gear for him. And then that's still like the grind of fine tuning and farming and all that stuff. He's like, I got Ling Lao, Doki Doki, Hellkid, Leon on my main. That's actually really good. So any idea on this PvP team? I think Ling Lao, I think me and Daniel were talking about that. I think she lost her speed up buff, because that was a huge thing for her kit. And he brought that to my attention. So let me see. Yeah, they took that crap away. Yeah. So like the big thing with Leon was like Ling Lao was that you would get like the immunity coverage, but then you would also have like the healing, and then you also had a speed up buff in her kit. So the speed up buff is like a more consistent form of obviously like strike prep because it just boosts your speed by X amount, and then it lasts for whatever duration it's there. So the only things you're really getting from her now is basically the heal, right? So yeah, you're getting the heal and the immunity coverage from her now. I think that kind of normalized her just for like a standard healer versus like a really solid support to utilize in both PvE and PvP, because the speed up buff was really the big thing for her in PvP. Like that was a huge component to her. Is she not usable? I don't think so, but that does take away from some of that element of like what's pushing your team if you're trying to do any sort of rotating. So at that point, I would say like you have Doki Doki, so I guess that can filter in. So you would just have the immunity, but the extra speed up buff was like really nice. So Doki Doki technically can do it, but you would have to rotate a turn with Doki Doki to then apply the speed up buff. So I mean, it just all depends. Like some things are probably much better later on once you have other things fleshed out and they'll just work, versus like how things might work in the early game. Early game is just kind of one of those things, like immediate value is like a lot higher than like what a character can do later on. Just because like when a character gets a turn, you're kind of banking on the fact that they might get 1 to 2 turns, right? Like that's kind of like what it is. You said rank 17, get it together, Z. At least get top 10, bro. Am I rank 17? That wasn't even intentional. Bro, I'm just trying stuff out so you guys can see, man. Like it's fine. Now when it comes down to my actual account, just know I'm clapping everybody. But I'm just saying, for right now, it's cool. And I'm not that far behind. Like I can climb. Like once I get my defense set, like the ranking is very up and down. And a lot of it is going to be the attacks you do, but also your defense, right? So like I'm telling you, like you can like I like CBT 3, I was farming people in my sleep, like just straight up farming people on my defense. Like so again, my defense CBT 3. Those of you guys that seen it, you've seen it. That defense was farming people, bro. So I'm just saying, like, despite the new units that existed in the game, all the other units existed in the game, and they were getting farmed. So I'll just say that. I like, and that's something that I find to be really cool too. Is like, you know, you can like some people might have a better defense setup than they do. You know, they're just like the actual like attack setup that they might have. You said, now I'm rolling, thanks to your help. You said there's so much to do. Yeah, it is quite a bit, but like once you get a handle of it, you get into the game, get it done, you know, get out. Like I said, if I wasn't streaming, it would actually be much quicker for me to do this stuff. But it's like, you know, answering questions and stuff like that, just trying to make sure you guys are keeping up with everything. I don't mind it. It's like I said, it's beta, dude. We're chilling right now, trying to make sure everybody's learning the game, because the game has like, it has complexities. Even if you are used to this type of game, it's still a different game. And interactions even are a little bit different. Some of the scaling is a little bit different. You said I hear people complaining about modules. Oh yeah, absolutely. I knew that was going to be the case, but I think it's like one of the biggest things I've like been hearing is like, I think some people are used to like certain games allowing them to get certain types of gear like really fast, and this game doesn't let you. And then on top of that, I think also the rolling of gear. Some people aren't too fond of like swapping on and off gear so often, which I can understand that. But I also feel like in the earlier days of most of those games, these systems were exactly like this. Like you have to progressively change out stuff. But I also think that it's part learning what you want to invest in versus not invest in. And like, so a lot of us that are playing now, it takes us like no time to get through the game because we know what to invest in and what not to invest in. So it's not that complex for us because we've actually been doing it, or have done it before. So I feel like once people actually get a grasp on it, they'll realize how much stuff they don't actually really need to build anyway. So that's just kind of the thing there. And then once you get to a sweet spot, you are just going to be constantly like raising certain values. You said it's just the early game experience. Yeah, that's really what it is. Like once the game fleshes out for people, they'll be able to get into those better sets. Because I'm not gonna lie, like if we had access to even to those sets in game like super early, it wouldn't be fun, because then it would become well territory. Like Wells would be trying to go crazy. There would be something to promote that type of like access for Wells to get those types of things, and then we would be in gold 1 fighting dudes with like super cataclysm gear, which is not fun. Like that's just not fun. So the only thing weird to me is the number of substats that come in a piece. Sometimes you get 1, sometimes you get 2 lines. Yeah, so early game, which I've mentioned in videos, that early game gear is not the best. Early game gear, a lot of the times, is just going to be something you place on a unit just to kind of get them going. And the gear gets better as far as like roll potential. So you'll notice like as you start going up, you're going to have less of the like the singular roll pieces of gear where you have to roll into them multiple times. It's also for the intention of high rolling, and what that is doing, I don't think a lot of people realize it. It's preventing people from trying to min max and stay fixated on gear that they're not going to be on that long. Like you got to think about the fact that like people are freaking out about gear they're probably not going to be on tomorrow. Like even if it's a couple of days from now, that's not long to be on a set, right? So like a few games that I played have done like different parameters to do that. Like my old game, Dislike, that I used to play, what they did for early game was they actually put level caps on the gear. So if it was a certain tier or rarity of gear, you couldn't actually level it past, like say it was like a purple piece, right? 4-star piece. You couldn't level it past level 9. For example, like they did that just, and people thought that was like the stupidest thing ever. But again, the game has more casuals, so it's trying to prevent them from over investing in gear that they're not going to keep that long. So it's the same idea. Like it's kind of like you don't want to really invest. Like you're not going to be sitting here plus 15 in gear that's not rolling high. Like it just doesn't make sense to, because it's not going to give you great scaling, when literally one stage up is going to give you better gear, right? Like so like right now we're transitioning from hard mode into nightmare, right? Which again, mind you, this is considering no one's spending, so no one can say, oh man, this is pay to win. I'm not using any light dark units right now. So like there's none of that, right? So we're transitioning into into the next bracket of gear. That next bracket of gear is going to be opening us up to a couple of different things. It's going to be giving us higher scaling, right? We're getting a higher base scaling, which means also too the substat rolls are going to be higher. The whatchamacallit, obviously the base attributes are going to be able to roll higher. And then of course you have your matrices and stuff like that to consider. So it's like a higher probability it'll be the doubles. And actually, I think once you get into nightmare, you don't even actually deal with that anymore. I don't think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you technically still can, but I don't think you really deal with it anymore. A lot of it's going to be like the double rolls for the most part. It's just a matter of like obviously getting lucky with the percentages when you're trying to farm those. But yeah, you immediately get those values, right? So then people are going to be shifting into that. The other thing is too, everyone has to keep in mind that like when you're transitioning gear costs something, right? So gear gets more expensive the higher the rarity it is. That's just what it is. So if you like if people were like, oh, I want access to Inferno gear or Cataclysm gear, get ready to pay Inferno gear price or Cataclysm gear price, because they get expensive. And the thing is that realistically, you progressively get to a point where your account, you're able to farm higher rarity and higher tiered resources, which yields you higher rarity, or I should say higher quantities of things like when you're recycling shells, you get more value when you recycle a higher tier shell. Same thing when you get rid of a higher tier module, you get more resources back. So you're going to be taking certain things, you're going to be trashing them. Like for example, let's go inventory. Let's see what we got here. So let's say, okay, right? So let me see if I can find a level 6. Okay, so for example, right? This is just like to kind of show you how how the values start to shift. So like if you sell or get rid of a like let's say this level 6 battle wheel piece, right? That's 5,000 Etheria coin I get back. But once I start getting rid of like trash, like purple pieces and like pieces I'm not using anymore, if I'm not gonna hand me them down, they're worth more, right? Like the value of them are higher, so they're worth more. So you're gonna get to a point too where like as you're leveling gear in that initial process, you're gonna have pieces that are just utter trash. Like it's like this isn't even usable. So like say like a flat defense with a flat, like something like this. Like, are you realistically gonna level this? Probably not. So you're gonna sell it, right? So that's how you're gonna get some of that excess Etheria coin. So I'll probably like focus on that in another video, but like it's just these little things are gonna end up adding up and stuff like that. He said, I'm using a hyperlink guide as a soft cap for upgrading gear based on how high they want it. Yeah, that's a really good like rule of thumb to use. I would say like if you get certain stat values that you know can work well, like right now, I have no piece of gear that's over plus 12, right? Like that's kind of the sweet spot for where I'm at. The next rarity I'm going into, I'm still going to be taking gear to plus 12. Because the thing is that the gear, yes, the level will be the same, but the scaling is higher. So at plus 12, the gear piece still scales higher, even though they're both, even though they're both plus 12. So yeah, that's just kind of like that. And actually, I might even go lower just because, because of the cost, the initial like entry level cost is going to be a lot more obviously than what I'm spending on my gold gear. But you're not also going to be just immediately going into just the purple gear, or sorry, the I guess it's fuchsia gear. You're going to still be utilizing some of that gold gear until you can actually afford or get better pieces, because it's just too expensive to try to do all at once. Granted, I think they're going to give us some resources to make the process easier, but again, when official release comes, these are the things you're gonna have to min-max. And just kind of think about, like, how am I spending my Etheria coin on leveling gear? How am I spending the EXP stuff and currency for leveling shell companions? You know, am I recycling consistently after farming X amount? When am I farming? Am I farming, you know, enough EXP? Am I farming enough prowess material? Like all of that stuff. So it's the grind. it's the grind for sure. All right, and then we got one more, and then we're done. All right. So yeah, guys, we're gonna end the stream here, man. I'm actually gonna go prep. I got a little bit of a night ahead of me. I gotta prep for the tournament for tomorrow. So I'm going to prepare for that. I'm gonna have the stream linked, scheduled out. So yeah, we're gonna be streaming probably super early in the morning, because I think everything is according to CN. I think it is according to CN, so I'm gonna figure out what the time is. If you can't make it, don't worry about it. The stream will be up on the channel, so you could just read it, or sorry, watch it. So yeah, that's basically that, man. But yeah, guys, I appreciate all of you, man. Again, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel if you have not. Join the official Discord too. I've been trying to like chill in there a little bit, try to talk to everybody in the official Discord too. Just kind of also taking feedback as well. But yeah, hope that this was an insightful stream, helpful. Hope you guys have been enjoying the beta. See you guys at the tournament next stream. So yeah, we'll get into that. But all of you guys, man, have a blessed night. Take it easy. I'll catch you guys in the next one. All right, guys. Peace.